XXXIII of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. We must now return for a moment to the morning of that day whose sun we have just seen go down, and to Blanche Delaware, who sat in her solitary chamber with the world feeling all a wide lonely desert around her. Not a month before there had not been a happier girl upon the earth. She had been contented. She had possessed her own little round of amusements and occupations. She had music and books and flowers and nature, and two beings that she dearly loved constantly beside her, and she had never dreamed of more. The buoyancy of health and a happy disposition had raised her mind above the low estate to which her family had been reduced, and a refined taste, with that noblest quality of the human mind, which may be called the power of admiration, had taught her, like the bee, to extract sweetness and enjoyment from every flower that heaven scattered on her way. But since that time she had been taught another lesson. She had been taught to love. That passion had given a splendour to the world that it had never before possessed. It had painted the flowers with richer colours. It had spread a sunshine of its own over the face of nature. It had given new soul to the music that she loved. The dream had been broken. The adventitious splendour had passed away, but it left not the flowers or the music or the face of nature as they were before. It took from them their own beauties, as well as that which it had led them. All had withered and died, and the world was a desert. She had wept long and bitterly, but she had dried her eyes and bathed away the traces of her tears, when her father entered her room and inquired tenderly after her health. "You do not look well indeed, my dear Blanche," he said. "I wish you would send to Emberton for Mr. Tomkins." Blanche assured him, however, that it was nothing but a headache, that she would be better soon, that she was better already, and that she was just thinking of coming downstairs. There was indeed a sort of trembling consciousness at her heart, which made her fear at every word that her father was going to touch upon the subject most painful to her heart, but she soon perceived that no suspicions had been awakened in his bosom, and she trusted that her brother would share in her father's blindness, especially as he had been absent so long in London. In this hope, and as far as possible to remove all cause for doubt, at least till she was able to bear an explanation, Blanche nerved her mind to restrain her feelings, and soon followed her father to the library. It was some time, as we have seen, before William Delaware returned, and Sir Sidney had walked out a little way toward Ribery to meet him. But as he had been since at Emberton, he came of course by a different path, and arrived alone. His mind was in no slight degrees irritated and impatient from all that had passed, and poor Blanche had unfortunately so far fallen under his displeasure from the facts which the servant had communicated to him, that he was prepared, as he mentally termed it, to give her a severe scolding. But when he entered the library he found her looking so sad and woebegone that his heart melted, and sitting down beside her on the sofa where she had been reading, he took her hand kindly in his and asked after her health, with a look of fraternal affection. Blanche fancied that he too was deceived, and answered that her complaint was only a headache, which would soon pass away. "Are you sure, my sweet sister," asked Captain Delaware, "that it is not a heartache, which may be long ere it leave you, if you do not take the advice of someone who has a right to counsel you?" The blood rushed burning into Miss Delaware's cheek, and she trembled violently, but her brother folded his arm round her waist, and still speaking gently and kindly, he went on. "Hear me, dearest Blanche. We have been brought up as brother and sister seldom are, shut out the greater part of our lives from the rest of the world, loving each other dearly from the cradle, I seeing little of mankind except within the sphere of my own vessel, and you seeing nothing of mankind at all. I believe that I am the only confidant you have had from childhood, and I do not intend, dearest, that you should withdraw that confidence from me till I put this little hand into that of the only man who ought to be your confidant from that moment." The tears rolled rapidly over Blanche Delaware's cheeks. "Although it may seem strange," continued her brother, "that you should be expected to make a confidant of any man at all in love matters, yet for what of a better Blanche, you must tell me all about it, and perhaps I shall not make the worst depository of a secret for being a sailor. We are all tender-hearted, Blanche," he added with a smile, "at least when we are on shore. So now tell me, has Mr. Burrell offered you his hand?" Blanche was silent, though her brother waited more than 1 minute for a reply. But the blood again mounted into her cheek, and the tears dropped thicker than before. "Well, well," he continued, "if you cannot answer by words, dear sister, I must try and make out your signals, though I have not perhaps the most correct code myself. Burrell has offered you his hand." Blanche gently bent her head. It could scarcely be called an assent, but it was enough for her brother, and he went on. "Well then, what was the difficulty? He loved you, and you loved him." Blanche would have started up, but her brother's arm held her firmly, and as her only resource she hid her glowing face upon his shoulder and sobbed aloud. "Nay, nay, dear girl," he cried, "where is the shame or the harm of loving a man who has long loved you? Do you think I have not seen your love, my dear sister? And do you not think that I would suffer your heart to be won, unless I knew that the man who sought it really loved you and was worthy of you? But tell me, Blanche, where is the difficulty? What is the obstacle? Some trifle it must be. I will not call it a caprice, for my sister is above that, but some idle delicacy, some over-retiring modesty, I am afraid." "No, no, William, I can assure you," replied Blanche Delaware, raising her head. "I could be above all that too, but it cannot be." "But, my dear Blanche," said Captain Delaware, more seriously than he had hitherto spoken, for he had endeavoured to mingle a playfulness with his tenderness, "but, my dear Blanche, you must assign some reason, at least to me. Burrell will think that we have all trifled with him. I stood virtually pledged to him for your hand, on condition that he won your love, that he must have felt he had done so, or that you have been sporting with him, and such an imputation I must not lie on you, nor must he think that I have deceived him." "Do you know who he really is?" demanded Blanche suddenly. "Yes, Blanche, as well as you do," replied her brother. "He is your cousin and mine, Henry Beauchamp, whom we have both played with on that carpet in our childhood." "It is useless, William, it is useless," replied Blanche, with a deep and painful sigh. "But there is my father's step in the hall. Let me go, William, if you love me. And oh, do not, for heaven's sake, increase his anxiety just now by letting him know anything of all this. Let me go, my dear brother, I beseech you." And struggling free, she made her escape by the door opposite to that by which Sir Sidney Delaware was just about to enter the library. Captain Delaware had a painful task before him, in the necessity of communicating to his father the result of the inquiries he had set out in the morning to make, although he could not find in his heart to tell him explicitly upon what doubtful chances his hope of receiving the money ere the next morning was founded. He confined his information, therefore, as much to general terms as possible, and informed Sir Sidney that Mr. Timms had not yet indeed received the money, which was to be furnished by a third party, and that he doubted not it would be paid that night, or early the next morning, before Lord Ashborough's lawyer could arrive. Those tidings stopped any further inquiries from Sir Sidney Delaware, though they did not satisfy or quiet his mind, and he concluded that his son had told him all he knew, although that all but served to render him anxious and impatient. He remained restless and disturbed through the whole of the day, raised 1,000 aerial hypotheses in regard to Mr. Timms's delay, drew a general picture of all misers, lawyers, and usurers, which might have ornamented the scrap-book of Eblis, and more than once threatened to visit the worthy proprietor of Ribery himself, from which feat he was with difficulty dissuaded by his son, who, in fact, was but little less anxious than himself. Perhaps, indeed, Captain Delaware's anxiety was the more keen and corroding, because he forced himself to conceal it, and to appear perfectly confident and careless. Blanche, on her part, avoided all communication with her brother, except that when they met at dinner and at tea, her eyes besought him to spare her. The moments waned, neither Mr. Timms nor Burrell, nor any messenger from either, appeared during the evening, and as night began to fall, Captain Delaware's impatience gradually got the better of his self-command, and finding himself in the situation of a shell, the fuse of which was rapidly burning down to the powder, and which must consequently explode in a short time, he thought it better to carry himself away and let his heat and disappointment wreak itself upon any other objects than his friends and relations. As the most natural vent for such feelings, he took his way toward Ribery, and when he returned after about an hour's absence, he appeared to the eyes of his sister, who strove to read his looks with no small apprehension, more heated and irritable than before. "Well, William, what does Mr. Timms say now?" demanded Sir Sidney Delaware, whose own anxiety had at once told him whither his son had turned his footsteps, although Captain Delaware had given no intimation of his purpose. "I have not seen him, sir," was the reply. "The old dotard would not let me in. Afraid of robbers, I suppose. I rang till I was tired, and then came away. But it is no matter. The money will be forthcoming to-morrow, I have no doubt. The coach does not arrive till the afternoon, and Lord Ashborough's solicitor did not come by it to-night, for I inquired at the inn." Things which, buoyed up on the life-preserver of a light heart, float like feathers over the waves of adversity that inundate this briny world, sink the soul down to the bottom of despair the moment that the life-preserver, dashed against some sharp rock, or beaten by some more violent surge, suffers the waters to flow in, and the fine elastic air to escape. Not many weeks before, Blanche Delaware would have wondered in the happy contentedness of her own heart, at the anxiety and disappointment of her brother and her father, and would have looked upon the events which they seemed to regret so bitterly, but as a very small and easily borne misfortune. But in the present depression of her spirits it overwhelmed her even more than it did them. Her own grief was so deep that she could not well bear any more, and soon after her brother's return she retired to her chamber to weep. The night went by, and Blanche and her father descended to the breakfast table somewhat earlier than usual, for care makes light sleepers. "Is William out?" demanded Sir Sidney Delaware as he met his daughter. "I wished to have gone to Ribery with him." "I do not think he is down yet," she replied. "I have not seen him, and yet it is odd that he should be the last up to-day." "Send up and see, my love," said her father, which was accordingly done, and the result was that Captain Delaware was found just dressing. Blanche thought it very strange that on such an occasion her brother should yield to a laziness he did not usually indulge, but Captain Delaware seemed in no hurry to come down, and the breakfast proceeded without him. Before it was concluded, however, and before he had made his appearance, the sound of wheels coming up the avenue was heard, and a hack post-chaise drove to the door. The whole proceeding of its occupants were visible from the breakfast parlour, and as Sir Sidney sat he could perceive that the first person who got out was a stout, unpleasant-looking man, in whom, although greatly changed since last he saw him, he recognised Lord Ashborough's lawyer. The next that followed was evidently a clerk, and he carried in his hand one of those ominous-looking bags of green serge. Mr. Peter Timms, immediately after the descent of the clerk, turned back to the chaise door and spoke a few words to someone who remained within, and then followed the servant up the steps of the terrace. Blanche looked at her father. He was very pale. "I wish you would call William, my love," he said, with a faint effort to smile. "We may want his presence in dealing with these gentlemen." Blanche hastened to obey, and almost as she left the room, Mr. Peter Timms was announced. He entered with a low bow, but a face full of cool effrontery, which gave the lie to his profound salutation. He immediately informed Sir Sidney that he now had the pleasure of waiting upon him to settle the little business between him and his noble client, Lord Ashborough, and he ended by presenting the bill for £25,000, which had now been due nearly 2 days. Sir Sidney Delaware begged him to be seated, and then, in an embarrassed but gentlemanly manner, explained to him that the money which he had expected to receive had not yet been paid, but that he trusted that it would be so in the course of the day. The face of Mr. Peter Timms grew dark, not that he did not anticipate the very words he heard, but that he thought fit to suit his looks to his actions. "Ha, then," he cried, "my lord was right, sir. My lord was right when he said he was sure that the annuity would never be redeemed, and that the only object was to reduce the interest. But I can tell you, Sir Sidney, that such conduct will not do with us, and he made a sign to his clerk, who instantly left the room. "We had heard something of this yesterday, and that made me come down as fast as last night." Sir Sidney Delaware's cheek grew red, and his lip quivered, but it was with anger. "What is the meaning of this insolence, sir?" he demanded, in a tone that changed Mr. Timms's manner at once from the voluble to the dogged. "You seem to me to forget yourself somewhat strangely." "Oh, no, sir, no," replied the lawyer. "All I have to say is, this, I think, is your bill, now more than due. Are you ready to take it up? If not, I must proceed as the law directs." "And pray, sir, what does the law direct you to do?" demanded Sir Sidney Delaware, "when the payment of a sum of money is delayed for a few hours by some accidental circumstance?" "It is all very well talking, Sir Sidney," said the man of law, and was proceeding in the usual strain when Captain Delaware entered the room, and passing behind his father, whispered something in the baronet's ear that made him start. Almost at the same moment the lawyer's clerk returned, followed by one of those ill-looking fellows who, as poor Colley Cibber declared, were fit by nature for doing ugly work, and consequently engaged by the sheriffs for that purpose. "Which is the gentleman, Mr. Timms?" said the bailiff, for such was the personage now introduced. "Is the old un or the young un? For we must not be mistaking." "Stop a moment," said Captain Delaware. "Pray, who are these persons, sir?" he continued, addressing Mr. Timms. "Merely my clerk, sir, my clerk," replied Mr. Timms, who did not particularly approve the flashing of Captain Delaware's eye. "Merely my clerk and an officer of the sheriff's court, instructed to execute a writ upon the person of Sir Sidney Delaware at the suit of my noble lord the Earl of Ashborough. You know, Captain Delaware," he added, edging himself round the table to be out of reach of the young officer's arm, "you know you yourself assured me that the money would be ready before this time, and now 2 days have elapsed. So that it is clear, sir, it is clear, I say, that all this is nothing but trifling." "Pray, Mr. Timms," said Captain Delaware in a milder tone than the other expected, "answer me one question, as you are a shrewd and clever lawyer, and I want my mind set at rest." "Certainly, sir, certainly," replied Mr. Timms, very happy to answer any legal question, provided always, nevertheless, that it does not affect the interests of my client. "My question is merely this," answered the young officer, whose mind, both from what Burrell's servant had let fall, and from his own observations, had come to the conclusion that the Messrs. Timms, uncle and nephew, had combined to prevent the payment of the money. "My question is merely this. Suppose 2 or 3 men were to enter into an agreement for the purpose of delaying the payment of a sum of money, in order to arrest the person on a bill they had obtained from him, would they not be subject to indictment for conspiracy?" The countenance of Mr. Timms fell, but the moment after it kindled again with anger, and he replied, "I will answer that question in another time and place, and in the meantime, officer, do your duty." "Stand back, sir," said Captain Delaware sternly, as the man advanced. "Mr. Timms, you shall answer that question in another time and place, and that fully. In the meantime, as you say, be so good as to present your bill. I shall only observe upon your conduct that the fact of your having obtained this very writ before you had ever presented the bill for payment gives you a strong presumption that you had taken means to prevent the money being ready, and concluded that those means had been successful." Mr. Timms turned very pale, but he was not one of those unfortunate men whose impudence abandons them at the moment of need, and he almost instantly replied, "No, sir, so it affords no presumption. The fact is, we never thought the money would be paid. We always knew that the whole business was an artifice, that you had no honest means of coming by the money, and after having allowed 1 whole day and a part of another to elapse, that there might be no excuse, we came prepared to make the artifice fall upon the heads of those that planned it. Officer, why do you not execute the writ?" "Because the gentleman demands that you should present the bill," demanded the man. "The bill matters nothing. The debt has been sworn to," answered Mr. Timms. "But that there may be no farther quibble, there, sir, is a bill signed by Sir Sidney Delaware for the sum of £25,000, which came due the day before yesterday. Are you ready to pay it? Can you take it up? Are you prepared to discharge it?" "We are, sir," replied Captain Delaware, "and when we have done so, I shall take the liberty of caning you for the words you have had the impudence to use, and the imputations you have been shameless enough to utter, till you shall have as good an action for battery against me as I shall have an indictment for conspiracy against you." "No, no, William," said Sir Sidney Delaware. "There is not an instrument of castigation in the house, from the dog-whip to the stick with which the boy cudgels the jackass, that would not be disgraced by touching the back of that man or his instigator." "First, sir, let us see the money," cried Mr. Timms, "and then let any man touch me if he dare." "The money, sir! Where is the money, I say?" "Here, sir," replied Captain Delaware, drawing out a pocket-book. "Here is the money that you require, and therefore, before proceeding to anything else, we will terminate this business." It would be difficult, in that confused gabble of 1,000 depraved dialects which the reviews call good manly English, to express the horror and despair of Mr. Peter Timms at finding that, notwithstanding all the arts and artifices he had used, and which were 1,000-fold more in number than we have had space to put down, the money had been obtained, and therefore that the patronage and business of Lord Ashborough might be looked upon as lost to him for ever. Nothing, however, could be done, and he was obliged to sit down and transact the receipt of the money, and all the other formal business incident to the occasion, with a bitter heart and a gloomy countenance. The notes, indeed, which Captain Delaware handed to him in discharge of his father's bill, he examined with scrupulous attention, and had he been able to detect even a suspicious look about any of them, he would probably have made it a plea to delay the acceptance of the payment. But all was fair and clear, and in half an hour the bill was paid, and Sir Sidney Delaware's estate was delivered from the burden which had kept his family in poverty for so many years. Mr. Timms, indeed, took care to conduct himself with a degree of irritating insolence, intended, no doubt, to tempt the young officer to strike him as he had threatened, which would probably have been the case, had not Sir Sidney Delaware pointed out to his son in a calm, bitter tone, the real object of the lawyer, observing aloud that pettifogging attorneys often made considerable sums by carrying actions of assault into a peculiar court, where the costs to the offender were very severe. This turned the scale, and when the whole was concluded, the lawyer was suffered to depart, loaded with nothing but disappointment and contempt. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. There are few things in life so troublesome or so tedious as the turnings back which one is often obliged to make as one journeys along over the surface of the world, the more especially because these turnings back happen, in an infinite proportion, oftener to the hasty and the impatient than to other men. And that, too, on account of their very haste and impatience, which makes them cast a shoe here, or drop their whip there, or ride off and forget their spurs at the other place. But yet it is not an unpleasant sight to see some sedate old hound, when a whole pack of reckless young dogs have overrun the scent in their eagerness, get them all gently back again under the sage direction of the huntsman and his whips, and with upturned nose and tongue like a church bell, announce the recovery. Know then, dear readers, that in our eagerness to get at the scene just depicted, we have somewhat overrun the scent, and must return, however unwillingly, to the time and circumstances under which Henry Beauchamp left Mr. Timms of Ribery on the preceding night. It was, as may be remembered, fine, clear, autumn weather. The night, indeed, would have been dark but for the moon, which poured a grand flood of light through the valleys and over the plains. And Mr. Timms, who loved the light, not so much because his own ways were peculiarly good, as because it is known to be a great scarer of those whose ways are more evil still, remarked with satisfaction as he ushered his guest to the door, that it was as clear as day. "Sally, Sally," he exclaimed, as soon as Mr. Beauchamp was gone, "are all the doors and windows shut?" "Lord bless me, yes," answered the dirty maid, shouting in return from the kitchen, like Achilles from the trenches, "as fast shut as hands can make them." "What is that noise, then?" demanded the miser suspiciously. "Only me putting in the lower bolt of the back door," answered the maid. "Oh, Sally, Sally, you never will do things at the time you are bid," cried the reproachful usurer. "I told you always to shut up at dusk. But come here and put on your bonnet. I want you to run down to the town for a stamp." Sally grumbled something about going out so late, and meeting impudent men in the lanes, but after a lapse of time, which the miser thought somewhat extraordinary in length, she appeared equipped for the walk, and received her master's written directions as to the stamp, or rather stamps, he wanted, and where they were to be found in Emberton. The miser then saw her to the door, locked, bolted, and barred it after her departure, and returning to the parlour, lifted the dim and long-wicked candle, bearing on its pale and sickly sides the evidence of many a dirty thumb and finger, and then, with slow and somewhat feeble steps, climbed one by one the stairs, and retired to a high apartment at the back of the house, for which he seemed to entertain a deep and reverential affection. Well indeed might he love it, for it was the temple of his divinity, the place in which his riches and his heart reposed, and which contained his every feeling. There, shrined in a safe of iron, let into the wall, were the lares and penates of his house, bearing either the goodly forms of golden discs, with the face of the 4th George preeminent on one side, and of his namesake saint, all saddleless and naked, on the other, or, otherwise, the forms of paper parallelograms, inscribed with cabalistic characters implying promises to pay. Here Mr. Tim sat down, after having closed the door, and placed the candle on a table, and throwing one leg, clothed in its black worsted stockings, over the other, he sat in a sort of rapt and reverential trance, worshipping Mammon devoutly, in the appropriate forms of vulgar and decimal fractions, interest, simple and compound. Scarcely had he gone upstairs, however, when a change of scene came over the lower part of the house. A door, which communicated with the steps that led down to the kitchen, moved slowly upon its hinges, and the moonlight streaming through the grated fan window above the outer door fell upon the form of a man emerging, with a careful and noiseless step, from the lower story into the passage. The beams, which were strong enough to have displayed the features of any one where this very suspicious visitor stood, now fell upon nothing like the human face divine, the countenance of the stranger being completely covered and concealed by a broad black crape tied tightly behind his head. As soon as he had gained the passage and stood firm in the moonlight, another form appeared, issuing from the mouth of the same narrow and somewhat steep staircase, with a face equally well concealed. A momentary conversation was then carried on in a whisper between the two, and the first apparition, looking sharply at the chinks of the several doors around, seemingly to discover whether there was any light within, replied to some question from the other. "No, no, he is gone upstairs to hide it in the room where she told us he kept it. Go down and tell Wat to come up, and keep guard here, and make haste." The injunction was soon complied with, and a third person being added to the party, was placed with a pistol in his hand between the outer door and the top of the stairs. Before he suffered his two companions to depart, however, on the errand on which they were bent, he seemed to ask 2 or 3 questions somewhat anxiously, to which the former speaker replied, "Hurt him? Oh no, do not be afraid. Only tie him, man. I told you before that we would not. There is never any use of doing more than utility requires. He will cry when he is tied, of course, but do not you budge." "Very well," answered the other in the same low tone, and his 2 comrades began to ascend the stairs. Before they had taken 3 steps, however, the first returned again to warn their sentinel not to use his pistol but in the last necessity, observing that a pistol was a bad weapon, for it made too much noise. He then resumed his way, and in a moment after was hid from his companion. The whole topography of the house seemed well known to the leader of these nocturnal visitants, for gliding on as noiselessly as possible, he proceeded direct toward the room where the miser sat. Mr. Timms, little misdoubting that such gentry were already in possession of his house, had remained quietly musing over his gains, somewhat uneasy indeed in the absence of Sally, but not much more apprehensive than the continual thoughts of his wealth caused him always to be. He had indeed once become so incautious in the eagerness of his contemplations as to draw forth his large key and open the strong iron door which covered the receptacle of his golden happiness. But immediately reflecting that Sally was not in the house to give the alarm, if any cause of apprehension arose below, he relocked the chest and was returning to the table when a sudden creak of the stairs, as if one of the steps had yielded a little beneath a heavy but cautious foot, roused all his fears. His cheeks and his lips grew pale, his knees trembled, and with a shaking hand he raised the candle from the table and advanced toward the door. It was opened but too soon, and ere the unhappy miser reached it, the light fell upon a figure which left him no doubt of the purport of the visit. It was not for his life the old man feared half so much as for his treasure, in the defence of which he would have fought a universe of thieves. A blunderbuss hung over the mantelpiece, and the pulley of an alarm bell by the window, and the miser's mind vibrated for a single moment between the two. Dropping the candle almost at once, however, he sprang toward the bell, while one of the men shouted to the other near whom he passed, "Stop him! Stop him from the bell! By G, he will have the whole country upon us!" Both on the floor was trampled out, and complete darkness succeeded. Then followed a fearful noise of eager running here and there, the overthrowing of chairs and tables, the dodging round everything that could be interposed between people animated with the active spirit of flight and pursuit, but not a word was spoken. At length there was a stumble over something, then a heavy fall, and then a sound of struggling, as of two people rolling together where they lay. Another rushed forward and seemed to grope about in the darkness. "Dick, you've cut me, Stephen," cried a low, deep voice. "Murder! Murder! Murder!" screamed another. "Oh, oh, oh!" And all was silent. The two men had fallen, and another had bent down over them, but only one of those who had rolled on the floor rose up, beside the other who had been kneeling. Both remained quite still, with nothing but the monosyllable "Hush!" uttered by either. After a pause of several minutes, the one observed in a low voice, "You have done him, Stephen." "He would have it," replied the other. "Run down and get a light, and do not let the youngster know how it has turned out." "But I'm all bloody," said the other. "He will see it in a minute. Besides, you have cut my hand to the bone." "Well, you stay, and I will go down," replied the first. "Not I," was the answer. "I'll not stay here in the dark with him." "Then go down, and do not waste more time," said the first somewhat sharply. "Tell the boy, if he asks, that the old man cut your hand while you were tying him. But, at all events, make haste." The other obeyed, and after a long and silent interval returned with the light. It flashed upon a ghastly spectacle. There on the floor, at a short distance from the bell rope, which he had been endeavouring to reach, lay the figure of the unhappy miser, in the midst of a pool of gore, which was still flowing slowly from the two deep gashes in his throat. His mouth was open, and seemed in the very act of gasping. His eyes were unclosed, and turned up, with a cold, dull, meaningless stare, and his grey hair, long, lank, and untrimmed, lay upon his ashy cheeks, dabbled with his own blood. By his side, exactly on the very spot where he had stood when the other man left him, appeared the murderer. His features could not be seen, for they were still concealed by the crape over his face, but the attitude of his head and whole person evinced that his eyes were fixed, through the black covering, upon the spot where his victim lay, now first made visible to his sight by the entrance of the light. In his hand was a long clasp knife, hanging laxly, with the point toward the ground, and a drop or two of blood had dripped from it upon the floor. The disarrayed chamber, the overturned furniture, and a small stream of blood that was winding its way amidst the inequalities of an old-fashioned floor toward the doorway where the beams had sunk a little, made up the rest of the scene, and a fearful scene it was. "Is he quite dead?" demanded the man who entered after a momentary pause. As dead as Adam, replied the other, and, as the business is done, there is no use of thinking more about it. But the very words he used might seem to imply that he had already been thinking more of what had passed than was very pleasing. Such obstinate fools will have their own way. I never intended to kill him, I am sure, but he would have it, and he is quiet enough now. The other approached, and though perhaps the less resolute ruffian of the two, he now gazed upon the corpse, and spoke of it with that degree of vulgar jocularity which is often affected to conceal more tremor and agitation than the actors in any horrid scenes may think becoming. Perhaps it was the same feelings that attempted to mask themselves in the overdone gaiety which Cromwell displayed on the trial and death of Charles Stuart. The old covey is quiet enough now, as you say, remarked the inferior ruffian, drawing near with the light. His tongue will never put you or I into the stone pitcher, Stephen. His blood may, replied the other, if we do not make haste. She said the key of the chest was always upon him. We must make you let go your hold, sir, but you grasp it as tight in death as you did in life. With some difficulty the fingers of the dead man were unclosed, and the large key of the iron safe wrenched from his grasp. The freshly stimulated thirst of plunder did away, for the moment, all feelings of remorse and awe, and the two ruffians hastened to unlock the iron door in the wall, the one wielding the key, while the other held the light, and gazed eagerly over his shoulder. The first drawer they opened caused them both to draw a long, deep breath of self-gratulation, so splendid was the sight of the golden rows of new sovereigns and old guineas it displayed. A bag was instantly produced, and the whole contents emptied in uncounted. The hand of the principal plunderer was upon the second drawer when a loud ring at the house bell startled them in their proceedings. "He will not open the door, surely," cried the one. "No, no, I told him not," answered the other, "but let us go down to make sure." Setting the light on the floor, they both glided down the stairs, and arrived just in time to prevent their comrade, whom they had left upon guard below, from making an answer, as he was imprudently about to do. The bell was again rung violently, and after a third application of the same kind some heavy blows of a stick were added. Again and again the bell was rung, and as the visitor seemed determined not to go away without effecting an entrance, the man who seemed to have led throughout the terrible work of that night put his hand slowly into his pocket, and drawing forth a pistol, laid his hand upon the lock of the door. "He will ring there till Sally comes up," observed the other in a whisper, "and then we shall be all blown." Just as the click of cocking the pistol announced that the determination of the first ruffian was taken, a receding step was heard, and calmly replacing the weapon, he said, "He's gone. Now let us back to our work. Quick, Tony." "All is very silent upstairs," said the young man who had been keeping watch in a low and anxious tone. "Oh, the old man is tied and gagged sufficiently. Do not be afraid, Wat," replied the other. "Only you keep quite quiet. If anyone comes, make no answer, but if they try to force a way in by the back door, which is on the latch, give them a shot. You have good moonlight to take aim." And mounting the stairs with the same quiet steps, he once more entered the chamber of the miser. The young man who remained below listened attentively, and though the footfalls of his two comrades were as light as they well could be, yet he heard them distinctly enter the room where they had left the candle. As their steps receded, however, and no other sound followed, he suffered the hand which held the pistol to drop heavily by his side. "They have killed the old man," he muttered. "He would never lie still like a lubber and see them pillage his chests without making some noise, if he were not dead. I thought that cold-blooded rascal would do it, if it suited his cursed utility. I wish to God I had never—" But the vain wish was interrupted by the sound of a door, gently opened below, and in a moment after the form of Sally, the miser's maid, appeared, gliding up with a sort of noiseless step, which showed her not unconscious of all that was proceeding within her master's dwelling. A low and hasty conversation now took place between her and the man upon watch, who told her his suspicions of the extent to which his companions had pushed their crime, notwithstanding a promise which they had made, it seems, to abstain from hurting their victim. Somewhat to his surprise and disgust, however, he found that though the woman was trembling in every limb, from personal agitation and fear of discovery, yet she felt little of the horror which he himself experienced when he reflected on the murder of the poor defenceless old man. She replied in a low but flippant tone that dead men tell no tales, and added that she dared to say Mr. Harding would not have done it if the old fool had not resisted. At that moment the light from above began to glimmer upon the stairs, and the two murderers soon after appeared, the one carrying a candle and the other a heavy bag, with which they at once proceeded into the little parlour where the old man had so lately sat with Mr. Beauchamp. The other two followed, and the one who had remained below immediately taxed the principal personage in the tragedy, whom we may now call Harding, with the act he had just committed. "Hush, hush!" cried Harding in a stern tone, but one the sternness of which was that of remorse. "Hush, hush, boy! I would not have done it if I could have helped it. But there," he added, putting the heavy bag upon the table, "there is enough to make your mother easy for the rest of her days." "And shall I be ever easy again for the rest of mine?" demanded the youth. "I hope so," answered his companion dryly. "But come, we must not lose time. This is too heavy for one of us to carry, and yet we have not found a quarter of what we expected. Sally, my love, called by Harding, whose character seemed to have undergone a strange change amidst the fiery, though brief, period of intense passions through which he had just passed. The softer metal had been tempered into hard steel, but when for a moment he removed the crape from his face to give himself more air, it was pale, anxious, and haggard, and had a look of sickened disgust withal, and was not in harmony with his tone. Carefully, though rapidly, he rendered the several lots as nearly equal as the mere measurement of the eye would permit, bade his comrades each take that which he liked, and contented himself with the one they left. The necessity of haste, or rather the apprehensiveness of guilt, made them all eager to abridge every proceeding, and the money being tied up, and a large sum in notes divided, they prepared to depart. "Had we better go out by the back door or the front?" demanded Harding, turning to the woman. "Oh, la, by the front to be sure," she replied. "The hind who lives in the cottage on the lea opposite might see us if we went out by the back. Nobody can see us come out in the lane, unless someone be wandering about." "We must take our chance of that," replied Harding, and putting out the light, he led the way to the door. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. "And now, my dear William," said Sir Sidney Delaware, as soon as Mr. Timms had departed, and the rolling wheels of his post-chaise were no longer heard grating down the western avenue, "and now, my dear William, lay your angry spirit. Depend upon it, that man carries with him a sufficient punishment in the disappointment he has suffered. He is one of that class of rogues for whom the old Athenians, finding no appropriate corporeal infliction, decreed the punishment of the stela, or, in other words, ordered their names and infamy to be engraved upon a pillar, and thus held them up to shame for ever." "As our law has no such just reward," replied Captain Delaware, "I should certainly have had great pleasure in writing his shame on his back with a horsewhip instead. But, of course, as you did not like it, I forbore." "No, no, my dear boy," said his father. "You would have degraded yourself, gratified him, and had to pay a large sum for a small satisfaction. But now all that is past. Explain to us the rest of the business. How happened the money to arrive so apropos, and without the accompaniment of the miser of Ribery? Was Mr. Timms senior unwilling to meet Mr. Timms junior on a business in regard to which it was evident that the lawyer both wished and anticipated a different result?" "Strange enough to say, my dear sir," replied Captain Delaware, You are asking me questions which I cannot at all answer. There is Blanche smiling," he added, "because I told her the same before I came down, and she chose to be incredulous, though she knows that there never was sailor or landsman yet so little given to romancing as I am." "But you can tell me when it was you received the money?" said Sir Sidney, in some degree of surprise. "Oh, certainly, sir," answered his son. "It was this morning, not long before Blanche came up to my room." "Why, they told me you had not been out this morning," said his father. "Neither have I, my dear sir," replied Captain Delaware. "In short, papa, he makes a mystery of the whole affair," said Blanche, "and will not say how or where he got it." "You are wrong, my dear sister," rejoined her brother. "I am perfectly willing to say how and where I got it, and in fact I told you before." "Oh, but William!" exclaimed his sister, "I saw very well that you were only jesting. You did not, I am sure, intend me to give credence to that story." "Well for you that you are not a man, my pretty Blanche," answered Captain Delaware, shaking his hand at her good-humouredly. "I will repeat the same, word for word, to my father, and if he do not believe me, I will swear to it if he likes." "Not I, William," said Sir Sidney. "Anything that you assert in so solemn a manner I will believe without any swearing, however improbable it may be." "Well then, my dear sir," replied Captain Delaware, "the fact is this. When I rose this morning, in looking about for something on my dressing-table, I found a paper parcel with my name written upon it, and on opening it saw the notes which I just now gave to that blackguard. There was no one thing in or about the parcel that could lead me to divine from whom or whence it came, but as it contained the precise sum required, and was addressed to myself, I could not doubt the purpose for which it was intended. I have a vague recollection, indeed, of seeing it lying there last night, but I was out of humour and somewhat sick at heart, and took but little notice of anything. However, it must have been there when I went to bed, for no one could have come into my room without my hearing them." "Hum," said Sir Sidney Delaware with a smile, "hum." And notwithstanding his promise of full faith in his son's account, it was evident he did not give credit to a word of it. "Well, well, William," he said, "we will not press you hard, though your grave face almost deserves that one should believe you." "On my word, sir, on my honour," reiterated Captain Delaware, "every word that I tell you is true. This is very hard indeed that I am not to be believed, even when I pledge my honour." "Nay, nay," said Sir Sidney, "if you bring your honour into the scrape, my dear boy, I suppose we must believe you. But you will not, I dare say, deny that you have some shrewd guess as how the money came there, or who sent it." "In regard to the person who sent it," answered Captain Delaware, a good deal mortified at doubts which he felt he did not deserve, "I have certainly a very strong suspicion, though I do not feel justified in naming the friend to whom my mind turns. But as to how it came there, I am fully as ignorant as yourself or Blanche." "Well, all I can say is, that the whole business is very extraordinary," replied Sir Sidney Delaware, more gravely than he had hitherto spoken. "Indeed, I know not which would seem the most strange, that such a large sum should be left in your room without your privity or knowledge, or that my son should so strongly assert, even in jest, what is not strictly true." "Sir, you are doing me an injustice," said Captain Delaware, with a burning cheek and a quivering lip, "and, as it is so, I will soon investigate, and, if possible, discover how it was that this took place." And striding across the room, he rang the bell with a degree of violence which showed the pain it cost him to brook respectfully, even from his father, the doubt that Sir Sidney's last words insinuated. Blanche gently glided across the room, and laying her hand upon his arm, raised her beautiful eyes to his with a look half imploring, half reproachful. Captain Delaware did not reply, but turned away, and walking to the window, looked out into the park till the servant appeared. "Who left a paper parcel on my dressing-table last night?" he demanded abruptly, and somewhat sharply too, as the man entered. The first reply was a stare of astonishment at the unwonted tone of one usually so mild and kindly in his whole deportment. "I am sure I do not know, sir," answered the man as soon as he had recovered. "I did not." "William, you are heated," said Sir Sidney Delaware, interrupting his son, as he was about to put another question to the servant. "I perceive now, perhaps too plainly, that the matter is not a jest, and therefore, of course, believe what you have said. The business, however, must be investigated, as we cannot lie under so great an obligation to anyone without due acknowledgment and repayment. Did you see any stranger about the house or near it during the course of yesterday evening?" he continued, turning to the servant. "No one, sir," replied the man. "That is to say, no one near the house. In the lanes at the back of the park I met Harding, Mr. Burrell's valet, loitering about with another young man toward dusk. And now I recollect the housemaid declaring that she saw some one just passing by the terrace at about 8 or 9 o'clock. "Send the housemaid here," said Sir Sidney, "and desire Mrs. Williams," the name of the old housekeeper, "and desire Mrs. Williams to come with her." The commands of Sir Sidney were immediately obeyed, and the examination of the housemaid began in form. The footman, however, had already told nearly as much as she could tell herself. When going along one of the corridors during the previous evening to shut the windows which looked out upon the western part of the park, she had seen a gentleman, she said, walking along just below the terrace toward the wood. She could not tell who he was, for she only saw him for a moment, and, as he was partly concealed by the raised terrace on which the house stood, she only caught a sight of his head and shoulders. Here ended all information. The old housekeeper had seen no one, and the housemaid declared that she neither could tell how tall the gentleman was, nor could vouchsafe any other particulars in regard to his personal appearance, except that he was a gentleman, she was sure, for he walked like a gentleman. Sir Sidney would fain have forced her into a definition of the walk of a gentleman, but the housemaid was not to be caught, and took refuge in stupidity, as usual in such cases. By the time this was over, William Delaware's heat had evaporated, and it was with a smile he asked his father, "Well, sir, who do you think our dear unknown friend is?" "Why, of course, William, I cannot say who it positively is," replied Sir Sidney, "but it would not surprise me were I to find that it was your admirable friend Burrell." "Nor I either," answered William Delaware. "What do you think, Blanche?" But Blanche was looking out of the window with a very red tip to the fair, finely turned ear that rested on the smooth glossy waves of her rich brown hair. Perhaps she did not hear the question, but certainly she did not answer it, and her brother, though he would fain have said a word or two of kind malice, could he have known how far he might venture without inflicting real pain, would not run the risk. "I wish, William," said his father, "that you would go down to Emberton and see Mr. Burrell. The circumstances of the proposed arrangement with Lord Ashborough were mentioned more than once in his presence, and if he have heard by any chance of there being a delay on the part of Mr. Timms, he may certainly have taken means to remedy that inconvenience. In fact, I know of no other person at all likely to perform such an act of liberality in this somewhat romantic manner." Blanche glided out of the room, and her father went on. "Mrs. Darlington, though a very good woman, and not without feeling, does not perform such acts as this. Otherwise, as she came out to Emberton, I hear, yesterday, to meet Dr. Wilton and another magistrate about this burning of her house, we might have supposed that she was the lender of the money. Good Dr. Wilton himself could not, I know, command so large a sum. I wish, therefore, you would go and visit Mr. Burrell, and tell him that, while we accept the loan as an obligation and appreciate his conduct as it should be appreciated, we are desirous of giving him a mortgage upon the property, which he has released from so great a burden." "I will go down almost immediately, sir," replied Captain Delaware, "but, in all the confusion of this morning, I have lost my breakfast, for it seems that the surprise and wonderment of finding the packet detained me till you and Blanche had finished." The bell was rung, breakfast was again made, and Captain Delaware proceeded somewhat quickly in the task of dispatching it, reflecting, in the intervals of a broken conversation with his father, upon all that he would have to say to Burrell, how he might best and most delicately thank him for the kindness and promptitude of the service he had rendered, how he might arrive at the facts of his situation in regard to Blanche, and whether he would be justified in communicating at once to Sir Sidney his cousin's real name, without consulting Beauchamp himself. In the meanwhile the baronet walked backward and forward, now looked out of the window, now talked with his son, feeling that degree of pleasant perturbation, that sort of long swell, which remains after some moment of peculiar agitation is happily over, and the mind is settling down slowly into a calm. Before his son had finished his breakfast, however, Sir Sidney remarked that there seemed a great many people in the park. "I suppose," he said, "the worthy lawyer has informed the good folks of the town that we are rather more than 1,000 a year richer than we were in the morning, and therefore we may now expect the respectful congratulations of all those who treated us with the greatest degree of contempt while we were poor." "I will go and kick them out, sir, directly," said Captain Delaware, "if you will allow me to finish this piece of toast." "I hope you may finish a great many, William," replied his father, "before you begin kicking at all. But there really seems something extraordinary here. There is a whole posse, and here is a chariot driving up the avenue. Dr. Wilton's, I think." Captain Delaware rose for a moment, looked out of the window, declared the carriage to be certainly Dr. Wilton's, and the personages on foot to be a set of blackguards, who had no business there, and then sat down to his breakfast again with the intention, as soon as he had concluded, of going forth and sending the gentry, who had now approached close to the house, back to the town without any very flattering expression of regard. He was just depositing his coffee-cup in the saucer when Dr. Wilton entered the room unannounced, accompanied by another magistrate, and followed by Mr. Peter Timms, with 2 or 3 other persons, whose appearance in that place greatly surprised both Sir Sidney and his son. The baronet advanced, however, and shook his reverend friend by the hand, and Captain Delaware exclaimed, laughing, "Why, my dear Dr. Wilton, I never thought to see you with such a crew, headed by such a rascally boatswain as that behind you. Why, you have got all the constables of Emberton at your back. What is the matter?" "I am sorry to say, my dear William, that I am come upon a very serious business," replied Dr. Wilton, "although, indeed, the part that regards you, both our good friend here, Mr. Egerton, and myself, look upon as quite ridiculous. Yet the matter is of so very horrible a nature that it does not admit of a jest, and this person, this gentleman, urges a charge against you so seriously and plausibly that we are forced to examine into the matter, though we doubt not that you can clear yourself at once." "The scoundrel does not pretend to say that I struck him," cried Captain Delaware, his cheek burning with anger. "I threatened indeed, and I wish I had put my threat—" "The charge is a much more serious one than that," said Dr. Wilton, interrupting him, and then turning to his brother magistrate, he said in a low tone, "Remark his demeanour. I told you it was ridiculous." "You had better, however, have the warrant executed," replied the other in the same low tone. "We can hold the examination here, and if it turn out as you expect, discharge it as soon as the business is over." "What is the matter, gentlemen?" asked Sir Sidney Delaware. "All this seems very strange. Will you be kind enough to explain?" "Captain Delaware," said Mr. Egerton, "we are here upon an unpleasant duty. You are charged by this person, who is, I am told, Mr. Timms, a lawyer of Clement's Inn, with a very serious crime. And although, from your character and station, Dr. Wilton and myself do not for a moment believe the accusation to originate in anything but error, and are willing to do all to spare your feelings, yet in pursuit of the ends of justice we are bound to act toward you as we would toward any other person in the same situation. A charge against you, then, having been made before us upon oath, we were bound to grant a warrant against you, which must now be executed. The examination, however, can as well take place here as elsewhere, and as this gentleman has declared that he is ready to go into it immediately, we will instantly proceed, not at all doubting that you can clear yourself at once." Captain Delaware had listened at first with surprise and indignation, but gradually, as the importance of the whole business became strongly impressed upon his mind, he assumed a more serious aspect, and bowing low in reply to Mr. Egerton's address, he said gravely but frankly, "Although I cannot divine what charge that person is about to bring, or rather has brought, against me, yet I thank you, sir, for the courtesy with which you are inclined to treat me, and of course surrender myself at once. Do not look so shocked, my dear father," he added, turning towards Sir Sidney. "Be assured that your son never did an act that he was ashamed to acknowledge in the face of the whole world. But I think you had better leave us, for this business seems likely to be too painful for you." "Never, never, my dear boy," replied Sir Sidney. "Never. I am a magistrate also, and should know something of these affairs. And though, of course, I cannot act in your case, I will not leave you while I have life." A tear rose in Dr. Wilton's eye, but Mr. Egerton beckoned forward the officer charged with the warrant against Captain Delaware, to whom the young gentleman surrendered immediately, merely requiring to be informed of the nature of the crime with which he was charged. I object, cried Mr. Peter Timms. "I will not have the prisoner put upon his guard." "You seem strangely ignorant of the fundamental principles of English law, sir, for a person who follows it as a profession," replied Mr. Egerton. "Captain Delaware, you are charged with the murder of a person of the name of Timms, residing at Ribery in this neighbourhood." "Good God!" exclaimed Captain Delaware, with unfeigned horror. "Then that is the reason the poor fellow did not bring the money last night." "Put down that observation, clerk," said Dr. Wilton to a young man who had followed into the room with the constables and 2 or 3 other persons. "Let us carry on the matter a little more formally, my dear sir," said Mr. Egerton. "Sir Sidney, with your permission, we will take our seats here. Clerk, place yourself there. Constable, put a chair for Captain Delaware at the bottom of the table. Stand back yourself, and keep those other persons back. Captain Delaware, it is customary to warn persons in your present situation against saying anything that may commit themselves. To you I have only to remark that your examination will of course be taken down, and may hereafter be brought against you. You will understand, however," added Dr. Wilton, "that the present investigation is merely instituted by us to ascertain whether this person can bring forward sufficient evidence in support of the accusation to oblige us to remand you for further examination." "I shall bring forward sufficient evidence to compel you to commit him," cried Mr. Timms, "however prejudiced you may be in his favour." "Do not be insolent, sir," said Mr. Egerton, "or I may find it necessary to punish you in the first instance. Your charge is already made, and we shall proceed with the examination as we judge most expedient ourselves. Remember, Captain Delaware, you are warned against committing yourself." "I have nothing to conceal, sir, and therefore have no reason to fear saying anything that is true," replied the young officer. "Pray proceed." "Well then, let me ask," said Mr. Egerton, "when and where you happened to see Mr. Timms, generally known by the name of the Miser of Ribery, for the last time?" "It was yesterday morning," replied Captain Delaware. "I met him first in the lanes leading to his own house, accompanied him home, and left him there." "Pray, did any high words pass between you and him on that occasion?" demanded the magistrate; "and if so, what was the subject of dispute? You are not compelled to answer unless you like." "I am sorry to say," said Captain Delaware, "that there were high words passed between myself and the poor old man. The cause of them was simply that he had agreed to furnish a certain sum of money to pay off an annuity which was pressing heavily upon the estate, and that he failed to perform his promise at the time agreed upon." "And to obtain which, whether he would or not, you murdered him," cried Mr. Peter Timms. Captain Delaware started up, with the fire flashing from his eyes, but instantly resumed his seat, saying, "Am I to be thus insulted, gentlemen?" "Mr. Peter Timms," said Mr. Egerton sternly, "if you again interrupt the proceedings, I will have you removed from the room. And if you are insolent," he added, seeing the other about to reply, "I shall equally know how to deal with you." The lawyer was silent, and Dr. Wilton demanded, "Will you state, Captain Delaware, whether, on your last meeting with the unhappy man, Mr. Timms, you threatened to strike him, or used any violent menaces towards him?" William Delaware reddened, but he replied at once, "Sorry I am to say, my dear sir, that I did threaten to horsewhip him, but it was upon severe provocation, from the cool insolence with which he informed me that he was not able to keep the promise he had made, the performance of which was of infinite consequence to my family." "And are you certain, Captain Delaware," demanded Mr. Egerton, "that that was the last time you ever saw this unhappy man?" "Perfectly certain," replied the young officer. and then added, after a momentary pause, "I went to his house last night in order to ascertain whether the money had arrived, but could not obtain admittance. I rang several times without effect." Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton looked at each other, and the latter then demanded, "Then pray, Captain Delaware, where did you obtain the money which you paid to Mr. Timms here present this morning?" "I suppose, sir," replied Captain Delaware with some degree of haughtiness, "that as the question is evidently intended to entangle me, I might, according to the principle you have yourself laid down, refuse to answer. But it is indeed unnecessary to do so, and if the simple truth do not clear me, I can hope for nothing else." He then circumstantially recapitulated the same story which he had that morning related to his father concerning the receipt of the money. Mr. Timms laughed scornfully, and Mr. Egerton looked to Dr. Wilton, who in return whispered something to him, which seemed to make an immediate impression. "Captain Delaware," he said, "it is fit that I should inform you that a strong case is made out against you. In the first place, there has been evidence on oath given before us, at the house of this unfortunate man, Mr. Timms, that you were heard to threaten him violently yesterday morning. Clerk, hand me the minute of Farmer Ritson's evidence. Yes, those are the words. In the next place, you were seen going toward his house last night after sunset, and 2 or 3 other persons unknown were observed proceeding in the same direction. About that period the deceased was evidently still alive, as his servant, it appears, was sent to Emberton for bill stamps, the written description of which is before us in his own hand. The man has been found murdered in the very room where he kept his money, as if he had been killed in the act of taking out certain sums from his iron chest. The body of the woman has not been discovered, but a long track of blood down the stairs has pointed the direction in which it was carried, and doubtless it will be found ere long." Captain Delaware had listened attentively, but not without impatience, for perfect innocence made him feel the charge utterly absurd, and at length he broke forth. "And do you, sir," he exclaimed, "call it a strong case that I was heard to threaten an old knavish miser with a horsewhipping, and was seen somewhere in the neighbourhood of his house on the night that he was killed, without any other evidence whatever?" "Not without any other evidence whatever, Captain Delaware," replied Mr. Egerton, somewhat sharply, "but on a train of circumstantial evidence, sir, very painful for us to contemplate. You mistake the matter, Captain Delaware," he added in a more kindly tone. "Your previous high character induces us to put the most liberal construction upon everything, and to extend to your case the most calm, nay, the most friendly, consideration that justice will admit, before we even remand you to await the result of the coroner's inquest. Besides the circumstances I have stated, you must remember that you yourself acknowledge that, up to a later hour last night, you were not possessed of the sum required. By 9:30 this morning that sum is in your possession. One of the notes before me bears the mark of a forefinger stained with blood, and in the bedroom of the deceased a paper has been found, dated yesterday morning, in which the dates and numbers of some of the notes paid by you this morning are marked as having been received by post that day. Your account of the manner in which the money came into your hands is somewhat extraordinary, nay, so much so as to be highly improbable, and I fear that unless you can in some way explain these circumstances, we shall be bound to commit you at once." Sir Sidney Delaware hid his face in his handkerchief and wept. Mr. Timms rubbed his hands with a degree of glee, not at all diminished by the loss of his uncle, and Captain Delaware gazed upon the 2 magistrates, stupefied at finding himself suddenly placed in circumstances so suspicious. There was innocence, however, in the whole expression of his countenance, in the surprise, in the horror, in the bewilderment it betrayed, and Mr. Egerton, who was a shrewd and observing, without being an unfeeling man, saw that such conduct could not be affected, and believed that it could only proceed from a heart devoid of guilt. "Bethink yourself, my dear sir," he said after a short pause, during which he awaited in vain Captain Delaware's answer. "However improbable, I will not believe anything that you have said to be untrue." "If you did, sir, I could pardon you," replied the young officer with a glowing cheek. "For long ere you appeared, I could scarcely prevail upon my own family to believe the tale. How much more, then, might it be doubted by a person who is nearly a stranger to me?" "Well, but my dear sir," said Mr. Egerton, more convinced of the prisoner's innocence by this outbreak of feeling than he had been before, "can you not account for the fact of the money being so placed in your bedroom?" Captain Delaware related what had passed in the morning, and the servants being called, recapitulated their tale, the footman declaring that he had seen no one but Mr. Burrell's man, Harding, in the lanes at the back of the park, and the housemaid swearing that she had seen a stranger on the terrace just after nightfall. Dr. Wilton, at the first sound of Burrell's name, sent off a messenger to his lodging at Emberton, with orders to bring up the landlady, with Harding, and the groom, if the two latter were still there, and in the meanwhile Mr. Egerton continued the examination, evidently more with a view of giving the prisoner every chance of explaining the suspicious circumstances than with a wish to find him guilty. "Now, Captain Delaware," he said, "I am about to put a question to you, which the circumstances, I believe, fully justify. Do you, or do you not, know anyone who was likely to perform so extraordinary and, I must say, foolish an act as that of placing so large a sum in your chamber without giving you any notice of his doing so? I say, have you any suspicion as to who was the person who did so?" "I certainly have, sir," replied William Delaware, "and he was not a man to do a foolish act. Circumstances unknown to you, sir, might induce him to do so, in the present instance, what he would not have done upon any other motives." "And pray, sir, who may that be?" demanded the magistrate. Captain Delaware paused, but replied after an instant's thought, "My present situation, of course, compels me to be more explicit upon such a subject than I otherwise should be. The person I suspect of having placed the money in my room is a gentleman who has lately been residing at Emberton under the name of Burrell, but who may now be named as my cousin, Henry Beauchamp." Sir Sidney Delaware started up off his chair, but immediately resumed his seat again, and another look of intelligence passed between Mr. Egerton and Dr. Wilton. "I appeal to Dr. Wilton," added Captain Delaware, "if such a thing be not probable." "Most probable in his case," replied Dr. Wilton. "Indeed, more than probable." "Pray, sir, are you now acting as a magistrate or as a witness?" demanded Mr. Timms. "If the latter, I would ask you whether Mr. Beauchamp did not pass the day at your house yesterday, which I hear in the village that he did, beyond all doubt." "Then you have heard, sir, what was not the case," replied Dr. Wilton. "Pray, at what hour did he leave your house, sir?" demanded Mr. Timms, taking care to preserve so respectful a tone as to afford no excuse for refusing an answer to his question. "I should not hold myself bound to reply to you, sir," said the clergyman, "but a sense of justice must of course supersede every other consideration, whether indignation at impudence or contempt for low cunning, and therefore I reply that he left my house, I should suppose, about 3 o'clock." "I will presume to ask one question more, if I am permitted," said the unruffled Mr. Peter Timms, bowing to Mr. Egerton, who was evidently listening with interest. "At Mr. Beauchamp's departure, Dr. Wilton, did he tell you whither he was about to turn his steps?" Dr. Wilton fidgeted on his seat, but truth was paramount, and he answered, "He certainly implied that he was going to London." "Did he take the road which leads in that direction?" asked Mr. Timms. "He did," replied the clergyman, and the interrogatory dropped by a low bow on the part of the lawyer to both the magistrates. The examination now paused for several minutes, till good Mrs. Wilson, who had been Beauchamp's landlady at Emberton, was brought into the room. Although the questions which were asked her were few and of the simplest kind, the poor woman gave her evidence in such as wild and confused a manner as if she had been charged with the murder herself. The result, however, was that she swore Mr. Burrell had left her house early in the forenoon of the preceding day, as she understood, for London, that his groom, with the greater part of his luggage, had gone by the coach that very morning, and that his gentleman, Mr. Harding, had followed his master the night before. She could not say exactly at what hour, but swore that it was between 8 and 10. The evidence was all that could be adduced at the time, and Mr. Timms, upon the strength of the case he had made out, resumed a degree of his former insolence, and demanded loudly that Captain Delaware should be committed. A long conversation, which was carried on in so low a tone as to be inaudible to any one but the two magistrates and the clerk, then ensued between Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton, the latter of whom at length said, to the surprise even of Captain Delaware himself, "I do not think, Mr. Timms, that, all things considered, we should be justified in committing the prisoner till after the coroner's jury have sat upon the body. We have determined, sir, to remand him." Mr. Timms stormed and raved, slapped the table with all the unction of forensic eloquence, and demanded where the magistrates intended to confine the prisoner in the meantime. There was no place of security nearer than the county town, except the cage at Emberton, and he doubted not, he added with a sneer, that the friendship which the worthy magistrates entertained for the prisoner would prevent him from occupying that lodging. "Our sense of decency and humanity will do so at least," replied Mr. Egerton coolly. "In a word, sir, we do not think that there is sufficient direct evidence before us to commit the accused till the coroner's inquest has sat. The coroner has been already sent for, and the inquest can be held immediately. The jury may themselves like to examine the prisoner, and therefore it will be useless to send him to the county town. In order to spare his feelings as much as possible, which of course we wish to do, we have determined, if two of our most active constables can find a room in this house which they judge undoubtedly secure, to leave him here under their custody. If not, he must be removed to Emberton, and placed in the justice room, though the security of it is doubtful." In vain the lawyer argued. The justices were determined, and the officers, after spending some time in examining the house, returned, declaring that no room in a prison could be more secure than the prisoner's own bedroom, which was so high above the terrace that no escape could be effected from the window, and which had but one door opening into an anteroom, where they could keep watch. Mr. Timms himself was permitted to examine the room, and could not but acknowledge that he was satisfied. The constables received every injunction to be cautious, and Captain Delaware, having been asked whether he had anything further to say, replied that he had not. "Then you may remove the prisoner," said Mr. Egerton. Sir Sidney Delaware staggered up and caught him in his arms. Captain Delaware pressed his father for a moment to his heart, and saying in a low but firm voice, "Do not be afraid. I am as innocent as a child of the charge they bring against me," tore himself away and quitted the room. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. While the examination had been proceeding in the little breakfast parlour, the ear of Captain Delaware had been more than once struck by a number of voices speaking in the library, from which it opened, and as he was conducted through that apartment, the first sight that presented itself was his sister, Blanche, bathed in tears. She had been prevented from entering the room in which the magistrates sat, but the moment she beheld her brother she sprang forward and threw herself into his arms, clinging to his bosom in an agony of distress and tenderness. Captain Delaware kissed her cheek and bade her be comforted, assuring her that the charge against him was not only false, but perfectly absurd, and that a few hours would set him at liberty again. "Oh, no, no, no," cried Blanche. "I see it all, William. It is all part of a plot to ruin us, and they will never be satisfied till we are crushed and disgraced. That Lord Ashborough and his lawyer will work their designs by some means, be assured." At that moment Dr. Wilton advanced from the inner room and withdrew Blanche from the arms of her brother, bidding her take heart, and whispering that he had already sent off a messenger for Mr. Beauchamp, whose presence, he doubted not, would clear up the whole story. Blanche shook her head mournfully and covered her eyes with her hands, while her brother was led away to his own room. The door was locked on the outside, and the constables, placing themselves in the anteroom, cut off all communication between the young officer and his family, who remained desolate and anxious amid the scenes which had lately been so full of calm, happiness, and enjoyment. In the meanwhile Captain Delaware seated himself at the table in his own room, and endeavoured to bend the whole powers of his mind to the investigation of his own situation in all its bearings. While either in the actual presence of the magistrates, or under the eyes of his own family, he had felt it necessary to repel every thought of real danger, and not to yield one step to apprehension. But now he saw that it was indispensable to look at his situation in the worst point of view, and to admit the utmost extent of the peril in which he stood. He was innocent. That was one great source of confidence and expectation, for he believed, and felt sure, that an innocent man had very seldom suffered. But still such things had occasionally taken place, beyond all doubt, and it behoved him to consider whether his own might not be one of those cases in which such an event was likely. As he looked at the evidence against himself, he could not but acknowledge that, as it stood at the present moment, there was a strong presumption of his guilt. He had been seen to threaten the murdered man in the morning. He had been seen in the neighbourhood of his house on the night the murder was committed. He had been known and acknowledged want of the money up to that hour, and then he had suddenly obtained possession of it in a manner of which he could give no probable account. Several of the notes had been certainly in possession of the murdered man a few hours before the crime was committed on his person, and one of them, he had himself remarked while paying it to the lawyer, appeared stained with blood. Were I upon a jury, he thought, what verdict would I return? Guilty, undoubtedly, unless some clear explanation of such suspicious circumstances could be given and substantiated. Now let me consider what I have to give, and how it can be proved. I have nothing but the bare supposition that the money was placed in my room by Henry Beauchamp, or by his servant, and although that surmise may be equal to a certainty in my own mind, it is likely to have little weight with others. Dr. Wilton, too, admits that he set out for London about 3 o'clock, when the money assuredly was not there. Can I be mistaken in supposing it to have been him? Can Blanche's suspicion be correct, that this is a part of a plan to ruin my father and his family for ever? As these ideas crossed William Delaware's mind, he shuddered with mingled feelings of horror at the thought of such guilt, and apprehension for the consequences to himself. But at the same time, as he suffered his mind to rest upon the suspicion, it acquired a degree of probability that he was not inclined to assign to it at first. He recalled the conduct which Lord Ashborough had pursued toward his father through life, the vindictive malice he had displayed during the 2 or 3 years that elapsed after their first quarrel as young men, the cold, grinding exactions, not unmingled with scorn, with which he had kept him through life at fortune's lowest ebb, the rude harshness with which he had repelled his first proposal for redeeming the annuity, then the sudden change in his manners, the facility with which he agreed to that which he had so peremptorily declined, the business of the bills, the delay of the payment, and the fact of the lawyer having come down prepared with a writ against his father, before he could have known, except by collusion with the miser, whether the money would be paid or not. All these facts passed before his remembrance, and with that rapidity of conclusion which was one of his greatest weaknesses, he instantly became convinced that Lord Ashborough and his adviser would halt at no step which might crush his father and his father's house, and the present charge originated in such motives, and that it would be supported against him by every artful device that hatred could frame, or wealth and skill could carry through. He did not, it is true, suppose that the unhappy man at Ribery had been murdered with a view to the charge against him, but he did believe that the murder had been seized upon as an incident to render the crime more heinous, and, however it occurred that the two facts leaped so well together, he concluded that the money had been placed in his room for the express purpose of betraying himself and his family by bringing against him some accusation, the very suspicion of which would ruin him in his profession, degrade him from his station in society, and sink his father beneath a load of shame and despair. He thought over it again and again, and whenever the improbabilities, which were not thinly mingled with the composition of his suspicions, came across his mind, and made him begin to doubt if he were right, he set against them, on the other hand, all the reasons that existed for believing that the money could not have been left by Beauchamp, and called to mind also the words of his sister. How could such a suspicion enter her mind, he asked himself, unless she had discovered something to make her believe that Lord Ashborough and his lawyer were bent upon her family's ruin. And as he thus thought, he would have given worlds for a few minutes' conversation with Blanche, longing for it, of course, the more eagerly on account of its impossibility. Whichever way he turned, there were improbabilities to be encountered, and for long he vacillated between the opinion that Beauchamp had left the money in his chamber and the suspicion that it had been placed there by some of the agents of Lord Ashborough, in order that a charge of robbery, embezzlement, or something equally criminal and degrading, might be raised upon the fact. Now the one predominated, now the other, and his mind continued tossed between the two, like a ship rolling in the long swell that follows a severe storm. At length he determined to write down all the causes of suspicion he had against the lawyer, Peter Timms, in order to lay them clearly and substantially before the magistrates or the coroner, that his own established reputation and high character might be supported by strong proofs of animosity and vindictive feeling on the part of the accuser. Materials for writing were luckily to be found in his chamber, and he proceeded to place on paper the history of the whole transaction with Lord Ashborough up to the payment of the bill that morning. But the effect upon his own mind was fully as great as that which he intended to produce upon others, and before he had concluded the paper, he was morally convinced that by the instigation of Lord Ashborough's agent, and by his instigation alone, the money had been left in his room. He laid down the pen to combine in thought this certainty with the presumptions of guilt already brought forward against him, and as he perceived how much might be made of the evidence already collected, how little opportunity the law allowed him for gathering the means of rebutting the accusation, and what a facility unbounded wealth, great influence, and freedom from all restraint gave to his enemy, he clasped his hands and gave himself up to despair. Beauchamp will of course be sent for, he thought, and when he comes, it only remains for him to declare that he had nothing to do with the transaction, and my condemnation takes place, of course. Good God, a commander in His Majesty's navy to die like a common felon, my name and my family to be branded with infamy for ever, my father to expire of shame within the year, and my poor Blanche, if she survive, to be pointed at for life as the sister of the murderer, William Delaware. Ay, he thought, more bitterly still, and Beauchamp will thank his good stars which kept him from such an alliance, and Maria Beauchamp may perhaps blush when she remembers that the murderer was her cousin. But time, he cried, starting up, time will do me justice and clear my name, and then she may weep to think how I was wronged, and how she believed it. After walking up and down the room for some time in a state of mind which it would be difficult to describe, he took down a book and endeavoured to read, but in vain. He then strove to amuse his mind by looking out of the window, which commanded an extensive view over the wilder part of the park at the back of the house, and thence to the rich country beyond Ribery, and the high downs which crowned the cliffs above the sea. All the scene was bright and clear, and there was a beautiful air of freshness and liberty in the whole. The very clouds, as they skimmed over the sky and raced their dark shadows along the lee, spoke of light freedom, and no one would have enjoyed it more than William Delaware at any other moment. But everything that is sweet requires the heart to be in tune. The pitch of all his feelings was many a tone too low. The fairer was the scene, the greater was the discord it produced with the thoughts of the prisoner, and the whole was like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh. Time, he still thought, time will clear my fame and do me justice, and in the meanwhile, doubtless, I shall die condemned. Still, it is hard enough to feel that one is innocent, and yet to bear the shame and the punishment of the guilty. I wish to heaven I could speak with Blanche. Approaching the door, he knocked somewhat sharply, exclaiming, "Mr. Thompson, I much wish that I could speak with my sister for a few minutes. Can you not grant me such a liberty?" "Quite impossible, Captain," replied the chief constable. "I wish to heaven I dared. I am sure you know that I would do anything I could to help you. But this, you see, is no ordinary job, and though I know well enough you are innocent, yet that fellow Timms threatened us so, we dare not for our lives." "Well, I cannot help it then," answered the prisoner with a sigh. "Do you know whether the coroner is arrived yet?" "Not yet, sir," answered the constable, still speaking through the door. "The jury is summoned for 5 o'clock, I hear." Captain Delaware looked at his watch. It was just 3, and for the long hours that succeeded he continued in the same frame of mind, torturing himself with all those dreamy miseries that an imaginative and impatient heart calls up constantly to aggravate all the ills of misfortune or disappointment. There is no such terrible tamer of the spirit as solitary confinement, and ere nightfall the whole hopes and expectations of William Delaware were completely sunk, and the state of his mind was pure despair. His dinner, which had been brought in by one of the constables at 5, remained untouched, and he listened to every sound, expecting each moment to be called before the coroner, but no summons came. At length, just as night was approaching, he heard a considerable sound of voices in the anteroom, and starting up he prepared to go along with the messenger, who, he doubted not, had been dispatched for him. But the sound subsided, and in a minute after the constable again entered the room. "You had better take something, really, Captain," said the man kindly, eyeing the untasted dinner. "There is no use, you know, sir, of letting your heart get down that way." "I have been expecting to be sent for every minute," replied the prisoner, "and I cannot eat in such a state of anxiety." "You will not be sent for to-night, Captain," replied the constable. "Has the coroner sat, then?" demanded Captain Delaware. "Aye, sir," was the answer. "And what is the verdict?" cried the accused, fixing his eyes eagerly upon the officer's face. "Wilful murder, sir," answered the constable, shaking his head. "Against me?" exclaimed the prisoner. "Even so," replied the officer sadly, "even so." Captain Delaware fell back into his chair and clasped his hands over his eyes, while the man went on trying to comfort him. "That is nothing, you know, sir, nothing at all," he said. "You have had no time, you know, to prove your innocence. You have had no trial yet. Lord bless you, sir, nobody in the town believes you guilty. They all know you too well, and when it comes to the trial, all will go right, depend upon it. Even the coroner, they tell me, said the case was so doubtful a one that he would not have you removed to-night. But you had better take something, really." Captain Delaware signified that it was impossible, and the man, telling him that he would bring him a light in a short time, left him to himself. His thoughts and feelings may perhaps be conceived, but cannot be written. Had there lingered a ray of hope in his mind before this announcement reached him, it would now have vanished. But amidst the agonized feelings which possessed him, if there was one sensation more painful than the rest, it was produced by the thought that on the morrow he was to be hurried away to the common jail, there beyond doubt, as he now thought, to await an unjust sentence and an ignominious death. His ideas were still in the same state of confused bewilderment when the constable returned with a light, and setting it down on the table, he said, "Captain, there's your good old housekeeper, Mrs. Williams, takes on terribly because you will not eat, and she's so pressing to speak with you through the door, to see if she cannot get you to take something, that I have promised her she shall, while the other officer is down at his supper. So do take something, if it be but to please the old lady." "Well, well, I will speak to her when she comes," answered Captain Delaware in the same desponding tone, and Mr. Thompson withdrew. In about 5 minutes after, he heard the step of the other constable depart, and ere long there was a gentle tap at his door. "Come in," was the first reply, but instantly remembering his situation, he approached the door and demanded, "Who is there?" "It is I, Master William," answered the voice of the old housekeeper. Oh dear, to think of their accusing you of killing a man, you that were always as gentle as a lamb." "Do not speak so loud, Mrs. Williams," said the voice of the friendly constable. "I do not want the other man to hear you. He is a stranger in the place, and of course cannot feel for the old family as I can." "Well, well, Mr. Thompson," answered the old lady, "I will speak low. You see that he does not come upstairs. Oh dear, Master William," she proceeded, "good Mr. Thompson here says you eat nothing at all. Pray do eat something." "I cannot indeed, Mrs. Williams," replied the prisoner, "but I shall be better to-morrow, and then I will. It is the first shock, you know, that is the worst. It will wear off in a day or two." As he spoke there was a slight noise as of the key turning round in the lock, which was instantly caught by the quick ears of the constable. "You must not try to go in now, Mrs. Williams," he said. "It is against my strict orders." "I am not trying to go in," she replied somewhat crossly. "You would soon pull me out again if I did. It was only my cap caught against the key, as I was just stooping down to ask if he would have the soup. Master William," she continued, again addressing the prisoner, "are you there? For I must not speak loud," he says. "I have such a nice basin of soup for you. If I could but get you to take it." William Delaware remarked again a slight noise at the keyhole, and thought that the good old lady laid a peculiar emphasis on the word, take it. He replied, however, "Indeed, Mary, I cannot take anything tonight." "Pray do," she said, "pray do. It's the best thing for you by far. Will you really not take it, Master William?" As she spoke, he perceived the end of a small piece of paper protruded gradually through the keyhole, and it became evident that the good old housekeeper, standing between the officer and the door, had contrived, without being detected, to insinuate through the aperture some written information from Captain Delaware's family. The prisoner instantly took a step forward, and laying hold of the little roll, drew it completely through, saying aloud, "Well, well, I will take it then." "Ah, that is right," cried the voice of the good old lady, joyfully. "There is a good boy. Do always what you are bid. I will send the soup up as soon as ever it is warm." "Do so, and thank you," replied the prisoner. "Tell Blanche and my father," he added, "that, as I am innocent, I doubt not my innocence will soon appear, and bid them be of good heart." The old lady bade God bless him, and went away, and as soon as he had heard the constable seat himself again in the ante-room, he opened the paper he had received and read the contents. It began in the handwriting of the old housekeeper, and had probably been written in the first instance without consultation with anyone else, but below there appeared a few lines from his father, which had evidently been added afterward. It began, "Master William, do get away as fast as you can. Don't stop, for God's sake, to let those wicked people have their will. Remember the trap-door under your bed, where you used to play at hide-and-seek when you were little. Master ordered it to be fastened up long ago, but I had only one nail put in, for what was the use, you know? You can easy get the nail out, I am sure, and there shall be a horse waiting for you at the back park gate at 12 o'clock to-night, and money and all to take you to foreign parts, till the conspiracy Miss Blanche says is against you can be proved upon them. So do now, for the love of heaven." Beneath this epistle his father had written in a hasty and tremulous hand, "I sincerely think the above is the best plan you can follow. There is evidently a conspiracy against us, and as you have been selected for the victim, it is better for you to make your escape while you can, than remain and risk all that malice, wealth, art, and villainy can do against you. Take the road to Blank, where there are always foreign vessels lying. Write to us when you are safe, under cover to Mr. Blank, the trustee of your poor mother's little property. Fare you well, my dear boy, and God bless you. S.D." A new struggle now arose in the breast of the prisoner. The idea of flight had never suggested itself to his mind before, and though he had in truth lost all hope that his own innocence would prove his safety in the present instance, still the thought of giving additional weight to the charge against himself by absconding was painful. Yet his father advised it, and it was more than probable that Sir Sidney had better means of knowing the peculiar dangers of his situation than he had himself. Aware of his own innocence, he felt no doubt that, sooner or later, he should be able to establish it beyond all question, if time were but allowed him. All he had to fear was, that by the rapidity with which such transactions are sometimes carried through, he might be condemned, and even executed, before some of those circumstances which time is sure eventually to disclose could be discovered to prove him guiltless, and to fix their villainy upon his accusers. It is wonderful how well the human mind reasons upon its own side of the question, when on the one hand is the prospect of an ignominious death, with but the remote hope of our innocence working a miracle in our favour, and on the other are presented the ready means of escape. Every one knows too well that the law is not one of those lions that invariably lie down at the feet of virtue, and that, had poor Una, with such suspicions against her, met in the desert a law lion instead of a real one, the beast would infallibly have torn her in pieces. All this Captain Delaware knew. He had lost hope that his innocence would serve him. He was strongly urged by those who had the best opportunity of judging his real situation. The means of escape were at hand, and he determined to make use of them. Although he had been treated hitherto with great lenity, he knew not how soon an order for searching him might come, and therefore he took means immediately to destroy the paper he had received. This was scarcely accomplished when the constable again appeared with the soup, and as the door opened and shut, he saw lying on the floor of the anteroom a set of fetters. They were evidently not intended to be put upon his limbs that night, as the officer made no allusion to them. But had his intention of escaping even wavered, the sight of those badges of ignominy would have determined him from that moment. "I shall leave you the candle, Captain," said the man, "though I believe it is out of rule, and I have a notion that, all things considered, one of us ought to sleep in the room with you. But as that would not be agreeable to you, I'm sure, we must get the old housekeeper to make us a shakedown in the outer room." "I shall not forget your civility, Thompson," said Captain Delaware, "and as you are quite sure that it is not in my nature to commit such a crime as that with which these fellows charge me, so you may be sure that I shall some time have the means of thanking you better, when I have proved my innocence." "I trust you may, Captain. I am sure you may," replied the man heartily, and wishing him good night, he left him. His resolution being now taken, the means of putting it into execution became the next question. He looked round the room and examined carefully every closet and drawer, in the hopes of finding some implement wherewith to extract the nail that fastened the trap-door to which the letter referred, and which he well remembered having passed through as a boy 1,000 times ere he went to sea. But his room had been thoroughly searched before he had been confined in it, and neither knife nor gun-screw nor tool of any kind was to be found. "Perhaps I can get it out with my hands," he thought, and, kneeling by his bed, he soon discovered the 3 boards in the dark oak flooring that were contrived to play upon a hinge, and thus formed a trap-door. It was close by the bedside, and opening back against the edge of the bedstead would have given him exit at once, if he could have found anything with which to extract the nail, or rather nails, for notwithstanding Mrs. Williams's assertion, there was apparently one in each of the boards. He gazed upon them for a moment in silence, thinking over every article of furniture that the room contained, in the hope of turning some one to the use he desired. But it was in vain, and at length, taking $1 from his purse, he slipped it partly between the boards, merely to see whether they were or were not strongly fastened down. To his great surprise, they moved up easily by the effort he made, as far as the crown piece could be brought to act as a lever. He immediately applied his hand to keep them in that position, and then, slipping the silver a little farther down, raised them still higher. Another effort enabled him to interpose his fingers between the trap-door and the flooring, and it became evident at once, on closer examination, that the single nail which had in reality fastened it down had been lately pushed out, in all probability from below. The hole, which it had left in the beam, was still fresh, and Captain Delaware now perceived that what he had taken for 2 other nails were in fact merely nail-heads, driven in to make the several boards resemble each other. Gently replacing the trap-door, he returned to the table and sat down to indite a clear statement of the reasons which induced him to effect his escape, without awaiting the event of his trial. Into this he wove the notes he had before written concerning the previous conduct of his accuser, and he boldly declared that he looked upon Lord Ashborough as the instigator, and the lawyer as the agent, in the premeditated scheme to destroy his family. To bear upon this point he brought all the circumstances within his knowledge, and all the arguments he could make use of, and after vowing his conviction that nothing but time would establish his innocence, he folded the paper and addressed it to Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton. Before this was concluded it was near 11 o'clock, and the only light that was allowed him was beginning to burn low. In order, therefore, to take advantage of it while it lasted, he approached the trap and was about to raise it, when it suddenly occurred to him that, In the letter he had just written it might seem that he had shifted his ground of defence, since he had avowed in the morning that he believed Henry Beauchamp to have placed the money in his chamber, and turning back to the table he sat down to explain that circumstance, and to desire that Beauchamp be called upon to state whether he had done so or not. Luckily, as it happened, he did so, for the moment after, with scarcely any noise, the door of his room opened, and the head of the other constable, who was a stranger in the town, appeared, looking in as if from some excited suspicion. "Oh, good night, Captain," he said. "I did not know whether you were asleep." "Not yet," replied Captain Delaware calmly, "but, as you are not asleep either, I wish you would get me another light and some sealing wax, as I want this letter to go early to-morrow to the magistrates." "It's no use, Captain, I am afraid," replied the constable. "Howsomedever it shall go, but the boy as takes it must be paid, you know." "There is half a sovereign to pay him with," replied the prisoner. "Keep the rest for your own trouble, and get me another light and some sealing wax." "Why, every one is abed but me, and I was just a-going," replied the man. "But I will see." So saying, he departed, but returned in a few minutes with another light and a stick of sealing wax, and finding the prisoner still writing, he left him, telling him that he was just going to bed, but if he would push the letter under the door, it should be sent the first thing next morning. Captain Delaware gladly saw him depart, and ere he had concluded and sealed his letter, heard unequivocal signs of one at least of his jailers having fallen into a sound sleep. He listened anxiously again and again, but all was silent in the house except the dull, hard breathing of the constables in the ante-room. It was now 11:30, and the hour at which the horse was to be at the back park gate was so near that it became necessary to execute his design with promptitude. Yet there was something painful in it altogether, which made him linger a moment or two in his father's house, calling up its host of memories, and evoking from the dim night of time the sweet and mournful spirit of the past. He felt, however, that it was all in vain, that such thoughts but served to weaken him, and taking up the light, he approached his bedside, and once more raised the trap-door. The little ladder stood ready just as it used to stand in the days of his childhood, and descending slowly, step by step, holding the light in one hand and supporting the trap-door in the other, he reached the last step but 2 or 3, and then suffered the door to close over his head. The narrow cavity in which he now was filled the centre of one of those internal buttresses, if I may use the term, into the masonry of which one of the back staircases of the old mansion was joisted. It was about 6 feet square in the inside, and at the first floor beneath his own afforded a sort of landing-place on which the ladder rested. Thence, again, a more solid stair of stone wound down to a sort of vault under the terrace, in which was placed the great draw-well that supplied the house with the water principally used by the family. When the trap-door was closed, William Delaware, who was descending backward, turned to look how many steps intervened between his feet and the ground, when to his surprise he found that the last step but one of the ladder, old and rotted by the damp, was broken through the middle, and offered, in the fresh yellow surface of the fracture, incontestable proofs that the way had been trod very lately by some other foot than his own. Over the floor of the landing-place, too, which that thriftless housewife, Neglect, had left covered with a thick coat of dust, might be traced 3 distinct steps from the mouth of the staircase, and the young fugitive at once saw that the way which had served to introduce the money into his chamber was now before him. That being the case, he felt that if his suspicions in regard to Mr. Timms were true, the outlet might and would probably be watched, and consequently he determined to examine the whole ground cautiously before he attempted to go out into the park. Down the stairs, which were likewise covered with dust, he could trace the same alternate step coming up and going down again, but no other footmarks were to be seen, and it was evident that but one person had passed that way for years. The doors, however, which at different parts of the descent had been placed to guard that means of entrance, were now wide open, and descending to the vault or cellar in which the well was placed, William Delaware put out the light behind a pile of old bottles that nearly covered the foot of the stairs, and then cautiously approached the door, underneath which a narrow line of pale moonlight was visible. The door was sometimes padlocked, and it seemed so closely fastened that the young sailor's heart began to fail him as he approached, but carelessness, or the good old housekeeper, had left no obstacles there, and as he drew it slowly toward him, it yielded to his hand without a sound, exposing to his sight once more all the fine wild park scenery at the back of the mansion, lighted up by as glorious a moon as ever looked out through the blue sky upon the fair face of the earth. For full 5 minutes he paused and turned his eyes in every direction, but nothing was to be seen which could cause him the slightest apprehension, and throwing the door wider open, he considered which would be the nearest and best covered way toward the gate at which the horse was to be stationed. At the western angle of the park, a sweep of old trees came within 100 yards of the house, and thence a path wandered in among some large hawthorns and 2 or 3 splendid larches, leading down toward the glen in which the Prior's Well was situated. The gate which he wished to reach, indeed, lay somewhat to the east, but in order to proceed straight thither, he would have been obliged to cross a wide open piece of grassy ground, on which the moon was shedding a light nearly as clear as that of day, and which was commanded by every window in that side of the building. Gliding along then under the terrace and bending so that his head might not appear above it, he reached the opposite angle of the building, one of the old octagon towers of which threw out a long shadow, that fell upon the nearest trees and mingled with the obscurity beneath them. Following this dark track, William Delaware walked quickly on, gained the shelter of the wood, and then, threading the well-known paths with a light step, reached the dim glen, which he had trod so lately with Burrell and his sister, and only paused, with the burning thirst of intense agitation, beside the old fountain, where, in the braggadocio spirit of a heart at ease, he had dared them to drink the icy waters of indifference. "I may drink now myself, indeed," he thought, as he filled the iron cup, but still he paused in raising it to his lips, gave his heart one moment to dream, conjured up as idle a hope as ever crossed the mind of man, and then tossed the cup back again into the well. And I should like to know, if all the human race were brought one by one to the side of a fountain of such virtues as that, without a mortal eye to look on, and arm their vanity against their affections, if there would be one being found in the world so hapless, so hopeless, so without one sweet drop of feeling or of fancy, so destitute of life's ties and the heart's yearnings, as to raise the chilly waters irrevocably to their lips. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. It is impossible to describe the joy and satisfaction with which the excellent people at Emberton had heard that Mr. Timms, the old miser at Rybury, had been murdered. I do not, of course, mean to say that everyone in the whole town had those enlarged and general views which made them take in at once all the infinite advantages, both moral and physical, which that event was likely to afford them. Some, indeed, only calculated on the overflowing and inexhaustible source of bustle, excitement, surmise, and gossip, which was thus opened to them. Some fixed their thoughts upon the renown that Emberton would acquire throughout the world, as the place where the dreadful murder was committed, and others calculated upon wealth and emolument from the number of visitors that it would bring to see the place. But only a few, of more vast and comprehensive minds, saw all these particulars in one general view, and rubbed their hands in great anticipations as, sharing in the sweet excitement of the moment, they talked over the murder with their neighbours, and added many bright touches from their own fancy to ornament the bloody deed. The first news of the event that reached Emberton had been conveyed by Farmer Ritson's hind, who supplied the old miser with his quotidian pennyworth of milk, and who had discovered the deed on applying in vain for admission. He alarmed his master, whose house was half a mile distant, and the good farmer instantly sent the intelligence to Emberton. The messenger's arrival took place just 5 minutes after Mr. Timms, junior, had driven through the town on his way to the mansion at the park, and as both Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton, the nearest magistrates, had passed the preceding evening and night at Emberton, inquiring into some suspicious circumstances connected with the burning of Mrs. Darlington's house, they were instantly called from their breakfast, and proceeded to examine into this fresh crime, which was destined to illustrate the annals of the neighbourhood. They found the house at Ribery already surrounded by a number of people, and from among them various persons stepped forward to offer some little item of testimony. But an unexpected visitor soon appeared in the person of the lawyer, who, on leaving the park, in not the most placable humour, ordered the postboy to drive to his uncle's house, and arrived just as the magistrates were about to leave the premises. No sooner did he hear of the event than he determined, if possible, to involve the family of Sir Sidney Delaware in the consequences, and entered into an examination of the circumstances which soon not only furnished him with the means of doing so, but also really convinced him that Captain Delaware was guilty of the crime that he proposed to impute to him. He at once laid his charge and related the circumstances of his late transaction with Sir Sidney Delaware's family, in his own particular way. He would fain, indeed, have involved the father too in the accusation he brought against the son, but his own clerk, the sheriff's officer, distinctly stated before the magistrates that it had been evident throughout that Sir Sidney had not been aware, on their first arrival, that his son was in possession of the money necessary to pay the debt, and for fear of spoiling a very hopeful case against Captain Delaware, the lawyer was obliged to abandon all charge against the baronet. If the news of the murder alone had so soothed and gratified each of those mixed feelings, the love of the marvellous, the passion for talking, and the general dislike to our fellow creatures, which all, combined with, or rather as it were embedded in, a soft stratum of vanity, enter into the spirit of gossiping, how much more were the good folks of Emberton delighted and stimulated when they heard the charge against Captain Delaware, and learned that the result of the coroner's inquest was a verdict of wilful murder against him. The reason why we are so much better pleased when a person in our own or a superior station commits a crime, or enacts a folly, why we tell it immediately to every one we meet, and aggravate it by our own comments, is, probably, that a person in that rank, having had as great advantages in circumstances and education as ourselves, our vanity has the full opportunity of complimenting us on not having done the same, without the necessity of admitting one's deduction on the score of greater temptations, or inferior knowledge, which we are compelled to do when the criminal is low, ignorant, or poor. The fact is, in all these cases we make ourselves a bow on our own good behaviour, and the lowness of the bow depends upon the relative situation of the sinner or the fool over whom we crow. Thus, when the matter came to be discussed at Emberton, every one cried out, "Well, one would have thought that a young man of such hopes and such an education as this Captain Delaware would be the last to commit so dreadful a crime. A poor ignorant wretch, driven to vice from necessity, one might have suspected, but not the son of a baronet, and a master and commander in the king's navy." Among such speculations fled away the evening, and, as we have said, although the people did not illuminate the town, the verdict of the coroner's jury certainly did make them as happy as the gossiping, envious, scandalous community of a little country town could be made. Early the next morning, however, just as the chaise which was to convey the prisoner to the county town was about to set out for his father's house, and as all the people of Emberton were preparing to turn out and stare at him as he passed, a buzzing rumour began to spread about that Captain Delaware had escaped in the night. "Escaped!" cried the old maiden in the house at the corner of the bridge, letting fall the china cup from her hand as the maid announced the fatal intelligence. "Escaped! Then we shall all be murdered in our beds. Escaped! Why did they let the ruffian escape?" In a different manner did the mercer bear the tidings, for without replying one word to the shop-boy who told him, he proceeded to carry the news direct to the stationer's, and as he detailed it, he added, so there can be no doubt of his guilt now." "There never was any, there never was any," replied the linen draper in the same charitable spirit. "But you have heard that wild Wat Harrison, the widow's son, has not been seen or heard of for the last 2 or 3 days, and that there are manifold suspicions." To be sure, those Delawares were always fond of him," replied the mercer. "He sailed with this very captain, you know, and it seems he has been under his orders once too often. I always said he would come to be hanged." While such charitable conversation was passing at Emberton, the magistrates were not inactive. Warrants, horses, and constables were dispatched in all directions, and both Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton, well knowing the blame that would attach to themselves, returned to the mansion to investigate by what means the prisoner had escaped. The constables in whose charge the prisoner had been left, and the room which he had occupied, were first examined. The 2 men declared upon oath that no one had been admitted to the accused but themselves since he had been remanded, that they had both slept in the anteroom, that the door had been locked all night, that the window was far too high to afford the means of evasion, and that they had both seen and spoken to Captain Delaware as late as 11 the preceding night. The inferior constable, at the same time, handed the fugitive's letter to Dr. Wilton, who opened and read it, while Mr. Egerton made the first superficial examination of the room. And as his fellow magistrate was about to institute a more rigorous investigation, the clergyman exclaimed, Stay, Mr. Egerton, this letter concerns us both, and in it William Delaware alludes, in some measure, to the method of his intended escape. See here, he says the officers are entirely guiltless of it, as it is by a passage they are not acquainted with." "Then there must be some private entrance," said Mr. Egerton. "I dare say there is," answered Dr. Wilton, "but this letter in many points throws some new light upon the subject. Read it, and at all events let us, as far as we can, do the poor boy justice. Read it, my dear sir." Mr. Egerton took it to the window and read it attentively over. He then gave the letter back to Dr. Wilton, saying, "He makes out a good case against his accuser, but I am afraid, my dear doctor, that it will not screen himself. However, on every account, for charity's sake and for the sake of mere justice, I will, of course, exert myself to the utmost, that is to say, quietly. Quietly, you know, for the matter is nearly out of our hands, but I will exert myself to the utmost to discover every fact connected with the charge. In the meantime we must do our duty and endeavour to recover our prisoner. Let us examine the walls." "First examine the floor," said Dr. Wilton. "Sliding panels have not been to be found since the epoch of Udolpho, but trap-doors are to be met with in all these old houses." The hint was instantly complied with, and the trap-door was discovered at once, together with its communication with the park. Nothing farther, however, could be made of this fact. The way the fugitive had taken remained still undiscovered, and the only effect which their investigation produced upon the minds of the 2 magistrates was, that each perceived at once that the means which Captain Delaware had taken to make his escape might very well have served another person for the purpose of placing the money in his chamber unseen, and thus his tale acquired a degree of probability which it had not before possessed. When the examination was concluded, as far as it could be carried at the time, and every necessary measure for overtaking the fugitive had been put in train for execution, Mr. Egerton went back to Emberton to confer with the coroner, who was hourly expected to return to that little town, in order to see the prisoner dispatched to the county gaol. Dr. Wilton, in the meanwhile, laying aside his magisterial capacity, proceeded, as a friend and a clergyman, to visit Sir Sidney Delaware and his daughter. He found them, as he had expected, depressed in the extreme, and saw that they were naturally in a high state of nervous anxiety in regard to Captain Delaware's safety. At first there was a degree of painful embarrassment in the whole deportment of Sir Sidney Delaware, which made him treat even Dr. Wilton with no small haughtiness and reserve. But the good clergyman came to console and to soothe, and he persevered with all those kindly and feeling attentions which are sure ultimately to win their way to an amiable heart, however much the road thither may be obstructed by the pride of undeserved shame, or the reckless repulsiveness of bitter disappointment. When he found Sir Sidney unwilling to listen, impatient of consolation, or heedless of conversation, he turned to Blanche, and won her into the innocent manoeuvre of wiling her father from his bitterer thoughts. Gradually the feelings of the baronet relaxed. He was brought more and more to speak of his own sorrows, and of his son's unhappy fate, and though a tear or two forced themselves through his eyelids, his griefs and even his apprehensions, as was sometimes the case, were partly lost as they were poured forth into a friendly ear. We must do justice to all, however. Dr. Wilton was not the only friend who came to soothe and console the unhappy family at Emberton Park, and the person who next appeared was certainly one whom they did not expect to see. It was Mrs. Darlington, who had lately taken a house at the distance of about 10 miles. After spending a part of the preceding day at Emberton, she had returned to her dwelling in no small horror of the charge which she heard had been brought against her young friend, William Delaware. Now Mrs. Darlington, as we have shown before, was not without her foibles and absurdities, but withal she had a far greater share of real goodness of heart, and of the milk of human kindness, than generally falls to the lot of that amphibious class called a very good sort of people. It must also be remarked that though she was in no degree very brilliant, and only made herself ridiculous by the smattering of pretty accomplishments which she possessed, yet there was a certain rectitude of understanding about her, which, in early years, taking the form of tact, enabled her to assume at once the tone of a society above the rank in which she was born, and which, in after life, had often guided her to just conclusions, when people without half her little weaknesses, and who pretended to 10 times her abilities, were all in the wrong. In the present instance, no sooner did she hear of the accusation against Captain Delaware, than, from her previous knowledge of his character, she pronounced it at once to be perfect nonsense, and when Dr. Wilton informed her that he and Mr. Egerton had remanded the young officer on suspicion, she merely asked, "How could they be so foolish?" The coroner's inquest produced no other effect. She still pronounced it all nonsense together, and quietly declared to her maid that she was sure it would ultimately be found that the people who had murdered the poor old man were the very same who had set fire to her house and carried off her plate. The worthy lady, however, passed the whole of that evening and the next morning in a state of considerable perturbation. She was a great stickler for proprieties, hated everything in the world that made a noise, like a small lion, it is true, but had a great aversion to a bear, even if, like a late learned Grecian, it affected to be a lion solely on the strength of being a wild beast. And finally, she did not at all approve of personages who were in any way doubtful. All this operated strongly upon the prudential organs of her cerebral development, and would have induced her to stay at home quietly and watch the course of events in regard to the Delaware family, had not the goodness of heart we have spoken of, and the rectitude of judgment which established Captain Delaware's innocence in her mind beyond all manner of doubt, both pressed her strongly forward to show countenance and kindness to the ruined family in their distress. There was a considerable struggle for it, however, in her own mind, but nevertheless at 10 o'clock she again declared that it was all nonsense together, and ordered the chariot as soon as possible. By this time her resolution was taken, and stepping lightly in, she ordered the coachman to drive to Emberton Park. It is not impossible that on her arrival she might have been denied admittance, for just inasmuch as one never knows all the coldness of the general world till one tries it, one does not know the kindness of the exceptions either. But without any question she walked out of the carriage, and tripping across the hall with a step a good deal too juvenile, she entered the library unannounced. Sir Sidney bowed with stately formality, but Blanche, who understood the whole business better, exclaimed, while the bright tears rose in her eyes, "Oh, Mrs. Darlington, this is very kind of you indeed."
"Not at all, my dear Blanche, not at all," replied Mrs. Darlington in her usual quick but little meaning manner. "Where is your brother? I am resolved to see him, and tell him how foolish I think all the magistrates of the county have grown together. Beg your pardon, Dr. Wilton, but it is true, indeed." "You cannot see him, madam, I am afraid," replied Dr. Wilton gravely, "for he has made his escape from confinement." "Oh dear! I am very glad to hear it," she replied. "You surely would not have had him stay in a nasty, filthy prison for 2 or 3 weeks, because a great rogue chose to accuse him of a crime nobody believes he committed. I am very glad to hear it, indeed." The good lady then paused for a moment, and perceiving that, although her avowal of disbelief in regard to Captain Delaware's guilt had been not a little pleasing to his father, Sir Sidney still remained sad and depressed. She turned to him, kindly saying, "Come, come, Sir Sidney, I will not have you look so gloomy. You are as careworn as if your son were really guilty, and as we all know very well that he is not, you should make yourself quite sure that he will easily be able to cause his innocence to appear. But I have laid out a little scheme for you and Blanche. I have nobody staying with me in my new house, and the place is quite quiet. You will do nothing here but grow dull and melancholy, and I will have you get into the chariot with me, and come away and spend a week or 2 till all this is settled." Although Sir Sidney Delaware felt that the invitation was most kind, and in his own dwelling experienced that sickening disgust which one feels toward all once loved things, when some fatal change has poisoned them with bitter associations, yet he declined Mrs. Darlington's offer on his own part, though he much pressed his daughter to accept it. Blanche, however, refused to leave her father, and the matter would have ended thus, had not Mrs. Darlington discovered that one great motive in Sir Sidney's desire to remain at his own dwelling, at least for that night, was to hear the first news brought by the messengers dispatched to intercept his son. As soon as she found out how much weight this had upon him, she proposed to go forward with Dr. Wilton to Emberton, and there hear all that had been done in her own business, after which she said she would return at 6 o'clock for Sir Sidney and his daughter, who must have received tidings from the 3 county towns to which officers had been dispatched. Some slight difficulties having been discussed and overcome, this plan was agreed to. Mrs. Darlington and Dr. Wilton departed, and the fact that Mrs. Darlington had visited the ruined family at Emberton having been ascertained by the appearance of her carriage rolling down the avenue from the house, threw the town into a state of agitation which might have afforded matter of envy to the arch-agitator himself. In the meanwhile, the various messengers charged with the warrants against Captain William Delaware proceeded toward their destinations. It may be only necessary to follow one of them, however, as all the rest, being sent in various wrong directions, might have gone onward in a direct line till they met at the Antipodes, without setting eyes upon William Delaware. The one, then, who was directed to ride with all speed to the seaport town of , and having got his warrant backed by the proper authorities to search for and take the person of the accused, arrived in that place at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and finding that no less than 5 foreign vessels had sailed that day, at high water, which took place at 8 of the clock, he proceeded, as he had been directed, to inquire at the offices of all the foreign vice-consuls what passports had been granted during the morning. The consuls and their clerks were as civil as possible, and the names and descriptions were read over to him, but the poor man might as well have been in Babel, such a confused multitude of unchristian-like Christian names were pronounced in his ears. His next attempt was at the descriptions, but he found that, during that one morning, people of all colours and complexions, of all ages and sizes, of all features and professions, had sailed for foreign parts, or obtained their passports, which was quite as good, and therefore, bewildered and in despair, he gave up the search, and having committed his charge to the constables of the place, once more mounted and returned to Emberton. These tidings were balm to the hearts of Sir Sidney and Blanche Delaware, but were not quite so pleasing to the people of Emberton, who next to a murder enjoyed a hanging, which indeed is generally much the same thing. Another messenger, however, arrived about the same time, who brought news which somewhat diverted their attention. This was the master who had been sent the day before to London by Dr. Wilton in search of Mr. Beauchamp, and who was a shrewd, intelligent fellow, not likely to miss the track of anyone he sought for. But the tidings he brought back imported that Mr. Beauchamp had never reached his house in town, and that along the whole line of road no person resembling him had either fed a horse, taken a post-chaise, mounted a stage, or entered an inn for the last 4 days. Everyone opened their eyes, and the people of Emberton all went to bed with the consolatory reflection that Mr. Beauchamp, or rather Mr. Burrell as they termed him, must undoubtedly have been murdered also. Dr. Wilton was himself uneasy. Sir Sidney Delaware said that the absence of Henry Beauchamp was most unfortunate on many accounts, but Blanche turned deadly pale when she heard the tidings, and the vague apprehensions by which they were accompanied. And it would require no great skill in the book of the human heart to read the silent commentary that went on in her own bosom on the unexplained absence of one she dearly loved. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Exactly 3 days after the arrival of Mr. Peter Timms at Emberton and the discovery of his uncle's murder, the Right Honourable the Earl of Ashborough was sitting at his breakfast table in his house of Palmouth Hall, in the county of Blank. It was a rainy morning, and over the whole face of the country there was a dim sort of ground-glass haze, which cut off all the far prospect from view, leaving even those objects that were near nothing but an indistinct aspect of drippingness, not at all consolatory to those who had laid out their expeditions for the day. Though a very regular man in his habits, Lord Ashborough had a notion that fires were made to warm people, and that people might very well be cold in the beginning of October, so that, in addition to the glossy damask and the splendid china, and the burnished silver, and all those other things which, as we have before observed, make an English breakfast something far superior to any other meal eaten in any other place in the world, there was the bright and blazing fire in the polished grate, setting itself up in eternal opposition to the rain without. At one end of the table sat the Earl, with his whole person in high preservation, just as it came from the hands of his valet. At the other end sat Maria Beauchamp, his niece, in all the full blow of youth and beauty, fashion and good taste. By the side of Miss Beauchamp sat 2 gentlemen, the Honourable Colonel Blank and Mr. Blank, whose names are not worth the trouble of writing, as I never intend to mention them again. Suffice it that they were guests of Lord Ashborough's, the first being a gentleman who, the noble lord thought, would do very well for his niece, and the second a gentleman who thought the noble lord's niece would do very well for him. Maria differed from both, and, in short, thought very little of the 2 personages at all, though the one poured a continual stream of idleness into her ear, which amused her, and the other made love by being profoundly silent, which amused her as much. "Either we have breakfasted early, or the post is late," said Lord Ashborough, and one of the other gentlemen was replying something quite as significant, when a servant brought in the post-bag and delivered it formally into his lordship's hands. Lord Ashborough immediately distributed the letters and newspapers, and as breakfast was by this time nearly over, and the after humdrum commencing, each gentleman put his letters in his pocket and opened his newspaper. Hum, said the colonel, running his eye over the columns. Horrid murder. We will keep that for a bonne bouche, I think. What a funds! Said Mr. Blank. Horrid murder. Upon my honour, Colonel, the draper has won the match against the Grand Signor. Ha! said Lord Ashborough. Ha! The French, I see, have persuaded the English that they have not the slightest intention of keeping possession of Algiers, and the English believe them. Let us see what will be the case this time 3 years. Ha! Horrid murder. Good God! his throat cut from ear to ear. Let us see. Coroner's inquest, wilful murder against... Why, Maria, here is a cousin of ours been committing murder. He will be hung to a certainty, my love, and you will be obliged all the winter to wear deep mourning for his offences." "And pray, sir, who is the gentleman?" demanded Miss Beauchamp. "You know I have so many cousins and uncles and such distant relations that I cannot be expected to remember them all, even when one of them commits a murder." "Oh, it is very possible so careless a young lady may have forgot him," replied Lord Ashborough, somewhat piqued at the tone of her answer. "But you have seen him within this month. It is Captain William Delaware, the son of the man at Emberton, who has been cutting the throat of an old miser at a place called Rybury, I think it is." Miss Beauchamp turned very pale, but, without reply, raised the coffee-cup toward her lips. Ere it reached them, however, it dropped from her hand and dashed some of the china to pieces by its fall, while the young lady herself sank back, fainting in her chair, much to the horror and consternation of every one present. Lord Ashborough started up and advanced to his niece's assistance. Mr. Blank kneeled by her side and supported her head, while Colonel Blank, who was a tall, stiff man, rose up like the genii coming out of the copper vessel, that is to say, by degrees, and rang the bell. Miss Beauchamp was conveyed speedily to her own room, and the excellent colonel exclaimed, "Why, Ashborough, this murder which your cousin has committed seems to affect Miss Beauchamp more than yourself." "I had forgot," replied Lord Ashborough, "that she and her brother were almost brought up with those Delawares in their childhood. As to myself, the matter does not affect me at all, Colonel. I always thought that some catastrophe of the kind would take place. The father, who was both at school and at college with me, was always one of those violent, ruthless, unprincipled men on whose conduct you could never calculate. And as he was generally in scrapes and difficulties, you know, temptation might assail him at any moment. The son seemed, from the little I have ever seen of him, a boy of the same disposition. Heaven knows," he added, with an air of modest candour, "I acted in as liberal a manner as possible toward them. It was only the other day that I accepted a mere trifle in lieu of an annuity of 2,000 a year, which I held payable on their estates." "Scamps!" said the colonel, walking toward the window. "One never makes anything of scamps. When one has any poor relations, and I suppose everyone has some, the best way is to cut them at once. One never makes anything of scamps." "Mr. Timms, my lord, waiting in the library," said a servant entering, just as the colonel concluded his sensible, comprehensive, and charitable observation. "Not the ghost of the murdered man, I hope?" cried Mr. Blank, who had been reading the report of the coroner's inquest. "No, but the body of his nephew, I suppose," replied Lord Ashborough. "You had better try the billiard-room, gentlemen, as the day is so bad." And he proceeded to the library, where he was awaited by Mr. Peter Timms, dressed in what the newspapers call a suit of decent mourning, with a countenance made to match, according to the tailor's term. Lord Ashborough nodded, and Mr. Timms bowed low as they met, and the peer, letting himself sink into an easy-chair, began the conversation by saying, "I suppose, Mr. Timms, I must condole with you on your uncle's death?" "I have much need of condolence on many accounts, my lord," replied the lawyer, "but I have one happiness, which is, that while your lordship is pleased to condole with your humble servant, he has an opportunity of congratulating you." "Why, indeed, things seem to have turned out luckily," replied Lord Ashborough, "but I am not yet half informed of what has occurred. All I know is from a brief account in the newspapers." "If your lordship is at liberty," said the lawyer, "I will explain the whole." And he forthwith set to work and recounted all the principal events which had happened since he last left Lord Ashborough, contriving, however, to take almost as much credit to himself for all that had happened, as if he had cut his uncle's throat himself, on purpose to ruin the family of Sir Sidney Delaware. Lord Ashborough listened and smiled with triumph, as Mr. Timms, pandering to his malignity, dwelt upon the agony of Sir Sidney Delaware and the pain and shame of his gallant son, upon the inevitable ruin that must overtake their whole race, and upon the probable consequences to the unfortunate baronet's health. The smile, however, soon faded away, and strange to say that though hatred to Sir Sidney Delaware had been the predominant passion of Lord Ashborough's existence, though the knowledge that he was leading a life of comparative poverty had been one of his greatest pleasures, and the hope of ruining him utterly an object that the Earl had never lost sight of, yet now that it was all accomplished, that it was done, that he was trodden under his feet and presented to his eyes heartbroken and desolate, ruined and disgraced, the joy passed away in that evanescent smile of triumph. The delight lasted but a moment, and left a vacancy in his desires. Why it was so we cannot be called upon to prove. It is a fact in the heart's natural history, and that is all that we have to do with it. It might be, indeed, that Othello's occupation was gone, and that Lord Ashborough, in accomplishing his purpose, had dried up a source of thought and gratification. It might be that he was like Bruce at the fountains of the Nile, that all which had lured him on through a dangerous and intricate way was obtained, and that he had nothing to lead him farther, or to guide him back. It might be that, as usual, conscience took advantage of the sudden lassitude of satiety to smite the heart for the very gratifications that were palling upon the appetite. "Well, Mr. Timms, well," he said at length, "all this is very fortunate, but pray may I ask how it is that you lay claim to so much subject of condolence? If I have understood you right, your uncle's death could be no matter of very inconsolable grief to you, though doubtless you might have preferred another manner." "Oh, my lord, no," replied Mr. Timms, "it is not that at all. He was an old man, a very old man. One would have thought that death had forgot him, and to tell the truth it was, perhaps, as well for him to die a quick as a lingering death, and I hear when the carotid artery is cut, as it was in this case, a man cannot suffer beyond a second or two. But as I was saying, my lord, it was not either of his death or of the manner that I was thinking, but the murderer must have carried away full £12,000 in money, besides the sum destined to pay your lordship's note." "Which, by the way, I hope you have paid into the hands of my banker," interrupted Lord Ashborough, whose first thought was, of course, of himself. "Why, not yet, my lord, not yet," replied the attorney. "The law has yet to decide to whom it belongs, my lord." "How, sir?" cried Lord Ashborough, reddening. "To whom can it belong but to me? Was it not paid to you on my account?" "Beg pardon, my lord, beg pardon," replied Mr. Timms, "but whichever way it goes, your lordship cannot be a loser. If it be proved, as it can be proved, that the money was stolen from my uncle, the payment to you, of course, is null, and the money belongs to me as sole heir of the late Mr. Timms of Ribery. But then, my lord, hear me, my lord, I beg, the whole transaction with Sir Sidney Delaware is null also, and you will be able to recover at common law." Lord Ashborough's face again lighted up, and it is very possible that the thought of pursuing his game still farther, and hunting it to the death, might add not a little to his placability. "We must have counsel's opinion as to the best means to be employed," he said. "This young ruffian, you tell me, has escaped, and of course the prosecution must drop unless he can be apprehended." "Oh, no, my lord, no," answered Mr. Timms. "That does not follow at all. There are, indeed, various modes of proceeding on which it would be advisable to consult some common law barrister, but in the meantime the money is quite secure, so much so, indeed, that if your lordship likes it to be paid into your bankers—" "Why, Mr. Timms," said Lord Ashborough thoughtfully, "I think it might be as well, you know." "Well, my lord, I am quite ready to do so," answered the lawyer, "on your making over to me your claims against Sir Sidney Delaware and his estate of Emberton." Lord Ashborough started. "No, no," he cried, "no, at all events, we will speak of that hereafter. Cannot a bill of outlawry be pursued against this young man? And ought he not to be dismissed from his Majesty's service? I have a great mind to return to town and see about the whole business, Mr. Timms. I dare say I can get rid of these two men who are staying here by the day after tomorrow, and in the meantime you had better go back to Emberton and urge the pursuit as actively as possible. It is not probable that he can have got out of the country so soon. Why do you not send for officers from Bow Street?" "They are already on the scent, my lord," replied the man of law, "and I doubt not that they will catch him ere he gets far. Murder is a crime which all civilized nations will agree in punishing. And as to the money, my lord—" "Oh, I doubt not it is safe, I doubt not it is safe," replied Lord Ashborough. "When I come to town, we must take counsel as to the best method of recovering it as speedily as possible from Sir Sidney Delaware." "Oh, it is quite safe, depend upon it," answered Mr. Timms. "I was only going to say that I am likely to be the only loser in this business, as the £12,000 are, I am afraid, lost for ever." "I hope not, Mr. Timms, I hope not," replied the Earl. "And if they be, we must endeavour to make it up to you some other way. I do not of course mean to say that I can take upon me to pay the money, as you see I am likely to be a loser by the whole transaction myself." "I think not, my lord, indeed," replied the lawyer. "Beg your lordship's pardon, but I think you are likely to be a great gainer." "How so, sir?" demanded the peer with open eyes. "I gain nothing, and lose at least the law expenses." "Why, my lord," replied the lawyer, "I think, in default of issue male on the part of Sir Sidney Delaware, you stand next in the entail. Now, if we can convict this young man who has committed the murder, you, of course, succeed." "Ay, but suppose we cannot catch him?" cried the Earl, his face brightening at the thoughts of the reversion. "Perhaps we can do without, my lord," replied Mr. Timms. "I am much mistaken if, upon due cause, the law, deprived of the power of dealing real death, will not pronounce a criminal legally dead. And I think that, were I certain I should not be the loser, I could bring forward a sufficient case to ensure that result." "Mr. Timms," said Lord Ashborough solemnly, laying his hand with a dignified gesture upon a book that lay before him, "Mr. Timms, I can assure you that no one who wishes me well shall ever lose a farthing by me. I think you must know the fine, I might say the fastidious, sense of honour which I entertain, and I promise you upon my word that if you succeed in carrying through the very just and reasonable design you propose, and establish me as heir of entail to the Emberton property, I will make you full compensation for whatever loss you may have sustained in the course of this business." "Say no more, my lord, say no more," replied Mr. Timms. "We will find means either to catch and hang him at once, or to cut him off from performing any legal act. And in the meantime, as life is always uncertain, I will, with your lordship's permission, draw up a little document for your lordship to sign, purporting that you will, on your succession to the Emberton estate, indemnify me for the losses I have sustained by the robbery of my uncle's house." Already Lord Ashborough began to repent of his liberal promise, and to consider whether he could not have done quite as well without the agency of Mr. Timms. But as it appeared that the chief proofs of Captain Delaware's guilt were in the lawyer's hands, he thought it better to adhere strictly to his engagement, and therefore signified his assent. "Of course, my lord," continued the lawyer, "you will find it necessary to proceed against Sir Sidney Delaware immediately, either at common law, for the recovery of the sum agreed to be paid by bill, and which cannot be considered as paid, the money wherewith it was satisfied having been stolen, or else to proceed by petition to the Court of Chancery in order to recover possession of the original annuity deed, the authenticated copy of which is in my possession, praying also that the rents of the Emberton estate be paid into court till such time as judgment be pronounced." The lawyer spoke these hard purposes in a tone of significance, which would have been an insult to anyone with whose inmost thoughts he was not so well acquainted as he was with those of Lord Ashborough. But the Earl hurled him with a meaning smile, and replied, "Why, really, Mr. Timms, you seem inclined to be rather hard-hearted toward this Sir Sidney Delaware." "Your lordship would not have me very tender toward a man whose son has murdered my only relation," replied the lawyer. "And besides, law has nothing to do with tenderness, and as your lordship's agent I am bound to suggest what I think the best legal means of protecting your interest." "Certainly, certainly," answered the Earl. "Far be it from me to blame you, my good sir. Follow which plan you judge best, both if you please." "Both be it then, my lord," replied Mr. Timms, rubbing his hands at the interminable prospect which the case held out, of pleas and papers without end, an universe of parchment and a heaven of red tape. Both be it then, my lord. There is not the slightest reason that we should not proceed in both courts at once to make all sure, and if, before 2 months are over, Sir Sidney Delaware be not as completely beggared as ever man was, the English law will be very much changed. That is all I can say, unless, indeed," he added thoughtfully, "your lordship's worthy nephew come to his aid, marry Miss Delaware, and advance money to defend her father." No fear, replied Lord Ashborough. "He will not marry her, depend upon it." "Why, my lord, I am afraid," said Mr. Timms, "that is to say, I have heard it very strongly reported in Emberton that he did propose to Miss Delaware, and that she refused him, not knowing who he was. She and her father are now staying with the lady at whose house she first met Mr. Beauchamp. They are very likely to meet again, he to declare his real name, and she to accept him. For you may imagine, after all that has happened, she will be glad enough to get married at all, and you know how romantic he is in some things, though he strives to hide it." "You are mistaken, Mr. Timms," said Lord Ashborough. "What has happened will make her persist in her refusal more steadily than ever." Though hating Sir Sidney Delaware and his whole family with the bitterest enmity, Lord Ashborough knew them well, and understood the principles on which they acted, for the basest heart will sometimes, in a great degree, appreciate a more noble one. This appreciation, however, is never candidly admitted, even to the heart itself, and while, from a secret conviction of the truth, it often calculates justly the results, comprehends in a moment what will be the effect of particular circumstances, and makes use of that knowledge for its own selfish purposes, it is sure to attribute all good actions to base and mean motives, even in its own secret thoughts, and to give them false and evil names in conversation with others. "No, Mr. Timms," he said, "what has happened will make her refuse him more steadily than ever, if she have a drop of her father's blood in her veins. I know those Delawares well, and their cursed pride, which they fancy to be fine feeling and generous sentiment. If it were to save her father and her whole family from destruction, depend upon it she would not marry any man while she thought that her brother's infamy was to be a part of her dowry. I might say her only dowry, for I suppose the pittance she had from her mother has been swallowed up long ago. No, all is very safe there. Maria, who has heard a good deal about her from her brother's old tutor, let me unwittingly into the secret, that she is her father over again in those respects, but sting her irritable pride, and you can make her do anything." "Well, my lord, well," said Mr. Timms, "if your lordship be sure, I of course have nothing to say, only I cannot understand any woman refusing a gentleman of Mr. Beauchamp's present wealth and future expectations. I cannot understand it indeed." "I dare say not," replied Lord Ashborough drily. "But in the meanwhile, Mr. Timms, I think you had better return to Emberton to-night. It is not much above 30 miles. Proceed as earnestly as possible against the sun, and after putting matters in train there, come up and meet me in London on Monday next." "At the same time, my lord," said the lawyer, "I will serve all the tenants with notice not to pay their rents to Sir Sidney Delaware." And this being agreed to with a smile, Lord Ashborough rejoined his guests, and Mr. Timms proceeded to hold a serious consultation with the housekeeper, over a cold pasty and a glass of sherry, ere he once more set out for Emberton. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Now the very same character might be given of Mr. Peter Timms of Clement's Inn, attorney at law, as that which Voltaire, in his Discours à l'Académie, gives to the president of Montesquieu. C'est toi un génie mâle et rapide qui approfondit tout en paraissant tout effleuré. And in several of his late conversations with Lord Ashborough, he had penetrated into the depths of that nobleman's thoughts and feelings, while he seemed to give implicit credit to his lightest words. He saw, therefore, that there were two strong principles which worked the whole machine, the chief springs, as it were, of all his lordship's conduct, at least on the present occasion. The one of these principles was, it is true, a little stronger than the other, and the two were revenge and avarice, the latter succumbing somewhat to the former, but both at present working very well together. There are certain classes of passions and vices which people often find an excuse for indulging, by persuading themselves that they are invariably connected with some great or noble feeling or other. Now of this character is revenge, which men are apt to fancy must be the offspring of a generous and vehement heart, and a fine, determined, sensitive mind. But this is all a mistake. Revenge in the abstract is merely a prolongation throughout a greater space in time of that base selfishness which leads us to feel a momentary impulse to strike anything that hurts or pains us either mentally or corporeally, and the more brutal and animal and beast-like be the character of the person, the greater will be his disposition to revenge. But we must speak one moment upon its modifications. Revenge always proceeds either from a sense of real injury or a feeling of wounded vanity. It seldom, however, arises from any real injury, and where it does, it would, if possible to justify it at all, be more justifiable. But in this modification a corrective is often found in the great mover of man's heart, and vanity itself whispers it will seem nobler and more generous to forgive. The more ordinary species of revenge, however, and the more filthy, is that which proceeds from wounded vanity. When our pride or our conceit has been greatly hurt, not alone in the eyes of the world, but in our own eyes, when the little internal idol that we have set up to worship in our own hearts has been pulled down from the throne of our idolatry, and we have been painfully shown that it is nothing but a thing of gilt wood, then indeed revenge, supported by the great mover of man's heart, instead of being corrected by it, is insatiable and everlasting. But in all cases, instead of being connected with any great quality, it is the fruit of a narrow mind and a vain, selfish heart. The latter of the two modifications was that which affected Lord Ashborough, and it had remained with him through life. But Mr. Timms very evidently saw that as soon as his lordship imagined his revenge to have nothing left to feed upon, it of course became extinct, and that his own employment at least in any very extensive business, as far as Lord Ashborough was concerned, would be at an end. The avarice, too, would come into play, and the worthy lawyer perceived that it was necessary to keep alive his appetite for vengeance, and at the same time to take care that his admirable patron's avarice should be broken in to run in harness with his own. These were his motives for suggesting the course of proceeding which he had insinuated might be pursued, although he felt very doubtful as to the legal possibility of carrying on the matter exactly as prosperously as he had taught his patron to believe. At all events, he felt that this was his best chance, not only of keeping possession of the money he had already got, but of obtaining the £12,000 more, which, together with the rest of his uncle's property, he felt would raise him to a station in society in which he might not pause, but make more still. After satisfying the cravings of hunger, therefore, and thinking that the time might soon come when the Earl himself will find it necessary to treat him with more attention, Mr. Timms got into his chaise, humming the chorus of the little ploughboy. So great a man, so great a man, so great a man I'll be, and once more rolled away toward Emberton, resolved instantly to see Sir Sidney Delaware and embroil the whole affair as much as possible. His clerk had been left behind at the little town to take care of the business during his absence, and although it was late ere the lawyer returned, he instantly set him to work to prepare notices to all the tenants of Sir Sidney Delaware not to pay their rents. This, he knew, was a bold stroke, but looking upon the unhappy baronet as an enemy in time of war, he knew that one great object was to cut off his supplies. Early the next morning Mr. Timms sallied forth to make a general round of the tenants, and proceeded to a farmhouse, from the crowded stackyard and busy aspect of which he argued a large and prosperous farm. The farmer himself appeared superintending the thatching in the yard, and Mr. Timms, notice in hand, stepped up to him and informed him of his business. As the honest man read, his mouth expanded wide across his rosy face with a grin of satisfaction, which Mr. Timms remarked as something extraordinary at least. "Sorry, sir, I can't oblige you," said the farmer, eyeing him with a look of merry contempt. "I paid my rent to Sir Sidney yesterday morning. I thought just now, as he is in trouble, I hear, with some bit of a blackguard lawyer of the name of Timms, he might want the money, you know. So I took it up to the good lady's house where he is stopping, seeing it was due on the 25th of last month." "Oh, you have paid it, have you?" said Mr. Timms. "Then I can tell you, most likely, you will have to pay it over again." "Pay it over again?" cried the farmer, who easily divined who the person was that spoke to him. "Pay it over again? Come, come, none of your gammon, master, or I'll break your head for you, and that is all the payment you'll get from me. Who should I pay my rent to but my own landlord? I had a good landlord as has always been, and a kind, never racked us up to the last farthing like some of them, though he wanted the money enough himself. I'll tell you what, you had better not say a word against him or his, and if you be one of Lawyer Timms's clerks, bid him not show his face among us here, or he'll get such a licking as will serve him for a long while." While this conversation was proceeding between Mr. Peter Timms and the farmer, a considerable number of the farm servants had gathered round their master, and very unequivocal signs and symptoms were given as to their sense of the matter. Various words, too, were heard, which sounded harsh upon the tympanum of Peter Timms's ear, such as, "I shouldn't wonder if it were Lawyer Timms himself. Looks like a lawyer. Let's duck him under the horse-pond, or cart him into the muck." Now Peter Timms was, in a certain degree, a coward, and although he could have made up his mind to be knocked down by the farmer for the sake of a good assault case, yet the idea of being ducked in the horse-pond, or carted into the muck, by a body of persons who could not afford to pay a sou for their morning's amusement, made him beat a retreat as fast as possible. Although Mr. Peter Timms proceeded seriatim to each of the tenants on the Emberton estate, it may be unnecessary to detail the particulars of the various receptions he met with. Suffice it, that he found that in one respect they all agreed, which was that their rent, by a general arrangement between them, had been paid up the day before, which, though the money was really due, was about 10 days before the usual time. Although he occasionally met with a somewhat rough reception, and declared that he had never seen a more rude and uncivil set of people in his life, yet he escaped without any actual violence, and in the end, hoping to gain at least some ground, he determined to make his last visit to Sir Sidney Delaware himself. Accustomed to do disagreeable things of all kinds, Mr. Timms had as little respect for human feelings as most men, but still there was something in his peculiar situation with regard to Sir Sidney Delaware that in some degree awed even his worldly heart. He was going to force himself into the presence of a man whose destruction he was pursuing eagerly, on the most base and sordid motives. That, however, was nothing new, but we must recollect that Mr. Timms really supposed the son of him he was about to visit had murdered in cold blood his last relation, and, with that belief, there mingled both the internal conviction that his own arts had driven the unfortunate young man to commit the horrid deed which had been perpetrated at Ribery, and the remembrance that he himself, Peter Timms, was even then straining every nerve to bring to an ignominious death him whom the machinations had hurried into the most fearful of human crimes, and whose father he was still urging onward to ruin and despair. All these feelings and remembrances made the business very different from any he had before undertaken, and the lawyer's heart even fluttered as the chaise drove through the gates of the dwelling now occupied by Mrs. Darlington. It is odd enough, he thought, that my delaying the payment of the money should have caused my uncle's murder. Now, if I were superstitious, I should take fright and not follow this business up, for fear it should turn out ill likewise. But that is all nonsense. and when the chaise stopped and a servant appeared, he boldly demanded to speak with Sir Sidney Delaware. "Sir Sidney Delaware is not here, sir," replied the man abruptly. "Not here!" cried Mr. Timms. "Not here! And pray where is he then?" "Can't tell, sir," replied the man. "But he was here," rejoined the lawyer. "Oh yes, sir, he was here," was the reply. "When did he go?" "Yesterday." "Where to?" "I don't know." "Is your mistress at home?" demanded Mr. Timms at length, finding that there was nothing to be made of the footman. The answer was in the affirmative, and Mr. Peter Timms was shown into an empty room, where the servant took the precaution of demanding his name, and then went to inform his mistress. After remaining for some time in expectation, Mr. Timms was rejoined by the servant, but instead of ushering the lawyer to Mrs. Darlington's presence, he said with a grave and solemn aspect, "Sir, my mistress bids me inform you that she is busy at present and cannot receive you." "Oh, if she is busy, I can wait," answered Mr. Timms, relapsing determinedly into his chair. "You may wait all day for that matter," replied the man, losing patience, "for I can tell you she does not intend to see you at all. So now you have the plain English of it." "Very extraordinary conduct, I must say," observed Mr. Timms, as with slow and indignant steps he walked toward his chaise. "And pray, are you really ignorant of Sir Sidney Delaware's present abode?" he added, after having insinuated his hand into his pocket, and drawn forth a broad silver piece, which he thought fully sufficient to tempt the discretion of any Johnny, even if he were as immaculate as Eve before the fall. But the servant either would not tell or could not, because he did not know, the latter of which was the most probable, as he answered sharply, as if angry at losing the money through his ignorance. "You have had your answer once, sir," he said, "and I shall give you no other." And with this ungracious reply, Mr. Timms was obliged to content himself. The chaise rolled him back hungry and dissatisfied to Emberton, where the tidings he had so often before received, that the pursuit of Captain Delaware had not advanced a single step, did not tend to relieve him. He found, too, that Sir Sidney and Miss Delaware had certainly not returned to their own dwelling, and his inquiry in regard to whither they had gone when they left Mrs. Darlington's only served to make the people of the town open wide their nostrils, showing plainly that the baronet's departure must have been secret indeed, as it had escaped the all-inquiring eyes and ears of that gossiping community. If anything could have soothed the mind of Mr. Timms, it would have been, perhaps, the profound respect of the landlord of the King's Arms. He, Mr. Timms, being in no degree insensible to the charms of importance and high station, and enjoying the homage of mine host as a sort of foretaste of the increased consequence he was to possess in society from his accession to his unfortunate uncle's ill-gotten wealth. His dinner comforted him also greatly, and when, after that meal was discussed, the landlord presented himself in person to ask whether he might not recommend his admirable port, Mr. Timms, after an internal struggle, acquiesced, and the wine was accordingly produced. "Pray, landlord," said the lawyer, after a few words of innkeeper gossip had passed, while with a clean napkin he rubbed the outside of the decanter, "pray, who was that gentleman standing at the door as I got out, who stared at me so hard? The gentleman in the black coat and grey trousers?" "Oh, sir," replied mine host of the King's Arms, "don't you know? That is Mr. Cousins, the officer from London, come to inquire into this sad business." "Why, Ruthven was sent for, and came too, for I saw and spoke to him long," ejaculated Mr. Timms in some surprise. "True, sir, true," replied the landlord, "but Ruthven was sent after the captain, you know, and Dr. Wilton thought it would be better to have some one else down to keep about the place. So Cousins was sent for, and has been here all day, that is to say, about the place, for he was both up at Emberton and at Ribery, I heard the waiter saying." "At Emberton?" cried Mr. Timms. "Then I dare say he can tell me something of the people there. Will you have the goodness to present my compliments to him, and say I shall be happy if he will take a glass of wine with me?" "Certainly, sir, certainly," replied the landlord. and away he went in embassage to Cousins, who soon after was ushered into the private apartment occupied by Peter Timms, Esquire. He was, or rather is, neither a very tall nor a very stout man, but yet in the various points of his frame there is a good deal of solid strength to be remarked, and in his face, which is pale and somewhat saturnine, Mr. Timms thought he could trace a great deal of resolution, mingled with that shrewd knowledge of human nature in its most debased form, which is at once necessary to and inseparable from the character of an officer of police. The lawyer, seeing that the officer was a very gentlemanly person in his appearance, soon made sufficient advances, and being seated together over their wine, Mr. Timms inquired whether his companion had heard anything of the family at Emberton. "No, no," he said, in a tone which appeared habitually guarded against all inquiries, except from those authorised to squeeze the contents out of the sponge of his mind. "No, no," he said, "I have heard nothing of them at all." "Come, come now, Mr. Cousins," said the lawyer, who well entered into the spirit of the wariness displayed by his companion. "You know I am interested in this business." "Yes, so I hear, sir," replied Cousins, without a word more. "Well, well, then, be a little more communicative, Mr. Cousins," rejoined the lawyer. "Did you see any of the family at the park?" "No," answered the officer, "they were all away." "But did not the old woman, the housekeeper or cook or something, tell you where they had gone to?" demanded the lawyer. "There was no housekeeper there," answered the officer. "They were all away together and the house shut up." Mr. Timms was beaten out of his impassibility, and absolutely stared. "But surely you know where they are gone to, or at least you guess," he said, after a pause. "Well, I may guess, to be sure," replied Cousins, "but that is nothing to nobody, you know. If one were to tell everything they guess, sir, not one half of their guesses would come true." Mr. Timms paused for a minute or two, seeing that, for some reason, Cousins was resolute in not saying a word upon the affairs of Sir Sidney Delaware, and therefore, like a good tactician, finding the enemy's position impregnable in front, he determined to shift his ground and make an attack from another quarter. "You have been, I hear, at my poor unhappy uncle's place at Rybury, too," said Mr. Timms at length. "Did you make any new discoveries? Fill your glass, Mr. Cousins." "None that I know of, sir," replied Cousins, answering the question and obeying the command at the same time. "The house was just as it was left, I fancy." "But did you find nothing that might lead to the detection of the murderer?" said Mr. Timms. "Well, sir, I understood that you had detected the murderer yourself," answered the officer, "and that his name was Captain William Delaware." "Yes, yes, that is all true enough," rejoined the lawyer, "but I mean, did you find no new proof against him?" "Why, as to that, sir, I did not find any in particular," replied Cousins. "Indeed, the only thing of which I found any positive proof at all was that somebody had been murdered." "The man is a fool," thought Mr. Peter Timms, "and natural." And yet there was a small, twinkling, subdued sort of fun lurking about the corners of Cousins' dark eyes that caused the lawyer strongly to suspect that the officer was making a jest of him, and he consequently found himself waxing vastly indignant. His anger, however, led him into no extravagance, and after having put a variety of other questions to his companion, who did not choose to give a straightforward answer to any of them, his wrath assumed the form of sullen silence, which he expected would soon be received as a hint to retire. In this he was mistaken. Cousins remained with outstretched feet and emulative silence, filling his glass unbidden, with a fond reliance on the generosity of the lawyer's disposition, for all which he was heartily given to the devil full a dozen times within the next half hour. At the end of that period the landlord again appeared at the door and gave Mr. Cousins a nod. The officer immediately started upon his feet, and wishing Mr. Timms good night, with many thanks for his kind condescension, he followed mine host out of the room. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Leaving Mr. Timms to meditate for half an hour and then to call his clerk, in order to proceed with business of various kinds, we must follow Cousins, the officer, along the passage, down the 6 steps at the end, up the 6 steps opposite, and thence into another room, larger and more handsomely furnished, in a different part of the house. As he entered, the whole demeanour of the officer was as completely changed as it is possible to imagine, and instead of the easy and nonchalant, perhaps somewhat listless air which had overspread him in the presence of the attorney, he entered the chamber to which he had been summoned with a look of brisk activity, mingled with respect, which strangely altered his whole appearance. The character of the persons before whom he now presented himself might easily account for the change, for the officer was too well acquainted with all ranks and stations of men, and too much accustomed to suit his conduct to his company, not to make the most marked difference in his demeanour toward a low attorney, and toward 2 men of so much respectability as Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton. Neither of those 2 gentlemen, it is true, could be considered as so wealthy as Mr. Timms had lately become, but, thank God, wealth, notwithstanding all its efforts to confound itself with respectability, has not yet been able to do so entirely, even in the eyes of the vulgar. The 2 magistrates were sitting together after dinner, but glasses and decanters had been removed, a clerk called in, and each had his bundle of notes before him. Cousins bowed respectfully and advanced to the end of the table, but no farther, while Dr. Wilton, who, as the reader may have remarked, had been quite bewildered and overcome during the examination of William Delaware, having now resumed all that quick and active intelligence which was the ordinary characteristic of his mind, proceeded to question the officer as to the result of his investigation during the morning. "Well, Cousins," he said, "you went to Highbury, of course. Did you examine accurately the footmarks that I mentioned to you?" "Not those in the garden, sir," replied the officer with a countenance now full of quick intelligence, "because you see, sir, it was very evident that such a number of people had been there since the murder that there was no use, for we could not have distinguished one from the other. But I went up into the room where it had been done, and there the matter was clear enough." "Ha!" said Mr. Egerton, "and what did you make out there?" "I saw nothing but a pool of blood flowing from the dead body." "I beg your worship's pardon," answered the officer, "but you are mistaken there. As far as I could make out, it must have been done by 2 men. I don't mean to say, mind, that there were not 3, but if there were, the other never stepped in the blood. But 2 there were certainly, for I got a tread of one very near whole, that is to say, the round of his boot heel, and more than 3/4 of the toe from the tip, backward, so that one of them had a remarkably long foot. There is the measure and shape of it, as far as I could get it, more than 12 inches, you see." "And the other?" said Dr. Wilton. "The other man's foot, what was the length of it?" "Ah, sir, that I could not get at," replied the officer. "There was nothing but about 5 inches of the fore part of the sole, but that I got twice, and it is as different a foot, you see, from the other as one would wish to find, twice as broad and square-toed. And then I got the mark of a hand, too, which must have been at the poor old devil's throat when they were cutting it, for it was all blood. It had rested on the cornice of the dado, and the fellow, whoever he was, wanted part of the 3rd finger of his left hand." "Ha! That is a good fact," said Dr. Wilton eagerly. "But how did you make that out, Cousins?" "Why, sir, because it marked all the way up, but left off suddenly before it got to the end," answered the officer. "But might not that finger have been bent?" said Mr. Egerton. "Not unless it bent in the middle of the 2nd joint," replied Cousins. "But the matter was quite clear, sir, and one has nothing to do but look at it to satisfy oneself that a part of the finger was wanting, and what is oddest of all, that it has not been taken off at the joint. All I saw besides was, that the fellow who cut the old man's throat must have gone away with his pantaloons very bloody, for he did it kneeling,
and there is just a clear spot where his knee and part of his leg kept the blood from going over the floor." "Indeed, that may serve some purpose too," said Dr. Wilton. "But did you find no more steps or marks of any other person?" "Oh, plenty of steps, sir," replied the officer. "There were all the dirty feet of the coroner's inquest. But I think, though I'm not quite sure of that there must have been somebody left below to keep watch while the others went up to do the job. You see, sir, there is in one place of the passage floor a fresh deal, and I can trace upon that deal the marks of a shoe with large nails in it, going backward and forward the matter of 20 times. Now I hear that the deal was put in not a week ago, and all the folks here agree that the old man never let a person with nails in his shoes 20 times into his house in all his life, so it looks as if that were the only time and way in which it could get so often marked." The two magistrates looked at each other, and Mr. Egerton answered, "Your suspicion is a shrewd one, cousins, but now tell us sincerely, from all that you have seen and heard, do you think that Captain Delaware has been one of those concerned?" "Why, really, sir, I cannot say," answered the officer, "but to tell the truth, though there is no knowing after all, nevertheless, not to speak for a certainty, you know, but still, I should think not." "You are now speaking to us in confidence, you know, cousins," said Dr. Wilton, "and, indeed, we are altogether acting extra-officially in regard to the murder, though we think it may connect itself with the other affair. Tell us, therefore, why you judge it was not Captain Delaware." "Why, sir, that is difficult to say," replied the officer. "But first and foremost, you see, it strikes me that the job was done by as knowing a hand as ever was on the lay, one that has had a regular apprenticeship like. Well, as far as I can hear, that does not match the captain. Then, next, whoever did it has got in upon the sly by means of the girl, whether she be an accessory or not. At all events, she has gone off with her accomplices. She's never murdered, never bit of her, take my word for that. Then you see, sir, when I had done with Ribery, I went away to Emberton Park House, and though there was a mighty fuss to get in, all the family being gone, yet I managed it at last, and got a whole heap of the captain's old boots and shoes, and measured them with the footmarks, and on oath I could prove that none of them, neither those up nor those downstairs, the marks I mean, ever came off his foot." "Why, it would seem to me that what you have said would go very far to exculpate him altogether," said Dr. Wilton. "Ay, sir, but that is a mighty rum story about the notes," answered the officer. "It would make a queer case for the sizes, anyhow. Nevertheless, I don't think him guilty, and if he would explain about the money, all would be clear enough. But that story of his won't go, and if he sticks to it and is caught, he'll be hanged if Judge Blank tries him. He'll get off if it come before Sir Blank. He did well enough to slip his head out of the collar anyway." "But do you think that Ruthven will catch him, then?" demanded Dr. Wilton with no small anxiety. "Why, not so easy as if he were an old thief," replied the officer. "For you see, sir, we know all their haunts, and where they'll take to in a minute, while this young chap may go to Lord knows where." Both the magistrates paused thoughtfully for a minute or two, and at length Dr. Wilton went on. "You see, cousins, the fact is this, that the coroner having issued his warrant against Captain Delaware, our straightforward duty as magistrates is to use all means to put the warrant in execution, and we are neither called upon, nor have we perhaps a strict legal right, after a verdict has been pronounced, to seek for evidence in favour of the person against whom that verdict has been given. At the same time, we are blamed for not committing the prisoner at once, and the coroner is blamed for not sending him off to the county jail the moment the verdict was given, though it was then night. It is also part of our clearest duty to do all in our power to bring the guilty to punishment, and to prepare the case in a certain degree for the officers of the Crown. Consequently, without any great stretch of interpretation, we may consider ourselves justified in using every means to satisfy ourselves who are innocent and who are guilty. You think that Captain Delaware is not the culprit, and you think that 3 persons have, at all events, been concerned in the murder. Some suspicion of this kind must also have been in the minds of the coroner's jury when they returned a verdict against Captain William Delaware and some person or persons unknown. It is our next business, therefore, to search for those persons unknown by every means in our power." "Why, as to the captain, sir," answered Cousins, "the business would soon be settled if we could find out how he came by the money." "It is the most extraordinary thing in the world," said Dr. Wilton, "that Mr. Beauchamp cannot be found anywhere. I am beginning to be apprehensive concerning him. He left me in a very low and depressed state, and if his servant Harding were not with him, which, as he is not to be heard of either, it would seem he is, I should be afraid that his mind had given way." "Harding, said Cousins thoughtfully. "I wonder if that could be the Harding who was a sort of valet and secretary to the banker, and who pocketed a good deal of his cash when he failed. He had well nigh been hanged, or at least taken a swim across the pond, but the lawyer let him off for some disclosures he made, and got him a new place too, they say. I have lost sight of that chap for a long time. But, however, sir, you were speaking about the persons unknown. Now I think, do you see, that I have got the end of a clue that may lead to one of them, and if we get one, we cannot fail to get all." "Who, then, do you think it is?" demanded Mr. Egerton. "Let no means be spared to find out even one of the ruffians." "Why, sir, you see, I don't mind telling you, because it will go no farther, but I think it had be better alone." And he looked significantly at the clerk, who was instantly ordered to withdraw. "Beg pardon, gentlemen," said Cousins more freely, when the other had left the room, "but I have known some of these country clerks that were the arrantest gossips in the whole neighbourhood. However, the matter is, I hit upon what I think is the head of the right nail, when I was after the other business, do you see? You told me to inquire about the burning of the lady's house, and the silver plate that had disappeared. So, among other things, I went to the coach office and examined the books, and just about that time I found that there had been 2 parcels sent up to Amos Jacobs, Esquire, to be left till called for. Now, thinks I, who can Amos Jacobs be, but the old Jew of the scuttle-hole, as they call him. He receives stolen goods, gentlemen, and is as great a blind as ever swung. Well, I asked the bookkeeper if he had noticed those 2 parcels, and he said yes, because they were so small and yet so heavy. So then I asked him who brought them, and he said a gentleman who had been lodging 3 doors down the street for 6 weeks or so. So I went away, and looking up at the house I saw lodgings to let stuck up, and I walked in." "Mr. Beauchamp's lodgings, I dare say," said Dr. Wilton, smiling. No, sir," replied Cousins. "I knew those before. They lie a good bit farther down. But an old woman came to show me the lodgings, thinking I was going to take them. So I asked her who had been in them before, and she shut up and told me all about it. A very nice gentleman, she said he was, who was a great chemist, she believed, for he was always puddling about over a fire, making experiments, as he told her. But bless you, gentlemen, he was just making white soup of the lady's plate. That was what he was doing. So then I asked his name, and she told me it was Mr. Anthony Smithson. So then the whole matter came upon me at once. Your worships must understand that, as far as I know of or remember, there is only one man upon the lay in London who has lost a bit of his finger, and not having seen him for some time, I had forgot all about him. His name is Tony Thompson, but sometimes people call him Billy Winter, and at times he took the name of Johnson, and Perkins too I have heard him called, but the name he went by generally a good while ago was Tony Smithson." "But if the lodgings were to be let, he must of course be gone," cried Dr. Wilton, "and we are as far off from the facts as ever." "Oh, he is gone, sure enough," answered the officer. "That was the first thing I asked the old woman, and she told me that he went the very day before the terrible murder, and that he would be so sorry to hear it, for he used to go often to walk up that way, and asked her many questions about Mr. Timms, poor old man. Well, when I heard this, and had got a good deal more out of her, I thought I might as well look through the place, for these sort of folks generally are in too great a hurry not to leave something behind them, and I opened all the drawers and places, and the old woman thought it very strange till I told her who I was. He had cleared all away, however, except this gold thimble, which had fallen half-way down between the drawers and the wall. It has got J.D. upon it, which I take it means something Darlington, so it must have been prigged at the time of the fire. Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton both looked at the thimble and felt convinced that it belonged to Mrs. Darlington. At all events, the information which cousins had obtained was of course most important, as it rendered it more than probable that one at least of the persons who had robbed, if not fired the house upon the hill, had also been a principal in the murder of the miser. Both the magistrates, therefore, joined in giving high commendations to the officer, and particular directions were added for prosecuting the investigation. Cousins, however, had already anticipated several of the orders he now received. "I tried all I could, sir," he replied, "to find out some of the fellow's stray boots or shoes, but he had left none behind. I then went to all the different shoemakers and cobblers to see if any of them could give me his measure, but he had been too cunning for that. The stage-coachman, however, remembered taking him up here for London, and setting him down by his own desire at a little public house 4 miles off, so that we have got upon the right scent beyond doubt. And if you will give me permission, gentlemen, I will go out this evening and find out whom he most kept company with in this place, before the matter gets blown. I have had a good pumping to-night already, but it would not do." "And pray, who took the trouble of pumping you, cousins?" asked Mr. Egerton. "Though this is the most gossiping town in Europe, I should have thought there was roguery enough in it also to keep the inhabitants from meddling unnecessarily with a police officer." "Oh, it was one of the people of the place, sir," replied cousins. "They only stared at me. This was the Mr. Timms, who gave the captain in charge, I hear. He seems a sharp hand, and he has a good will to prove the captain guilty, though I don't see just yet what good it could do him either." Dr. Wilton asked several questions concerning the lawyer, and the examination to which he had subjected the officer, and then, after shaking his hand and observing that he believed Mr. Peter Timms to be a great rogue, he dismissed cousins to pursue his inquiries in the town. It must be here remarked that Mr. Egerton, although he knew William Delaware personally, and did not think him at all a person to commit the crime with which he was charged, had never felt that assured confidence in his innocence which Dr. Wilton had always experienced. It was not indeed that Mr. Egerton thought worse of Captain Delaware individually than the clergyman did, but he thought worse of the whole human race. Gradually, however, he had been coming over to Dr. Wilton's opinion, and his conversation that night with the officer had completely made a convert of him, by showing him that, notwithstanding the one extraordinary circumstance which remained yet to be explained, every new fact that was elicited tended more and more to prove that the murder had been committed by persons of a very different class and habits from the supposed delinquent. Feeling, therefore, that in some degree he had done the unfortunate gentleman injustice, he now determined to redouble his exertions to apprehend the real culprits, in the hope and expectation of clearing the character of Captain Delaware. With this view he resolved to remain at Emberton that night, contrary to his former plans, and he proposed to Dr. Wilton to visit the old miser's house at Rybury the next morning, in order to verify the footmarks as measured by cousins, lest the new proprietor might think fit, after the funeral, which was to take place at 4 that day, to have all traces of the horrid scene effaced, which he might do for more reasons than one, if the malevolence Captain Delaware charged him with was really his motive. "Why, the truth is," replied Dr. Wilton in answer to this proposal, "that I intended to go very early to-morrow to Mrs. Darlington's to see poor Blanche Delaware, and try to discover whether she can give any clue by which Henry Beauchamp can be found." "Is it likely that she should possess any?" said Mr. Egerton, laughing. "Why, they are cousins, you know," answered Dr. Wilton with a smile which served to contradict the reason that his words seemed to assign for the knowledge of her cousin's movements, which he attributed to Miss Delaware. They are cousins, you know, and I have heard it reported that there was something more. But, at all events, I am anxious about the lad, and do not choose to leave any chance of discovering him untried." "But, by the way, I forgot," said Mr. Egerton. "I heard an hour or two ago that Sir Sidney and Miss Delaware had left Mrs. Darlington's, and had gone to some watering place, I think the people said." "Oh, no, impossible," said Dr. Wilton, "impossible. They would have let me hear as a matter of course." Nevertheless, he rose and rang the bell, although so convinced was he of the truth of what he asserted, that, ere the waiter appeared, he had proceeded to arrange with Mr. Egerton that while that gentleman went to Ribery and verified the traces which cousins had observed, he would drive to Mrs. Darlington's and make the inquiries he proposed. "Pray, have you heard anything of Sir Sidney Delaware having left Mrs. Darlington's new house?" demanded Dr. Wilton, when the waiter appeared. "Oh dear, yes, sir," replied the man. "Mr. Timms, Lawyer Timms, sir, who was there this morning, could find none of them, and has been inquiring all over the place to make out where they are gone to. But nobody can tell, sir, and every one says they have run away." "Nonsense," said Mr. Egerton. "That will do." And the waiter retired. "This is very extraordinary," said Dr. Wilton. "Every one seems to be disappearing one after the other. Nevertheless, I will go up and inquire of Mrs. Darlington, and will come and join you at Ribery afterward." The meeting was accordingly arranged, and shortly after cousins returned, bringing a vast store of fresh information. A Mr. Anthony Smithson, alias Thompson, alias Perkins, alias Johnson, alias Winter, fully described and particularised, so as to leave no doubt whatever of his identity with crush-fingered Billy Winter, a notorious London flashman, had been remarked by all the wondermongers of Emberton for his intimacy with Mr. Harding, Mr. Burrell's servant. He had been also observed to have a peculiar predilection for the lanes and fields about the house at Ribery. This information had led the officers to fresh inquiries concerning the philosophical Harding himself, who had been accurately described by the investigating and observing people of Emberton. And, on his return, cousins expressed his fullest conviction that he was the identical Harding who had, as he before described, got off in a serious criminal case, solely by the connivance of an attorney. Who that attorney was need hardly be explained, and indeed, to do so would only lead us to the details of a previous affair totally unconnected with this history. Suffice it that no sooner did cousins hear that Harding had been with his master at the house of Mrs. Darlington on the day of the fire, than he at once declared himself to be perfectly certain that his hands and no others had kindled the flame. He added also that he did not doubt that Smithson and Harding, whether they had exactly fixed upon any precise object or not, had come down to Emberton with the intention of acting in concert, and he added that it would not at all surprise him to find that they were the two who committed the murder itself, especially as the people had particularly described to him the valet's long foot. While he was speaking, Dr. Wilton rapidly turned over his notes of the examination of Captain Delaware and the servants of Emberton Park, and at length lighted upon the declaration of the manservant, who stated that in returning from some errand in that direction, he had seen the valet Harding at the back of the park, the lane surrounding which led directly toward Ribery. "If I could think of any reason for his putting the money in the captain's room," said cousins, as the clergyman read this passage, "I should think that Harding had done it himself on purpose to hang him." "May he not have been instigated to do it by others?" said Mr. Egerton. "If one could find out any reason for it," replied the officer. "Why, Captain Delaware suspected something of the kind himself," replied the magistrate, and he read a part of the young fugitive's letter, watching from time to time as he did so the effect it produced upon the countenance of a man who, like cousins, was accustomed to trace and encounter crime in every form. The officer closed one eye, put his tongue slightly into his cheek, and ended by a half whistle. "You had better look to it, gentlemen," he said. "You had better look to it. Such things have been done before now, so you had better look to it." "We will," answered Dr. Wilton. "We will. Let us see you tomorrow about 9, cousins." The officer took the hint and withdrew. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Oh, that I had the lucid arrangement of the late Lord Tenterden, or the happy illustration of Francis Jeffrey, or the curiosa felicitas of George Gordon Byron, or the nervous vein of Gifford, or the elegant condensation of Lockhart, or any of the peculiar powers of any of the great men of past or future ages, to help me to make this chapter both interesting and brief. And there are several facts to state, and small space to state them in, and, what is worse than all, they are so dry and pulverized that they are enough to give anyone who meddles with them what the Spaniard gracefully terms a retortijón de tripas. As, however, they are absolutely necessary to the clear understanding of what is to follow, I will at once place them all in order together, leaving the reader to swallow them in any vehicle he may think fit. First, then, on his visit to Mrs. Darlington, Dr. Wilton obtained no information whatever, except that the tidings he had before heard were true. Sir Sidney Delaware and his daughter, Mrs. Darlington said, had indeed left her, but they had requested, as a particular favour, that she would not even inquire whither they were going, and as the favour was a very small one, she had granted it of course. From the house of that worthy lady, Dr. Wilton proceeded to join Mr. Egerton at Highbury, where, according to their own request, they were met by the coroner for the county. All the traces which had been observed by cousins were verified, and a complete plan of the scene of the murder was made under the direction of the magistrates. A long conference took place at the same time between the two justices and the coroner, who expressed less dissatisfaction at the escape of Captain Delaware than they had expected. "We must share the blame between us, gentlemen," he said. "You for not having remanded him to some secure place, I for not having sent him 25 miles that night to the county jail. Certain it is, the case was a very doubtful one, and I would fain have had the jury adjourned till the following morning. But in truth," he added, "coroners' juries, knowing that their decision is not final, and disgusted and agitated by the horrible scenes they are obliged to examine, very often return a hasty and ill-considered verdict, in spite of all the officers of the Crown can do. This was, I am afraid, the case in this present instance, and I have no doubt that the young man has made his escape more from apprehension of a long and painful imprisonment, which is a severe punishment in itself, than from any consciousness of guilt." Finding his opinion thus far favourable, the two magistrates communicated to the Crown officer all that they had discovered in regard to Harding and Smithson, and also the faint suspicion which they entertained that Harding, at the instigation of Mr. Timms, junior, had placed the money in the chamber of Captain Delaware. The coroner, however, shook his head. "As to Harding and Smithson," he said, "the matter is sufficiently made out to justify us in issuing warrants for their apprehension, and Harding may perhaps, from some motive we know nothing of, have placed the money as you suspect, especially as he seems to have been well acquainted with Emberton Park. But I do not believe that Mr. Timms had anything to do with it. To suppose so would at once lead us to the conclusion that he was an accomplice in the murder of his uncle, and his whole conduct gave the lie to that. No, no. Had he even known that his uncle was dead before he came here, his whole actual behaviour afterward would have been very different. He did not affect any great sorrow for his uncle, as he would have done had he been at all culpable, but at the same time he was evidently vindictive in the highest degree against the murderers. No, no, you are mistaken there, gentlemen. But let us issue warrants against the other two, and entrust their execution to cousins. We shall easily be able to get at the truth in regard to Captain Delaware from one of those gentry, if we can but catch them." While the warrants were in preparation, it was announced to the magistrates that Mr. Peter Timms himself was below, with the undertakers, and also that the constable of a neighbouring parish had brought up a boy who had found a hat upon the seashore, which, it was supposed, might throw some light upon the matter before the magistrates. Mr. Timms was accordingly directed to wait while the boy was brought up and the hat examined. The peculiarity of its form, a form unknown in Emberton, and of its colour, a shade of that light russet brown in which Shakespeare clothes the dawn of her morning's walk, at once led Dr. Wilton to believe that it had belonged to his unfortunate friend Henry Beauchamp. As Beauchamp, however, was not one of those men who write their names in their hats, the matter still remained in the most unpleasant state in the world, a state of doubt, and such a state being not less disagreeable to Dr. Wilton than to anyone else, after catechising the boy, and discovering that nothing was to be discovered, except that the hat had been washed on shore at about 5 miles distance from Rybury, of which washing it bore ample marks, the worthy clergyman left his companions in magistracy to expedite the warrants, and returned in person to Emberton in order to examine Mrs. Wilson, Beauchamp's late landlady, in regard to the hat, which he carried thither along with him. As soon as Mrs. Wilson saw it, she declared that it was the identical hat that poor dear Mr. Burrell always used to wear in the morning. She had seen it, she said, full 100 times, and knew it because the leather in the inside was laced with a silk tag, for all the world like the bodices she could remember when she was young. Eagerly also did she question Dr. Wilton as to where it had been found, for it seems that Mr. Burrell had been no small favourite with the old lady, and when she was made acquainted with the facts, she wrung her hands, declaring that she was sure the poor young gentleman had gone and drowned himself for love of Miss Delaware. Now Dr. Wilton had at his heart entertained a sort of vague suspicion that Beauchamp, notwithstanding all his strong moral and religious principles, might, in a moment of despair, and in that fancied disgust at the world, which he was somewhat too apt to pamper, do some foolish act. Perhaps I should have said before that he feared it might be so. And as he would rather have believed any other thing, and was very angry at himself for supposing it possible, he was, of course, still more angry at good Mrs. Wilson for so strongly confirming his apprehensions. He scolded her very heartily, therefore, for imagining what he had before imagined himself, and he was just leaving her house when he bethought him of making inquiries concerning the haunts and behaviour of Mr. Burrell's valet, Harding. To his questions on this head, Mrs. Wilson, though a little indignant at the reprimand she had received, replied in the most clear and distinct manner that Harding had never kept company with any one but Mr. Smithson, the chemist gentleman, who lodged farther up the town, that no one scarcely ever heard the sound of his voice, and that for her part so queer were his ways that she should have thought that he was a conjurer, if he had not been a gentleman's servant, which 2 occupations she mistakenly imagined to be incompatible. Dr. Wilton next inquired what was the size of the valet's foot, at which Mrs. Wilson looked aghast, demanding, "Lord, how should she know what the size of a gentleman's foot? But stay," she cried the moment after, stay, sir, now I think of it, I can tell to a cheese paring, for in the hurry that he went away in, he left a pair of boots behind him, and the groom, when he set off the morning after, would not take them, because he said Mr. Harding was always drawing him, and meddling with his business, and some day or another he would tell him a thing or 2. Dr. Wilton demanded an immediate sight of the boots, with all the eagerness of a connoisseur, and with much satisfaction beheld a leathern foot-bag of extraordinary length, brought in by the landlady, who declared as she entered that he had a very long foot after all. The boot was immediately carried off to the inn, but as Mr. Egerton had the measurements with him at Rybury, Dr. Wilton was obliged to wait 1 mortal hour and a half ere he could proceed to ascertain the correspondence of the valet's boot with the bloody mark of the murderer's foot, tormenting himself about Beauchamp in the meanwhile. After waiting that time, however, in fretful incertitude as to going to the place itself or staying his fellow magistrate's return, Mr. Egerton appeared. The paper on which the footmarks had been traced was produced, and the boot being set down thereon, filled up one of the vacant spaces without the difference of a line. Now, we have him," cried Dr. Wilton, rubbing his hands eagerly. "Now we have him. Beyond all question, the counsel for the Crown will permit the least criminal to become King's evidence, and I doubt not, in the slightest degree, that we shall find poor William Delaware completely exculpated." "You call to mind, my dear friend," said Mr. Egerton, laying his hand on Dr. Wilton's arm, as if to stop his transports, "you call to mind a waggish receipt for dressing a strange dish." "How so? How so?" demanded Dr. Wilton, with a subdued smile at the reproof of his eagerness, which he knew was coming in some shape or other. "What is your receipt, my dear sir?" "It runs thus," answered Mr. Egerton: "how to dress a griffin. First, catch a griffin, and then dress him any way you like." Well," answered Dr. Wilton, "we will try to catch the griffin, my dear sir, and you shall not find me wanting in ardour to effect the preliminary step, if you will aid me to bring about the second, and let me dress my griffin when I have caught him. To say the truth," he added, relapsing into grave seriousness, "the subject is not a laughing one, and I am afraid I have suffered my personal feelings to become somewhat too keenly interested, perhaps to a degree of levity. God knows, there is little reason for us to be eager in the matter, except from a desire that, by the punishment of the guilty, the innocent should be saved, and I am willing to confess that I entertain not the slightest doubt of the innocence of William Delaware. A crime has certainly been committed by some one, and according to all the laws of God and man, it is one which should be punished most severely. Heaven forbid, however, that I should treat such a matter with levity. All I meant to say is, that if we do succeed in apprehending the real murderers, we must endeavour to make their conviction the means of clearly exculpating the innocent." "I hope we shall be as successful as you could wish," replied Mr. Egerton, "and I think it will give me scarcely less pleasure than it would give yourself to hear that Captain Delaware is innocent, although I will not suffer either a previous good character, or a gallant deportment, or a handsome countenance to weigh with me, except as presumptive testimony in his favour, and as a caution to myself to be on my guard against the natural predilections of man's heart. But what have you discovered regarding the hat?" "Confirmation, I am afraid, too strong of my worst fears," answered Dr. Wilton, and he related how positively Mrs. Wilson had declared it to have belonged to Mr. Beauchamp. Measures for investigating this event also were immediately taken, and information of the supposed death by drowning of a gentleman lately residing at Emberton was given to all the stations on that coast. This new catastrophe of course furnished fresh food to the gossiping propensities of the people of the town, and the tale, improved by the rich and prolific imaginations of its inhabitants, was sent forth connected by 1,000 fine and filmy links with the murder of the miser, and the disappearance of the Delaware family. It instantly appeared in all the public prints, who, to do them but justice, were far too charitable to leave it in its original nakedness. Hence it was transferred with new scenery, dresses, and decorations to a broadsheet of very thin paper, and distributed by a man with a loud voice, on the consideration of 1 halfpenny, to wondering housemaids and keepers of chandlers' shops, under the taking title of The Ribery Tragedy, and there is strong reason to believe that it was alone owing to the temporary difficulties of Mr. Blank of the Blank Theatre that Captain William Delaware was not brought upon the boards, with a knife in his hand, cutting the throat of the miser, while Henry Beauchamp threw himself from the rocks into the sea, for love of the murderer's sister. That this theatrical consummation did not take place is much to be wondered at, and it is to be hoped that, when the managers are furnished with all the correct particulars, they will give the public their version of the matter on every stage from Drury Lane to the very barn at Emberton itself. As may be easily supposed, for two country magistrates, Dr. Wilton and Mr. Egerton had now their hands tolerably full, and consequently, on separating, they agreed to meet again at Emberton in 2 days. In the meantime, the funeral of the murdered man took place, conducted, as Mr. Peter Timms assured everybody, with that attention to economy which would have been gratified to the deceased himself, could he have witnessed it. Nobody could doubt that the nephew had probability on his side in this respect, though the undertaker grumbled and the mercer called him a shabby person. After the interment, Mr. Timms took possession of the premises and the papers of the deceased, but for reasons that may be easily divined, he did not choose to stay in the dwelling that his uncle had inhabited. Passing the ensuing evening and night at the inn, he had all the papers removed thither, and continued in the examination thereof for many an hour, in a room from which even his own clerk was excluded. Those who saw him afterward declared that his countenance was as resplendent as a new sovereign, but he selfishly kept all his joy to his own bosom, and after spending another day in Emberton, he set off post for London, with many a bag and tin case, to take out letters of administration. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Lord Ashborough left his niece Maria Beauchamp and the chief part of his establishment in the country, and setting out with but 2 servants, arrived in the metropolis late on Saturday night. With that attention to decorum and propriety which formed a chief point in his minor policy, he appeared on the Sunday morning in the gallery of St. George's Church, Hanover Square, exactly as the organ sounded, and with grave and devout face passed through the next 2 hours. But let it not be supposed that the impressive service of the Church of England, read even in its most impressive manner, occupied his thoughts, or that even the eloquence of a Hodgson caught his ear and affected his heart. It was only the flesh and blood tenement of Lord Ashborough that was at church. Lord Ashborough himself, in heart and in spirit, was in his library in Grosvenor Square, eagerly conversing with Mr. Peter Timms on the best means of snatching the last spoils of his enemy, Sir Sidney Delaware. Not that Lord Ashborough did not go to church with the full and clear purpose of doing his duty, but people's ideas of doing their duty are so very various that he thought the going to church quite enough, without attending. Now, in spite of risking a longueur, we must observe that there are some people who, although they live in great opposition to the doctrines they hear, nevertheless deserve a certain degree of honour for going to church, because they persevere in doing so, though the 2 hours they spend there are the most tiresome of their whole lives. Attribute it to resolution, or sense of decency, or what you will, still some honour is their due. But we are sorry to say that no such plea could be set up in favour of Lord Ashborough. The 2 hours that he spent at church were not tedious. He had the comfortable persuasion that he was doing his duty, and setting a good example, and at the same time had a fair opportunity of thinking over all his plans and projects for the ensuing week, without any chance of interruption. Thus the time he spent within the holy walls was a time of calm and pleasant reflection, and what profit he derived from it the rest of his life must show. At all events, there was nothing disagreeable in it. It was a part of the pomp and parade of existence, and he went through it all with a degree of equanimity that took away every kind of merit from the act. Before he had concluded his breakfast on the Monday morning, a servant announced that Mr. Peter Timms had been shown into the library, and thither Lord Ashborough bent his steps, after he had kept the lawyer waiting long enough to preserve his dignity and show his indifference. Mr. Peter Timms was seated in the far corner of the library with great humility, and rose instantly on the peer's entrance, bowing to the ground. Now the fact was, and it may need some explanation, that Mr. Timms found he was growing a great man, in his own estimation, on the wealth he derived from his uncle. He had just discovered that pride was beginning to get above avarice in his heart, and he became afraid that Lord Ashborough might think he was deviating into too great familiarity from feeling a strong inclination in his own bosom to do so. Such a consummation was, of course, not desirable on many accounts, and with his usual politic shrewdness, Peter Timms resolved to assume a far greater degree of humility than he really felt, and, while by other means he raised himself slowly in the estimation both of his noble patron and the world in general, suffering his newly acquired wealth silently to act with its own weight, and determined to affect still a tone of ample subserviency till his objects were fully gained. In the meanwhile, Lord Ashborough, who believed that a gulf as wide as that which yawned in the forum lay between himself and Peter Timms, bespoke the lawyer with condescending civility, bade him take a seat, and inquired what news he had brought from Emberton. Mr. Peter Timms hesitated, and then replied that the news he brought was bad in every respect. "In the first place, my lord, I have not been able to stop any of the rents, for they had unfortunately been paid on the day preceding my return to Emberton. In the next place, it would appear that Sir Sidney Delaware has run away, as well as his son, for he has certainly disappeared, and notwithstanding every means I could use, I was not able to discover any trace of him." He had imagined that Lord Ashborough would have expressed nothing but disappointment at tidings which threatened to make his views upon the Emberton estate more vague and difficult of success, but he was mistaken. The first passion in the peer's breast was revenge. The picture presented to him was Sidney Delaware flying from his country, disgraced, ruined, and blighted in mind and body. Memory strode over 23 years in an instant, and showed him the same man as he had then appeared, his successful rival triumphing in his disappointment. Placing the portrait of the present and the past together, the peer again tasted the joy of revenge, and mentally ate his enemy's heart in the market-place. For a moment avarice gave place to revenge, but after all, avarice is the most durable and permanent of human passions. Like Sinbad's Old Man of the Sea, it gets upon the back of everything else that invades its own domain, and never leaves them till they die of inanition. Ambition sometimes gorges itself, pride is occasionally brought down, vanity tires, and love grows cold, but avarice, once possessed of the human heart, may be driven into the inmost recesses for a moment, but never quits the citadel, and always, sooner or later, regains the outworks. "Will this make any difference with regard to our proceedings against the old man and his son?" demanded the peer, after he had given revenge its moment, and had suffered avarice to return. "Not at all as respects the son," answered Mr. Timms, "but I am afraid that, in the father's case, it may occasion some delays. You see, my lord, not knowing where he is, we cannot serve him with process. In regard to the son, too, you see, my lord, nothing can be discovered, not the slightest trace. However, I doubt not that we shall be able to fit him with the law that will secure your lordship the reversion. But I am afraid, my lord, I have still worse news in store for you. Grieved I am to be such a croaking raven in your lordship's ears, and thus to—" "Do me a favour, then, my good sir," said Lord Ashborough, cutting across his figures of speech impatiently, "to make your croaking as brief as possible, and without circumlocution, to tell me what is the matter." "I would first ask your lordship," said Mr. Timms, who had a great opinion of the foolish plan of breaking bad tidings by degrees, "I would first ask your lordship if you have lately heard from Mr. Beauchamp." "Oh, is that all?" said Lord Ashborough. "I told you before, and I tell you again, Mr. Timms, there is no more chance of her marrying Henry Beauchamp than there is of my marrying my walking-stick." "But it is not that, my lord," cried Mr. Timms. "It is not that at all. I am afraid Mr. Beauchamp is drowned." Lord Ashborough started from his chair, pale and aghast, with a complication of painful feelings which Mr. Timms had little thought could be excited by the death of any living thing. But the lawyer made the common mistake of generalizing too broadly. He had fancied that his patron was calmly callous to everything but what immediately affected himself, and he was mistaken, for it is improbable that there ever was a man whose heart, if we could have traced all its secret chambers and intricate windings, did not somewhere contain a store, however small, of gentle feelings and affections. Lord Ashborough loved his nephew, though probably Henry Beauchamp was the only human being he did sincerely love. In him all the better affections of his heart had centred. Lord Ashborough had also loved his brother, Beauchamp's father, and in early life, when the heart is soft, he had done him many a kindness which, as they were perhaps the only true generous actions of his life, made him love his brother still more, as the object that had excited them. Neither, in the whole course of their lives, did there occur one unfortunate point of rivalry between them, and Mr. Beauchamp, or rather Governor Beauchamp, as he was at last generally called, felt so deeply the various acts of friendship which his brother had shown to him, and him alone, in all the world, that he took the best way of expressing his gratitude, namely, by making Lord Ashborough on all occasions appear to advantage, giving way to his pride, putting the most favourable construction on his actions, and never opposing him in words, however differently he might shape his own conduct. Thus the love of his brother remained unshaken and increasing till the last day of Governor Beauchamp's life, and at his death it was transferred to his son, rendered indeed more tender, but not decreased, by regret for the father and by the softening power of memory. It is sad to think that any less noble feeling should have mingled with these purer affections, even though they might tend to increase the intensity of his affection for Henry Beauchamp. It would be far more grateful to the mind to let this redeeming point stand out resplendent in the character of the peer, but we are telling the truth, and it must not be. The shadow, however, perhaps is a slight one, but it was pride of two kinds that gave the full height to Lord Ashborough's love for Beauchamp. In the first place, to his titles and estates there was no other heir than Henry Beauchamp. There was not even any collateral line of male descent which could have perpetuated the earldom if his nephew had been removed. Henry Beauchamp dead, and the peer saw himself the last Lord Ashborough. In him, therefore, had centred all the many vague, and we might almost call them mysterious, feelings of interest with which we regard the being destined to carry on our race and name into the long futurity. Family pride, then, tended to increase the Earl's affection for his nephew, but there was pride also of another kind concerned. Lord Ashborough admired Henry Beauchamp as well as loved him, and, strange to say, admired him not only for the qualities which they possessed in common, but for the qualities which his nephew possessed and which he himself did not. They were both good horsemen, and Lord Ashborough had been in his youth, like Henry Beauchamp, skilled in all the manly exercises, had been elegant in his manners and graceful in his person, but light wit, a fertile imagination, a generous disposition, were qualities that the Earl had never possessed, and yet he was gratified beyond measure that his nephew did possess them, delighted in the admiration they called upon him, and was proud of the heir to his fortune and his name. All these facts had been overlooked by Mr. Timms, whose mind, though of the same kind of web as that of his patron, was of a grosser texture, and not a little was he surprised and frightened when he beheld the effect which his abrupt tidings produced upon the Earl. Lord Ashborough turned deadly pale, and staggering up, rang the bell violently. Mr. Timms would have spoken, but the Earl waved his hand for him to be silent, and when the servant appeared, exclaimed, "The drops out of my dressing-room, quick!" The man disappeared, but returned in a moment with a vial and glass, and pouring out a few drops, Lord Ashborough swallowed them hastily, and then, leaning his head upon his hand, paused for a minute or two, while the servant stood silent beside him, and the lawyer gazed upon him in horror and astonishment. In a short time the peer's colour returned, and giving a nod to the servant, who was evidently not unaccustomed to scenes somewhat similar, he said, "You may go. Now, Mr. Timms," he continued, when the door was once more closed, "what were you telling me? But first, let me say you should be more cautious in making such communications. Do you not know that I am subject to spasms of the heart, which are always brought on by any sudden affection of the mind?" Mr. Timms apologised and declared his ignorance, and vowed he would not have done such a thing for the world, etc. But Lord Ashborough soon stopped him, and demanded with some impatience what had given rise to the apprehension he had expressed. The lawyer then, with circumlocution, if not with delicacy, proceeded to state the rumours that he had heard at Emberton, which had been confirmed to him by Mrs. Wilson, namely, that Mr. Beauchamp's hat had been washed on shore on the seaside, not far from that place. He had found it his duty, he said, to make inquiries, especially as the good landlady had declared that the young gentleman had appeared very melancholy and out of sorts on the day he left her. No other part of Mr. Beauchamp's apparel had been found except a glove, which was picked up on the road leading from Emberton to a little fishing village not far off. "There is one sad fact, my lord, however," continued the lawyer, "which gives me great apprehension. I myself, in the course of my inquiries, discovered Mr. Beauchamp's beautiful hunter, Martindale, in the hands of a poor pot-house keeper in the village about 3 miles, or not so much, from Emberton. This man and his servants were the last persons who saw your nephew. He came there, it appears, late one evening on horseback, asked they had a good dry stable, put up his horse, saw it properly attended to, and then walked out, looking very grave and disconsolate, the man said. I found that this person knew the horse's name, and when I asked him how he had learned it, for he did not know Mr. Beauchamp at all, he said that the gentleman, just before he went, had patted the horse's neck and said, 'My poor Martindale, I must take care of you, however.'" Lord Ashborough listened with a quivering lip and haggard eye, as Mr. Timms proceeded with his tale. "Have you been at his house?" he demanded, as the other concluded. "I went there the first thing this morning, my lord," replied Mr. Timms, "but I am very sorry to say none of his servants know anything whatever in regard to him. They all say they have been expecting him in town every day for the last week." Lord Ashborough again rang the bell. "Order horses to the carriage immediately," he said, when the servant appeared, "and go on to Marlborough Street with my compliments to Sir George F., and a request that he would send me an experienced officer who can go down with me into the country directly. Mr. Timms, I must inquire into this business myself. I leave you here behind to take every measure that is necessary, but above all things remember that you have £10,000 to pay into the hands of poor Beauchamp's agents. Do not fail to do it in the course of to-day, and explain to them that the business of the bill was entirely owing to forgetfulness. Let all the expenses be paid, and clear away that business at once. I am almost sorry that it was ever done." "And about Sir Sidney Delaware, my lord?" said Mr. Timms. "What—" "Proceed against him instantly," interrupted the peer, setting his teeth firm. "Proceed against him instantly by every means and all means. The same with his son. Leave not a stone unturned to bring him to justice, or punish him for contumacy. If it had not been for those two villains and their damned intrigues, this would not have happened to poor Henry. Thus do men deceive themselves, and thus those things that, would they listen to conscience instead of desire, might become warnings and reproofs, they turn to apologies for committing fresh wrongs, and fuel to feed the fire of their passions into a blaze. The observation may be commonplace, but it is true, and let the man who does not do so call it trite if he will. No one else has a right." It was evident that the Earl was in no placable mood, and Mr. Timms, though he had much yet to speak of, and many a plan to propose, in order to overcome those legal difficulties to the design he had suggested, which were now springing up rapidly to his mind, yet thought it expedient to put off the discussion of the whole till his noble patron was in a more fitting humour, not a little apprehensive that, if he touched upon the matter at present, the Earl's anger might turn upon himself for discovering obstacles in a path which he had formerly represented as smooth and easy. He therefore contented himself with asking a few more directions, and leaving Lord Ashborough proceeded straight to Doctors' Commons to make the necessary arrangements concerning his uncle's property. That done, he visited the Stamp Office, his business there being of no small consequence to himself. It was neither more nor less than to cause a paper to be stamped, which he had found among other documents belonging to his uncle, which acknowledged the receipt of the sum of £10,000 from Mr. Timms of Rybury, and was signed by Henry Beauchamp. Considerable difficulties were offered at the Stamp Office to the immediate legalisation of this paper, but Mr. Timms was so completely aware of every legal point, and through Lord Ashborough's business was so well known at the office, that it was at length completed, and he turned his steps towards the house of Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, who had lately become the law agents of Henry Beauchamp. Before he had gone above half a mile on the road thither, He pulled the check-string of the hackney coach in which he was seated, and bade the man drive to Clement's Inn. This was immediately done, and Mr. Timms entered his chambers and retired into his utmost recesses to pause upon consideration the step that he had just been about to take. This was no other than to wait upon Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson, and tender them Mr. Beauchamp's stamped acknowledgment of the receipt of £10,000 from his uncle, in discharge of the £10,000 which he had been directed to pay by Lord Ashborough, appropriating to himself, as his uncle's heir, the money which was thus left in his hands. The matter was susceptible of various points of view, for though the law does not recognise the principle of any man helping himself in such a manner, yet we are informed by those who know better than ourselves that it is very difficult, under many circumstances, to prevent him from doing so. There was one point, however, which greatly incommoded Mr. Timms, namely, that the acknowledgment in Mr. Beauchamp's hand was dated on the very day of the Ribery murder, and therefore offered a strong presumption that the money had really been placed in Captain Delaware's chamber by his cousin. Many important consequences might ensue, should Mr. Beauchamp reappear, and declare such to have been the fact, and although Mr. Timms sincerely hoped and trusted that he was at the bottom of the sea, yet, as it might happen that he was not, the lawyer, with laudable precaution, sat down to state to himself the results which would take place in each of the two cases, if he were now to present his acknowledgment. He found, therefore, that should Mr. Beauchamp never be heard of more, the case would go on against Captain Delaware, the suit in Chancery might proceed against Sir Sidney Delaware, the £25,000 he had got would remain in his hands, and by presenting the acknowledgment, he would be enabled to retain possession of £10,000 more. All this, therefore, was in favour of acting as he had determined. On the other hand, if Mr. Beauchamp did reappear, which he did not think likely, he began to suspect that Captain Delaware would be cleared, that the £25,000 would be transferred to Lord Ashborough, that the Emberton estate would be freed from all encumbrance, and that he would undoubtedly lose the £12,000 which had been stolen from his uncle, as well as Lord Ashborough's favour and business. The more reason, he thought, why I should immediately get this money, which undoubtedly did belong to my uncle. But can I then continue the process against Captain Delaware, he continued, with such a strong presumption of his innocence in my own hands? And he looked at the note, which clearly amounted to positive proof. But what have I to do with that? It does not absolutely prove his innocence. The coroner's inquest has returned its verdict, and the law must take its course. Besides, Henry Beauchamp is at the bottom of the sea, and a jury of fishes sitting on his own body by this time. Pshaw! I will present the acknowledgment to-morrow. This doughty resolution Mr. Timms accordingly fulfilled, and at noon waited in person on Messrs. Steelyard and Wilkinson. He was shown into the private room of the latter, a seat was placed for him, and his business was asked. "Why, Mr. Wilkinson," he replied, "I have first to explain to you an uncommonly awkward blunder, which took place by some forgetfulness on the part of my noble friend and client, the Earl of Ashborough, who, not adverting to the arrangements made between us, did not leave assets in my office to pay the bill drawn by you on Mr. Beauchamp's account. Had I been in town myself," he added, feeling wealthy, "of course I would have supplied the money, but I, like my noble friend and client, was out of town till yesterday." "Rather unfortunate indeed, Mr. Timms," replied Mr. Wilkinson drily, "especially as Mr. Beauchamp drew for the money. His letter was couched in such terms as to permit of our handing over the assets that were in our hands, but we cannot tell that he has not been put to great inconvenience. Lord Ashborough's note was of course protested. Here it is. I hope you have come to retire it." "I am directed by my Lord Ashborough to do so," answered the lawyer, "but I rather imagine that Mr. Beauchamp could not be put to much inconvenience, for I find by this document that he has obtained that sum and £432 more from my late unfortunate uncle, to whose property I have taken out letters of administration, and therefore retaining the £10,000 now in hand, I request you would hand me over the £432 at your convenience, when I will give you a receipt in full." "Sir, this is somewhat unprecedented," replied Mr. Wilkinson, "and I think you will find that money cannot thus be stopped in transit without form of law. Such proceedings, if once admitted, would open a door to the most scandalous abuses. You acknowledge that you are commissioned to pay us this money on account of Lord Ashborough. Having done so, you will have every right to present your claim against Mr. Beauchamp, which will of course be immediately examined and attended to." Mr. Timms replied, and Mr. Wilkinson rejoined, but as it is more than probable that the reader may already have heard more than he desires of such a discussion, it will be unnecessary to say more than that Mr. Timms adhered to his first resolution, and carried off the sum he had in hand, leaving Mr. Wilkinson to send down to Lord Ashborough his protested bill, and Beauchamp's note of hand, if he pleased. In the meantime that noble lord proceeded, as fast as light chariot and good horses could carry him, down to Emberton. It was dark, however, ere he arrived, and the first object that met his sight the following morning, as he looked forth from the windows of the inn, was the old mansion at the end of its wide and solitary park, with the stream flowing calmly on through the midst of the brown grass and antique trees, and the swans floating upon its bosom in the early light. He had not seen it since he was a mere youth, and the finger of time had written that sad word, decay, on the whole aspect of the place. To the Earl, through whose whole frame the saintly hand had spread the growing stiffness of age, the sight was awfully sad of the place where he had spent the most elastic days of life, and it was long ere he could withdraw his eyes as he paused and contemplated every feature of the scene, and woke 1,000 memories that had long slept in the night of the past. There was a change over all he saw since last he had beheld it, a gloom, a desolation, a darkness, and he felt too that there was a change as great in himself. But there was something more in his thoughts. The decay in his own frame was greater, more rapid, more irremediable. The scene might flourish again under some cultivating hand. The mansion repaired with care and ornamented with taste might assume a brighter aspect, but nothing could restore life's freshness or the body's strength to him. Each day that passed must see some farther progress in the downfall of his powers, and few brief months and years would behold him in the earth, without leaving a being behind him to carry on his lineage into time, if Henry Beauchamp were indeed, as his fears anticipated. It was the first time that he had thought in such a sort for long, and most unfortunate was it that there was no voice, either in his own heart or from without, to point the moral at the moment, and to lead the vague ideas excited of life and death and immortality to their just conclusion. He thought of death and of his own decay, indeed, but he never thought of using better the life that still remained, for he scarcely knew that he had used the past amiss, and after indulging for some minutes those meditations that will at times have way, he found that they only served to make him melancholy, and turned again to the everyday round of life. When he was dressed and had breakfasted, he set out for the small village near which Henry Beauchamp's hat had been found. In his way, he stopped also at the house where the hunter had been left, identified the horse, and listened attentively to the replies which the landlord and his servants made to the shrewd questions of an officer he brought with him from London. The man's tale was very simple, and quite the same as that he had given to Mr. Timms. He described Henry Beauchamp very exactly, declared that he had appeared grave and melancholy when he came there, and that he had never heard anything of him since. The servants told the same story, and Lord Ashborough only acquired an additional degree of gloom from ascertaining in person the accuracy of the lawyer's report. "Oh, he is gone," he thought, as he returned to his carriage, giving way to despair in regard to his nephew. "He is gone. This Sidney Delaware is destined to be the blight of all my hopes and expectations. If it had not been for his vile intrigue to get quit of that annuity, all this never would have happened. But I will make him rue it, should it cost me half my fortune." It may be asked whether the Earl did ever for a moment allow the remembrance that his own intrigues might have something to do with the business to cross his mind. Perhaps he did. Perhaps, indeed, he could not prevent such thoughts from intruding, but that made him only the more bitter against Sir Sidney Delaware. Have you never remarked a nurse, when a child has fallen down and hurt itself, bid it beat the naughty ground against which it fell? Have you never seen a boy, when he has cut his finger, throw the knife out of the window, or even a man curse the instrument that he has used clumsily? It is the first impulse of pampered human nature to attribute the pangs we suffer to anything but our own errors, and to revenge the pain which we have inflicted on others upon the passive instrument. Lord Ashborough did no more, although as he rolled on toward the seaside he meditated every sort of evil against Sir Sidney Delaware. No great information could be obtained upon the coast, although Lord Ashborough spent the whole day in fruitless inquiries, and although one of the officers of the coastguard gave every assistance with the keen and active intelligence of a sailor. The only thing elicited which seemed to bear at all upon the fate of Henry Burrell was the fact that one of the sailors on the lookout about a week before had heard, or fancied he heard, a man's voice calling loudly for help. So convinced had he been himself of the fact that, with one of his comrades, he ran down the shore in the direction of the sounds, but he could discover nothing. It was a fine clear moonlight night, he said, so that he must have seen anything if there had been anything to see, but the sound only continued a moment, and on not finding any person, he had concluded that it was all the work of fancy. With these scanty tidings, which of course only served to increase his apprehensions, Lord Ashborough was obliged to be satisfied for the time, and returning to the inn at Emberton, he gave orders for printing placards and inserting advertisements in the newspapers, each purporting that a large reward would be paid on the discovery of the body of a gentleman supposed to be drowned, of whom a very accurate description was subjoined. The placards were pasted up all over the country, and Lord Ashborough himself remained 2 days at Emberton, but there was something in the aspect of the old mansion and the park that was painful to him. When he rose, there it was before his eyes. When he went out, there it stood, grave and grey, apparently in his very path, and when he returned he found it still sad and gloomy at his door. At length, satisfied that he had done all in his power to discover his nephew, he returned to town, leaving the police officer behind him, with orders to spare neither trouble nor expense to ascertain the facts, and although the Earl himself did not choose to appear openly in the business of Captain Delaware, a private hint was conveyed to the officer through his lordship's valet, that to aid the others who were upon the search might be very advantageous to himself. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. I do most sincerely believe that the very best way to get all the characters of this book out of their manifold difficulties would be to end the work at the close of the preceding chapter, and leave the world to settle it as it liked. However, as the great object is to make known the truth, and as the chances are infinite that no single individual of the millions who intend to read this book would, by the utmost exertion of their imagination, discover what the truth is, it may be necessary to go on, and explain what has become of some at least of the characters which have slipped off the stage heaven knows where, especially as they have each much to do, and to suffer before they sleep the sleep that knows no waking. The great advantage of autobiography is that a man never troubles his head about other people's affairs, but goes on with his own tale till he has done with it, whereas the unfortunate wretch who undertakes to tell the history of a number of other people has no better life of it than a whipper-in, and is obliged to be continually trotting up and down, flogging up his straggling characters to a pace with the rest. The reader, too, may get his brains most tremendously puzzled in the meantime. But what can he do? If people will not write down their own stories, other people must write them for them, and the work must go on as best it may. Under these circumstances we must request the gentle reader to bring back his mind, or his eyes, to the end of the 17th chapter, since which precise point we have neglected entirely the history of Henry Beauchamp. However, amends shall immediately be made to that gentleman, and he shall have the remainder of this chapter to himself. Let it be remembered, then, that he set out from the dwelling of the miser at Rybury, promising that punctilious person to return, and sign at once the more formal and regular documents, for which the necessary stamps were still to be procured from Emberton, that he passed William Delaware on his road, concealing himself from him as he did so. And the reader, if he be so pleased, may dip his hand into the wallet of imagination, and take out his own particular little scheme, for leaving the money with which Beauchamp was burdened in the chamber of Blanche Delaware's brother. Those 3 last words may seem periphrastic, but if the reader thinks they are so, he makes a mistake, for at that moment it was not in the least as Captain William Delaware, a master and commander in his Majesty's navy, nor as the son of Sir Sidney Delaware of Emberton, baronet, nor in any other quality, shape, or capacity of any kind whatsoever, that Henry Beauchamp regarded him, but solely and wholly in relation to Blanche Delaware, or, in short, as the brother of her he loved. When he avoided him, it was because she had rejected his, Beauchamp's, offered hand. When he placed the money on the table at Emberton, it was that the clouds which had so long obscured the sunshine of her days might be scattered for ever. And Henry Beauchamp could no more think of William Delaware without the connecting link that bound him to his sister than one can think of the planetary system without the sun. When it was all done, however, and having regained the shade of the park trees, Henry Beauchamp was strolling on, slow and sad, toward Rybury. He bethought of him what was next to be done, as a consequence of the very things that were just accomplished. Let it be remarked that this was the first time he had thought of what was to follow, for the hurry and confusion of the whole day, which had just passed over his head, had left him no time for reflection, even had he been inclined to indulge in it. And the bitter disappointment he had suffered had given him no great taste for thought of any kind. All he had calculated was the best means of arriving at his immediate object, and farther than that, he had satisfied himself with the grand conscience salve for all mad enterprises. He dared to say all would go right. Now, however, when he began to consider the matter, it presented more difficulties than he had before perceived. He was quite romantic enough and wealthy enough to have given the money to his cousins, with pleasure in the gift, and without inconvenience from the consequences. But from the delicacy of feeling natural to his own heart, he perfectly understood that neither Sir Sidney Delaware nor any of his family would be willing to receive such a sum from any one as a donation, especially from him, circumstanced as he was in regard to Miss Delaware. Disgusted and wearied with the delays and shuffling of the miser, and suspecting that his worthy uncle, Lord Ashborough, might have some share in producing the impediments, he had determined to put it out of the power of any one to prevent the payment, and consequently had acted as we have seen. But now that he had done so, he found that it would be in no degree easy to give the matter the air of an ordinary transaction. People who have met with few difficulties in their undertakings soon teach themselves to trust the execution of anything they themselves find troublesome to others, and look upon their carrying it through easily as a matter of course. And as Beauchamp, though not in general given to insouciance, was just then in a state of mental irritation and impatience, which rendered long reflection of any kind irksome to him, he determined to throw the burden of the business upon the shoulders of the miser. I will tell him, he thought, to write a note to William Delaware the first thing tomorrow, informing him that he has sent the money by a friend to-night, and is ready to execute the legal documents in regard to the whole transaction. Having so far made his arrangements in his own mind, he walked on slowly, beginning to feel somewhat weary with his day's exertion, and as he did so, every other subject which could force his thoughts from the most painful object they could choose being lost for the time, memory naturally led him back to dream of Blanche Delaware, and her strange and unaccountable conduct toward himself. That he loved her as deeply and as sincerely as man could love woman, he now felt but too painfully. But notwithstanding good Mrs. Wilson's sentimental anticipations of his antique Roman impatience of existence, Beauchamp was the last man on earth to drown himself under any circumstances whatever. Not that he did not feel that the gloss and splendour was, to him, gone from the earth for ever. Not that he did not feel that his love would endure to the last hour, mingling the poison drop of disappointment through all the cup of life. Not that wounded pride, and broken hopes, and rebuked self-confidence, and all that can embitter man's feelings, were not poured like gall and wormwood into his heart, but somehow he had acquired a strange notion that to lay hands upon one's own life was not only immoral and unchristian, but was also cowardly and stupid, the act of a madman, a lout, or a barbarian. He had never been one of those men that particularly value life, and certainly he felt that, at the present moment, if anyone had been inclined to take it from him, it was a sort of commodity he could part with without great regret. Yet at the same time, even in that case, he would probably have defended it as a matter of course, and as to throwing it away by his voluntary act, such a thing never entered his mind. His thoughts, however, in regard to Blanche Delaware were, as we have said, bitter enough. He loved her deeply, with a first, pure, steadfast, and yet passionate affection. His heart, so long guarded, had poured on upon her all its stored enthusiasm and repressed tenderness, and in the full and confident belief that his attachment was returned, hope had seduced him into every one of those waking visions which are so bright to dream and so agonizing to lose. He had certainly believed that he was loved in return, and the dissolution of that belief was the most painful part of all. Yet Beauchamp was both too proud and too just to suppose that he had been trifled with, or to imagine that a woman on whom he could have so fixed his heart would have been guilty of such petty coquetry. He rather chose to blame his own vanity, to admit that Blanche Delaware had been perhaps a little thoughtless, and that he had been far too confident. Thus thinking, he walked on toward Ribery, deviating slightly from the way, in order that he might not meet William Delaware on his return, and mingling vague, wild schemes for the future with the bitter memories and regrets of the past. He would visit Greece, he thought, perhaps cross over the narrow strait and wander through Syria and Judea, or penetrate into Armenia, and pause for a while among the tribes whose patriarchal habits have been so beautifully depicted by Moriet's entertaining pen, or even travel forward into India itself, and watch the slow customs of Europe forcing their way amidst the immemorial habits of the Hindoo. He would do anything, in short, for amusement and forgetfulness. When he at length approached the door of Mr. Timms's house, the moon had sunk considerably, though she had still some hours to shine, and pouring her beams from the side with the slightest possible angle of declination towards the back of the house, her light fell full upon the 2 steps that led up to the door, without lighting the door itself. Beauchamp thought he heard a noise in the passage as he approached, but with his usual indifference, certainly not decreased either by fatigue or grief, he walked on with the same slow pace in which he had before been proceeding, and was just in the act of laying his hand upon the bell, when the door was suddenly and unexpectedly thrown open. The faint outline of 3 men standing in the dim darkness of the passage was all that Beauchamp could perceive, but the moonlight poured full upon his own figure as he stood alone upon the steps. So unlooked for a sight in the house of Mr. Timms caused him to pause in some surprise, and he had no time to recover from it, for before he could ask any question or form any conjecture, he received a violent blow from some heavy instrument on the head, which instantly felled him to the ground, completely stunned and motionless. How long he continued in that state Beauchamp could hardly tell, but when he again recovered his consciousness, he found himself lying extended upon some planks, with a stiff and numb sensation over all his limbs, a violent headache, and extreme pain in his ankle, while a rippling sound and buoyant undulating motion seemed to show that he was in a boat upon the water. For the first moment he could not verify this supposition by sight, as he seemed to have been cast carelessly into the boat, and his hat was driven so far over his brows as to prevent him from seeing anything around. Before he was well aware of what he was doing, he started up, pushing back the covering from his eyes, but, as he did so, his unsteady footing in the boat, together with the violent pain in his ankle, made him lose his balance, and very nearly fall over into the sea, which received his hat as he fell, and bore it far away in a moment. With an involuntary groan from the pain he suffered, Beauchamp relapsed into his former position, but the single instant he had been able to stand up had shown him sufficient to make him comprehend in a great degree his immediate situation. The moon, he had remarked, was about to dip below the horizon, was pouring a long, long line of yellow light over the waves that, rippling away in the far perspective, seemed like living things of gold, dancing joyfully in the beams, while over all the rest of the expanse was to be seen nothing else but the dark mass of agitated waters, heaving up and down with a dull but solemn sound. He had just caught a glimpse, too, of a faint line of high coast stretching away to the northwest, and consequently catching upon its most prominent points the beams of the setting moon, while all the rest remained in dim grey shadow. Such had been the more distant objects that Beauchamp had beheld. Those more immediately around him were the small open boat in which he was borne along, and 4 figures that it contained. Of these, one of which was that of a woman, 2 appeared to be death-sick, and the other 2 sat clove beside each other in silence at the stern of the boat. One was steering, the other gazing fixedly over the side upon the flashing waters. But the movement of Beauchamp instantly called the eyes of both, though neither made any observation, even when he fell back again upon the planks. After he had lain there for a moment or 2 more, however, the one who was unoccupied whispered something to the steersman. The other made no reply, and the whisper was repeated. The steersman then broke forth with a fearful oath, adding, "If you offer to touch a hair of his head, I will heave you overboard, and send you to hell an hour before your time." His companion muttered something which Beauchamp did not hear, and the sailor again replied in the same angry tone, "Come, come, rouse out none of your slack jaw at me, or blast me if I do not show you who commands here. You have got your way with me once to-night to my own damnation, but you shall not do it again." Here the matter dropped, and all was silent but the ripple of the waters. Half an hour more elapsed without a word being spoken, and though Beauchamp felt very giddy and confused, he endeavoured to think over the circumstances in which he was placed, and form some plan for his demeanour toward those by whom he was surrounded. Although he had very few facts to lead him to such a conclusion, yet something more than a suspicion of the truth crossed his mind. The peculiar whistling he had heard, both in going to and coming from Ribery, joined with the appearance of the 3 men in the passage of the miser's house at that time of night, the assault upon himself, and his situation at the very moment, all made him conclude that a bold and extensive robbery had been committed, and that he had been carried away from an apprehension that he might give the alarm and lead to the detection of the robbers. He suspected also that it might be a matter of doubt in the bosom of the man who sat by the steersman, whether it would not be best to dispose of such an evidence against them, as he himself might prove, by throwing him into the sea. The answer of the other showed him that, at all events, there was one of the party averse to such a mode of proceeding. From all this he concluded that as he himself could offer little or no resistance to whatever his companions chose to do with him, it would be much better to keep himself as quiet as possible, and to take no apparent notice of anything that was passing around him. Whether such might have been his determination had he felt well, and in the full use of all his limbs, may be doubtful, but the aching of his head was intense and stupefying, and from the sensation which he experienced in his ankle, he felt sure that one at least of the bones had been dislocated in throwing him into the boat. These sort of little corporalities are apt to make a man excessively quiescent, and Beauchamp, though in general not liking particularly to be treated as a portmanteau, at least without asking the reason why, being now convinced that, however much he might express his volition, he could do no more toward executing it than a trunk itself, determined wisely to keep silence, also, and not even to move, any more than the pain he suffered impelled him to do, for the mere sake of changing his position. His companions remained silent for near an hour, and the only words which then broke the stillness were spoken by the steersman, who seemed to be the only seaman of the party. "If she be not under the lee of Jerry's knocker, we must run for old Willie Smalls, that's all. We are sure enough with him, and tomorrow we can get another boat, and so across." The other made no reply, and very likely did not understand clearly what his companion meant. Beauchamp, however, who had in his youth frequented that part of the country, and, as the reader may have perceived, had forgotten but little of the localities, instantly remembered that a long promontory, jutting out from the rest of the coast, and having a calm sheltered bay to the eastward, bore throughout the country the name of Jerry's Knocker, and he was led to conclude from the rest of the sentence that the respectable people into whose hands he had fallen were looking out for some smuggling vessel to carry them to France. It very speedily became evident that whatever they were seeking was not to be found. The sea began soon to run high off the headland, and shortly after grew far calmer than before, leading Beauchamp to imagine, though he could see nothing around, that they had doubled the point, but the words, "She's weighed by," at once showed that the vessel was gone, and the steersman, who had been anxiously looking out, resumed his seat, and brought his boat a point nearer to the wind. In about half an hour afterward the pitching of the boat ceased almost entirely, and it was clear she was entering smooth water, while a warning to be quiet, given somewhat sharply by the steersman to one of the sea-sick personages, who was now inclined to speak, showed that they were approaching some spot where other ears might be on the watch. The thought passed through Beauchamp's mind to try the strength of his lungs, and had he been more sure that there was anyone within hearing, it is more than probable he would have done so, as he felt not a little cramped and uncomfortable on the planks of the boat. However, not being sure that any one would or could come to his aid if he were to halloo till he grew hoarse, and that the attempt might only procure him a speedy passage into the sea, he adhered to his former plan, and in the moment after, with a gentle rush and a slight shock, the boat touched the land. "Run up to yonder light," said the steersman in a low voice. "Tell the old man that I am here, and bid him come down and lend a hand." "Why don't you go yourself?" asked the other in the same whispered tone. "He doesn't know any of us." "Because I do not choose," answered the other, and the person to whom he spoke at once obeyed. Ere 2 minutes had elapsed, a considerable addition was made to their party, and the steersman himself, now springing ashore, held a low consultation with those who joined them. The other man and the woman, whom Beauchamp had observed, were next taken out of the boat, and in a moment after a stout old man jumped in and stirred him by the shoulder. "Come, master," he said, "you must get out and come along with us, though you seem to take things vastly quiet." "I suppose it is the best thing I can do," replied Beauchamp. "But if you want me out, you must carry me out, my good fellow, for they have lamed me, and I cannot stand." "That's a bad job," replied the other, speaking in a rough but kindly tone. "What will be sorry for that? For they did not intend to hurt you, I can tell you." "Perhaps not," said Beauchamp, "though knocking me down and stunning me on the spot were not very likely to hurt me." "Ay, but if a man will poke his nose into what he has no business with, master," replied the other, "he must take what he gets." "Very true," answered Beauchamp dryly, though somewhat surprised at the fellow's coolness. "Very true indeed. But it was purely accidental on my part. I had not the slightest intention of intruding upon the gentlemen in the pursuit of their avocations. But, as I said before, if you mean me to get out of this boat, and I am heartily tired of it, you must carry me, for I can only stand upon one leg, and the ground is somewhat uneven." True enough," answered the man. "Here, Bill, lend us a hand to lift the lad out of the boat. They have broken his leg among them. It will teach you, master, to keep out of the way when there is anything to be run upon the coast. Always sheer off when you see what's going on. But we will get it spliced for you, never fear. Here, Bill, I say." A youth of about 17 or 18 now came up and helped his father, as it proved the old man was, to lift the stranger on shore. Beauchamp then, with the assistance of the elder personage, made his way from the little sandy cove into which the boat had been run, to a lonely house standing high upon the bank, with 2 boats drawn up nearly to the door, and about a square yard of cabbage garden in the back. The old smuggler, for such he evidently was, led his unwilling guest in, and was about to conduct him into a room, the door of which opened at a right angle with that which entered from the shore. Various signs and symbols, however, within the chamber, made the man pause ere he went in, and at length he exclaimed, as he stood in the entrance, "Well, well, but give us a candle, though. How the devil can one see up the stairs? It's as dark as Davy's locker." Beauchamp made as much use of his eyes as possible, but it was in vain that he did so, for the persons that the room contained were concealed from his sight by the half-closed door, and all that he could distinguish was a part of the common interior of the fisherman's kitchen, a large chest, a deal table, a wide fireplace, and 2 shelves covered with clean, blue-edged plates and porringers, together with a vial bottle half full of ink, and having a pen stuck in the top of it, pendant by a bit of string from the corner of one of the shelves. A moment after, a clean little well-salted fisherman's wife emerged from behind the door, with a brazen candlestick and 3 inches of lighted candle in her hand, and Beauchamp, conducted upstairs with no inconsiderable agony, was ushered into a small bedroom, of which there appeared to be 4, by the way, which amidst all its faults and deficiencies was at least clean. As they went up the stairs, and for a moment after they entered the room, the eyes of the smuggler continued to run over his guest's apparel and face with a look of surprise and even anxiety, which increased at every glance, and when he had done, there was a change in his whole demeanour which might have made Beauchamp smile at any other time, or under any other circumstances. He now, however, threw himself down in a chair, exhausted with the pain his exertion had caused him, and was about to demand that a surgeon should be sent for, when the old man, setting down the candle on the table, told him, with a tone of respectful civility, that he would return in a moment, and left him. "Lock the door," shouted a voice from below, as the smuggler quitted the room. The door accordingly was locked, and Beauchamp, left alone, before he proceeded to think over his present situation, according to his usual deliberate custom, set to work to get his boot off, and see what was really the state of his ankle. His leg, however, was so much swelled that all ordinary efforts were in vain, although he never committed that piece of exuberant impolicy of wearing a tight boot. As soon as he discovered this to be the case, he took his penknife from his pocket, and at once relieved his foot and leg from their leathern prison. He was then about to proceed in his examination, when steps coming from below interrupted him. But another door was opened, and in a moment after he heard the voice of the old smuggler and that of the man who had steered the boat, conversing together somewhat eagerly. At first, as usual, there was a guard upon their tongues, and all that reached his ear was a sort of hum. But soon the caution wore away. They spoke loud, and Beauchamp, without the desire or capability of moving from the chair in which he had first sat down, heard distinctly the greater part of all that passed. "Well, well, what?" said the voice of the old man. "D—me, if I'm a man to leave a poor boy in a pinch. We must get the cutter run down, but she can not be here, you know, till to-morrow night, anyhow. It must be a bad job, though, that makes you so wild to get to France, my boy." "A bad job enough, answered a voice that Beauchamp now remembered full well. "But mark ye, William Small, when you hear it all told, mark ye, I say. I had nothing to do with the worst part of it. Those two fellows below have cheated me, and made a wretch of me. D—me, if I would not rather have gone up to the main chains, and gone pitch over, head foremost, into the Bay of Biscay. But they did it. Not I, mind that." "I'll bet a puncheon they've killed the officer," replied the other. "Don't ask any questions, Willie Small," replied his companion. "Don't ask any questions. It is safer for us all." "Why, that's true enough," replied the smuggler. "That's true enough. No, I'll not ask nor guess either. And then I know nothing about it, but that you and t'others wanted the cutter to go a-pleasuring, and I'll take the lowest price you see, too, Watty. So they can't bring me in as art and part for the run goods. But what is to be done with the young man in the next room? Why, what, he seems a gentleman, I say." "Aye, he is a gentleman, every inch of him," answered the other, "and such a one as one seldom sees. I would not have harm happen to him for the world. Why, you must keep him for a day or two, till we are gone and safe, and then let him go. But I say, when you lock the door to-night upon him, keep the key yourself, mind you. Those fellows below have an ill will to him, and if it had not been for me, they would have hove him overboard this blessed night, upon my soul they would." "Don't their eyes and limbs!" exclaimed the other. "I should like to see them touch him in my house, if I would not tie them together like a couple of hogsheads and sink them out of the watermark. But as to locking the door, what? There is no use of all that, bless ye. He can't stir an inch. Why, you've broken his leg among you." The reply of the other, though sufficiently blasphemous, and we must here apologise to the more scrupulous reader for admitting into the dialogues just passed so many profane expletives, which we would not perhaps have done, having no delight in such matters ourselves, had not the love of truth and accuracy prevailed. The reply of the other, then, though sufficiently blasphemous, showed that he was bitterly grieved for the accident which had happened to Beauchamp, and a long conversation ensued in regard to the necessity of sending for a surgeon. That, however, they both agreed would blow the whole business, to use their own expression, and humanity, as usual, gave way to apprehension. Old Willie Small, as the smuggler was denominated, declared that he was a goodish hand himself at splicing a broken limb, and that he and his wife would look to it, till the other party was safe off to France. This seemed to quiet the conscience of the other upon that particular, and after concerting some farther plans for facilitating all the preparations for their journey, they returned to their comrades below. The effect of this conversation upon the mind of Henry Beauchamp was not, certainly, to produce any very agreeable sensations. He began to apprehend that a worse crime than simple robbery had been committed at the house of the unhappy miser, and though, in one point of view, he felt little anxiety on his own account, seeing evidently that he would not want assistance at his need, if anything were attempted against him, yet he could not help shuddering at his proximity to a gang of murderers, and contemplated with no great pleasure the surgical offices to be performed upon his own leg by a smuggler and an old woman. An evil, however, is seldom without its good, and though certainly, had it been left to his own choice, he might have found a more agreeable way of diverting his thoughts from all the painful subjects that previously occupied them, yet true it most assuredly is that corporeal uncomfort, pain, and apprehension did very materially lessen, no, not his love for Blanche Delaware, but the first bitter feeling of the disappointment which her conduct had occasioned. If it were not so strange to say, and if we could by any means discover the process by which the mind could arrive at such a result, we should declare that, in the midst of all these dangers, troubles, and uncomforts of a different kind, Beauchamp had found a new store of hope. How or why, who can tell? But either his hope was like the limbs of the skeleton of the fantassini, which, after being all disjointed, are suddenly pulled together again by strings that no one can see, or else it was like a fire of dry wood, which, when it has appeared for some time quite extinguished, will pour out a small white flame when nobody is expecting any such thing, and soon be as bright again as ever. At all events, he had left Emberton that very morning without a spark of hope apparently left, and after going through as much as would have contented him with adventures for the whole of his life, he could not help thinking that there was something very strange and unaccountable in Blanche Delaware's whole conduct, and that if he could but get the key, all might still go well. Nevertheless, he was not long left to cogitate upon anything, for in a moment or two the smuggler and the smuggler's wife walked in the character of surgeon and assistant, and after some awkward explanations of their purpose, demanded to look at the gentleman's leg to see if they could help him. As he knew that it was predetermined not to send for a surgeon, Beauchamp, who was not disposed to make people look foolish unnecessarily, did not, as he once intended, propose that expedient. "You may look at my leg as much as you like, my good people," he said, "but I have not the slightest intention of letting you do anything to it, unless what you purpose agrees with my own opinion." This being settled, the woman knelt down, and the man held the candle, and the stocking being withdrawn, an examination and mumbled consultation of some length took place. "It's not broken, sir, do you see?" said the old man, looking up. "It's only the small bone put out, do you see?" "I see nothing at all, my good fellow," said Beauchamp, "except that it is very painful, and of course the more you pinch it, the worse it is." The man then assured him that if he would let him try, he would put it in a minute, and after a laborious explanation, Beauchamp consented. The old man pulled his foot as if he would have pulled it off. The old woman squeezed his ankle as if she would have broken it through the middle, but at length, with a sudden snap, the bone started back into its place, and the patient found instant relief. Every attempt to stand, however, was still quite out of the question, and Beauchamp, giving himself entirely up into the hands of such skilful chirurgeons, suffered his ankle to be bandaged up with cloth steeped in vinegar and brandy, and himself to be carried to bed, where the smuggler assured him he ought to lie for at least 4 days, in order to perfect his recovery. When all was completed, and his host and hostess were retiring, Beauchamp listened for a moment, and heard the key of the door turn with greater satisfaction than he had imagined the fact of being locked into his own room would ever afford him. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Now Henry Burrell was a great deal too sincere a man, even in his commune with himself, to endeavour by any means to cheat himself into the belief that he was a hero. In short, he had quite sufficient real enthusiasm in his disposition, and quite sufficient contempt for those who affected it without having any, to make him very jealous of letting the portion he did possess appear openly, even before his own eyes. And in order to correct such propensities, he had got up, as we have shown before, a system of apathetic indifference to everything that did not affect himself, which, though sometimes run away with by his zeal or his affections, contrived generally to bridle feelings that would otherwise have been somewhat headstrong. Left alone in a little bed, in a little room in a smuggler's cottage, on the loneliest part of the seashore, locked in, without being able to set a foot to the ground, without a light, and with a confounded smell of fish pervading the whole atmosphere. His first impulse, as all these minor miseries tickled his imagination one after the other, was to laugh heartily. But the impression lasted but a moment, and when he thought of the more remote but more dreadful circumstances connected by an inseparable link with his temporary situation, the murder of a helpless old man, which he doubted not had been committed, the fearful moral offence which 3 of his fellow creatures had perpetrated, and the miserable fate of a youth in whom he had taken considerable interest, for he had recognised, as we have before hinted, the voice of poor Wat Harrison. When he thought of all these circumstances, his heart smote him for the moment of levity in which he had indulged, and poured out the full tide of its generous and kindly feelings to wash away the fault of that one instant. He now revolved the matter more seriously, and as he did so, of course his own situation came again soberly under consideration. That situation was evidently anything but pleasant, for no man could be expected to find his pillow very soft when it was shaken by the hands of a gang of murderers. But Beauchamp was constitutionally a brave man. His impulses were not those of fear, and though he had a very considerable share of imagination, yet when he wanted to frighten himself about anything, he had to think of it seriously, and call up all the dangers one by one. Now, in the present instance, there were so many unpleasant and perilous points in his position, which he could neither divert nor avoid, that after a short reflection he found it would be best and wisest not to think of the danger at all. And when he had so settled the matter, he found no great difficulty in forgetting it altogether, although with a degree of feverish restlessness he turned and returned in his mind the conversation which he had heard in the adjoining room. It was evident that Walter Harrison had not told the whole truth to the old man who had given them shelter, and whether it was the smuggler's previous conclusions that had led him to believe the crime, from the consequences of which the young sailor was flying, had been committed in an endeavour to defraud the revenue, or whether by a direct falsehood on the lad's own part, Beauchamp naturally deduced from everything which he had discovered that Willie Small, as they called him, would be the first to shrink from the perpetrators of the deeper offence which had really been offered to the laws of God and man. This was at least some consolation, and although Beauchamp still felt a sensation of awe and horror when he reflected calmly on the whole transactions of that night, yet his feelings were more like those of one who reads a horrid tale of crime and sorrow in the newspapers than those of one around whose very person the circumstances had been transacted, and who was in some degree a party to the whole. Nevertheless, he could not go to sleep over it with the easy carelessness of one of those daily devourers of manufactured horrors, who join to patronize the periodical press with the devout idolaters of agitation, and who, like men fed upon devilled gizzards, find that nothing on earth has enough cayenne. Whether it was busy thoughts, or a broken head, or an ankle that had been dislocated that kept him awake, I cannot tell, but he lay in feverish and uneasy restlessness long after all was quiet in the house, and even the murderers had retired, I had almost said, to sleep. Toward morning, however, exhaustion overcame all, and he slept long and profoundly. How long indeed he did not know, for he had forgot to wind up his watch, but at all events he woke refreshed and calm, his headache gone, and the pain of his hurt ankle so much relieved that he fancied he could do anything, and at once sprang out of his bed. He instantly found his mistake, for the moment he attempted to set that foot to the ground, he reeled, and would have fallen but for his hold of the bedstead. And on examining more closely, he found his leg enormously swelled, and bidding fair, as the smuggler had predicted, to confine him to the house for more than one day. Notwithstanding this discovery, he determined to make his way to the window before anyone interrupted him, in order to examine the locale which was passing without, and by means of the table and the chairs he contrived to effect this purpose. The scene that presented itself was one that may be met with about once every 3 miles along the greater part of the southern and eastern coasts of England, a small sandy bay opening out into the wide blue sea, with 2 or 3 high cliffs on either hand, and nothing more. In the present instance, however, an object struck the eyes of Henry Beauchamp which was not without its peculiar interest. It was a small, low-rigged cutter, just making her way out to sea, with a full, steady wind and a press of sail. He looked up to the sky, and, as far as he could judge from the position of the sun, concluded that 1 or 2 hours must have passed since noon. At the same time there was no sound of voices below. A lad was seen mending one of the boats on the shore, and a man, in whom he easily distinguished the old smuggler, was standing on the nearest bank, with a glass to his eye, either watching the progress of the cutter or examining a vessel that could just be seen hull down in the offing. All seemed to imply that those who had brought him thither had effected their escape from England, and after gazing out for a moment he returned to his bedside and proceeded to dress himself as well as he could. The gentleman who threaded the Daedalian labyrinth and slew Mrs. Passify's illegitimate son at the end of it had not half such a piece of work of it as Henry Beauchamp had to get into his clothes. It is wonderful how much more use one makes of one's foot, even in dressing oneself, than one knows anything about, and what would have come of it in the present instance can hardly be divined, had it not so happened that, after Beauchamp had struggled with innumerable difficulties for nearly half an hour, the old smuggler presented himself as a somewhat rude valet de chambre, and saved his guest from martyrdom. The old man, in his quality of surgeon, blamed Beauchamp highly for getting up at all, and pointing out the swelled state of his ankle, declared that he would only let him remain up on condition that he would keep it raised upon a chair during the rest of the day. Beauchamp was perhaps a little irritable with the contention he had just gone through with various parts of his apparel, and consequently, seating himself calmly on the nearest chair, he informed the old man, in a cool, determined tone, that it was his intention immediately to proceed to Dorchester, which, as far as he could calculate, was the nearest large town. He was met by the smuggler, however, in a way that he did not expect, and this, of course, gave a sudden change to the current of his feelings. Instead of telling him that he could not go, or that he should not go, or any of those things which would have rendered him more determined than ever, the old man replied in a civil tone, "Well, sir, you can do as you like, but I don't see how you can manage it to-night, for it is now near 4, Dorchester's 20 miles off, and even were I to send for a shay, it can't come down within 2 mile of this place, 'cause there is no road." "Past 4, is it?" cried Beauchamp. "I must have slept sound." "I dare say you were tired enough, sir," replied the old man, "but it is past 4 indeed, and, as I was saying, Dorchester is 20 miles, and the next town is 10. You're very welcome to your bed, sir, and I think you had a great deal better stay till you can walk a bit." Beauchamp mused, for his situation was certainly a very unpleasant one. He knew it to be his duty to give immediate information of what had occurred to himself to those persons who might investigate the matter thoroughly, and discover whether a greater offence had not been committed. At the same time he felt the impossibility of walking 2 miles, if his life had been at stake. While he did not think it would be either wise or safe to entrust to a man of so doubtful a character as this Willie Small even his suspicions in regard to persons with one of whom, at least, the smuggler was on terms of friendship. It was impossible to say what the fear of being implicated in such a transaction as Beauchamp believed to have taken place might cause him to do, if he found that he had in his power the only person who could prove his connection with the culprits. At the same time, the man's tone was perfectly civil, and even kind, and as soon as Beauchamp found that no opposition was intended to the exercise of his free will, he of course dropped the more peremptory manner he had assumed, and determined to try milder means instead, though he well knew that no measures would have proved successful had the smuggler made up his mind to risk after consequences in order to gain the present object. "If these places be so far by land," he said at length, "is it not possible that I can get a boat to carry me to the next town on the coast? I see two lying there upon the beach, and I will pay well for one, if it can be procured." "Why, sir, for the matter of that," answered the smuggler, "one of the boats has not been seaworthy for these 3 months, and the other, unfortunately, got badly damaged this morning in taking those fellows and the woman to the cutter. They would not wait till high water, and seemed in a devil of a hurry to get aboard. And how my boy managed it, or whether the old 'un had a hand in it, I don't know. But they had all near been swamped, and the boat can't be reckoned on, d'ye see?" Beauchamp's lip curled, as he thought he perceived a determination to oppose his departure by fair means, if not by force. But the smuggler instantly caught it, and interpreting it aright, replied with a glowing cheek and a look of candour that went farther to convince his hearer that all the oratory or bullying in the world would have done. "Well, well, I see what it is," he said. "You think that I want to keep you while those fellows sheer off clear. But they are gone, and that's done. And sorry I am that I ever saw their faces, for I've a notion that there's somewhat worse at the bottom than I thought for. But never mind that. Your honour's a gentleman, at least such I take you to be, and d—me if I have a hand in stopping you going wherever you like. If you like to get under way to-night, why, I say nothing, and I will even send the boy Bill over to for horses and a shay, though I think you'd better stay here a devil of a deal. And as for the boat, you may hop down and look at her yourself, and you will see that it will be this time tomorrow before all's right again. So your honour may do just as you like. I say nothing, d'ye see?" "You have said enough to make me believe you an honest man," replied Beauchamp, "and if what I suspect of your late inmates be true, you may find my testimony in your favour no light matter. What they have done," he added, seeing the old man's curiosity awakened, "I can only suspect, as you do yourself. All I know of my own personal knowledge is, that, as I was accidentally coming upon them unawares, they thought fit to knock me down, and brought me hither. But I should certainly think you would find it most safe and most creditable to go immediately to the next magistrate and give information." "No, no, no," cried the smuggler. "No, by I won't peach, and besides, I know nothing about them." "I am well aware, my good friend," replied Beauchamp, "that you have been deceived, for I will tell you fairly that I heard unwillingly all that passed between you and the young sailor in the next room last night. Take my word for it, however, that there has been no smuggling in this business." The man started, but Beauchamp went on. "Smuggling had nothing to do with it. But as I know that your ideas of honour are very different from mine, I shall not of course press you to inform against men whose crimes you do not fully know, and whose guilt I myself could not clearly prove. Nevertheless, I must do my duty, and well or ill, I must make my way to Dorchester tomorrow, in executing which purpose I am sure you will aid me." "That I will, sir, that I will," answered the old man. "I will leave Bill to mend the boat, and I will set out for by daylight, and you shall have a shay down at the Red Stile by 2 o'clock at farthest. No, no, I will never peach against a poor lad who trusted me, but somehow what your honour has said has made me feel a little queerish. I should like to know the truth of the business vastly. I don't like these jobs, that I don't. Anything in the way of business I don't mind, but I don't like these jobs at all." It was very evident, from the changed and anxious countenance which the old smuggler now presented, that what he said was very true; and though he could talk with the utmost coolness of killing a king's officer in a smuggling brawl, yet the vague and doubtful nature of the transactions into which he had been unwittingly entrapped filled him with anxious apprehensions. "Well, well, my good friend," replied Beauchamp, whose object was not to alarm him too much on his own account, "at all events you have nothing to do with it, and I can bear witness to the conversation which took place between you and the young sailor last night, and which would at any time establish your ignorance of the whole facts." "Thank your honour," cried the old man, with evident heartfelt satisfaction. "Your honour's a gentleman, that you are, and I am sure that I would do anything your honour tells me. That's to say, I wouldn't like to peach, d'ye see, but anything else." "All that can be required of you," replied Beauchamp, "is not to obstruct the course of justice, and therefore I shall trust to you to set out as early as possible to-morrow to get me some conveyance. And, father, should you be called upon hereafter to give evidence in this business, take my advice and tell the whole truth boldly and straightforwardly, for depend upon it, to tell a falsehood or to prevaricate is the most dishonourable thing a man can do, whether his station be high or low." "That it is, sir, surely, that it is," replied the smuggler, "and I will tell the truth when I am asked. But that is different, your honour knows, from going and telling without anyone asking me." "Certainly it is," said Beauchamp, "and I do not ask you to do more than tell it when it is asked. But now, my good sir, can I get dinner, or breakfast as it is for me? For I begin to feel that I have not eaten anything for several hours." "Now that's what I call being deed stupid," cried Willie Small, much to Beauchamp's surprise, who at first concluded that the smuggler's censure was addressed to him. "If my old woman did not send me up on purpose to tell your honour that she had done you 3 mackerel, and that with a rasher of pickled pork and some fried—" "Good heaven!" cried Beauchamp, "I trust that she does not intend me to eat 3 mackerel, pickled pork, and fried anything. But never mind, let me see them, by all means. I will eat what I can, and she must excuse me the rest." Beauchamp's dinner was accordingly placed before him, and, with his usual perversity of disposition, it must be acknowledged that, in a smuggler's cottage with a lame leg and disappointed in love, he ate a better dinner of mackerel in October, salted pork, and fried eggs, than he had done since he left the Grand St. Bernard. There's a hero! Ulysses was nothing to him, though, dressed in a dishclout, the hero of the Odyssey did sit down with 20 fellows who were making love to his own wife, and supped heartily upon the entrails fat enriched with blood, by which Homer undoubtedly meant black puddings. When he had concluded, as Beauchamp could, when he liked it, cast off his reserve, mingle freely with all classes, and examine nature wherever he found it, he declared that, as the evening was somewhat chilly, he would come down and spend the rest of it by the kitchen fire, and getting to the bottom of the stairs the best way he could, by the help of the old man and his son, he soon rendered himself familiar with the whole family, winning their love, while he made them more and more inclined to declare that he was really a gentleman. Nor did the time pass unpleasantly to himself. He had got a notion, in direct opposition to generally received opinions, that nature was to be found only in the highest and in the lowest classes, more especially indeed in the highest, because the persons of which it is constituted have little inducement to conceal their feelings or thoughts, and certainly no wish to affect the manners of any other caste. Nature, however, as modified by the education of the lower classes, was more interesting to him from being less frequently before his eyes, and though he certainly liked the nature of his own rank best, yet he was not sorry occasionally to observe the other a little nearer. Thus the time wore imperceptibly away, and the more tranquil passing of the night was only interrupted by the smuggler's son showing his father a powder flask, which, he said, one of the gentlemen had dropped upon the beach that morning. Beauchamp took it carelessly in his hand and returned it without observation, but a single glance had shown him that it was one which, from some fault in its construction, he had given to his servant Harding a few days before. The sight, though it but confirmed former suspicions, threw him into a fit of musing for several minutes, but he shook it off as fast as possible, and soon resumed the easy tone in which he had been previously conversing. The next morning he awoke earlier than the day before, but he found from the smuggler's son that the old man, true to his word, had already set out to procure a post-chaise for him from the nearest town. Many an hour passed by, however, without his return, and it was again nearly 4 o'clock ere Beauchamp, whose sole amusement had been looking out upon the ever-varying sea, beheld him walking sturdily along over the high grounds to the west. He was soon down the little path and into the house, but Beauchamp remarked that he paused not below, as he naturally might have done, to speak with his wife, but on the contrary, with a hurried pace, proceeded straight upstairs, and entered the stranger's room at once. He was far too much agitated to think of ceremonies, and leaning on the table, without taking off his hat, he stood before Beauchamp, pale, trembling, and out of breath, for several moments before he could utter a word. "Oh, your honour!" he cried at length. "Oh, your honour! I hope to God you will stand my friend, for this is a horrible business I have got into, and without help I shall sink, that's certain." "What is the matter? What has happened?" demanded Beauchamp eagerly. But then, seeing the fearful state of agitation which shook the old man's powerful frame, he added, calm yourself, Small. You have done nothing that I know of that can injure you. Let me hear what it is alarms you." "Thank you, sir, for that," replied the smuggler, catching at Beauchamp's consolation. "Thank you for that. If you stand by me, I dare say I shall do. But what is it that alarms me, you ask? Why, what should it be? Why, when I went into the town of Blank, what should I see but a number of people standing round the town hall, just at a particular spot like, and something misgave me, so I went up, and there I saw stuck up against the wall a large sheet of paper, and at the top was printed £500 reward, and then when I looked below I saw in bigger letters still, murder. At first I could not see any more, my brain turned round so, but when I could read on, I saw on the blackguard, as some people called it, how those infernal villains who were here the night afore last had murdered a poor old helpless man at a place they call Ribery. It did not just say it was them, indeed, but I'm sure it was. Oh, I am quite sure it was them." The last declaration of his conviction was made more faintly, as if he entertained some slight hope that Beauchamp would contradict him. But on the contrary, that gentleman replied, "I am afraid it was indeed, for it was at that very place, Ribery, and at the door of that old man's house, that they met me, and stunned me by a blow on the head. But what more did the placard say?" "Oh, it mentioned a Captain somebody," replied the smuggler. "I forget the name. It was a Frenchified name, however. It was that black-looking, with the whiskers. I'll bet a puncheon." "Was it Harding?" demanded Beauchamp, fixing his eyes upon him eagerly, to catch his answer from his look, even before he had time to utter it. No, answered the smuggler. "It was not Harding, it was some Frenchified name, and then there came some person or persons unknown. But now your honour will stand by me, I'm sure, for if the justices find out that I helped them off the coast, they will make me out as having a hand in it, and I am sure that if I had known what they had been doing, I would sooner have scuttled the cutter and sent them all to the bottom, if I had gone down with them myself." "I really believe you would," replied Beauchamp, "and I do not think that, with the evidence which I can give, and which I will give in your favour, should anything be brought against you, there is the slightest cause for your entertaining any apprehension." "Thank you, sir, thank you for that," replied the smuggler. "That will make me easy, and now I'll go and tell the old woman." "But stay, my good friend," replied Beauchamp. "Is the post-chaise—" "Lord a mercy now!" cried the man, before his guest could finish the sentence, at the same time pulling off his hat and throwing it down upon the ground with a despairing sort of fling. "Lord a mercy now, I did not forget all about it. This murder has turned my brain, I do think, for I never went into a house or shed in the whole place, but set off home as hard as I could go, to ask if your honour would stand by me." "Humph!" said Beauchamp. "This is pleasant." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Well, thought Beauchamp, I certainly did calculate upon being at Dorchester tonight, as firmly as if I had never read the Rambler. Oh, Sigurd, Emperor of Ethiopia! But never mind, tomorrow at all events nothing shall stop me, and by that time this leg of mine will be nearly well, so that some advantage at least will be gained by the disappointment. The following morning, the son, instead of the father, was accordingly dispatched to the post town of Blank, to order down a chaise to the nearest point of the high road. and he was moreover directed to take advantage of the conveyance to return so far upon his way, in order to give Beauchamp notice of its arrival. This precaution was not unnecessary, for the boy was a lout who might very probably have suffered the chaise to go on without him, but having taken these measures, Beauchamp very confidently expected to hear that his vehicle was in waiting at or about the hour of 2. His lameness had by this time so far worn off that he could move from place to place with tolerable ease, and he spent the morning principally on the seashore, partly in thoughts which were all the busier from the forced inactivity of his body, partly in removing any remaining traces of apprehension from the mind of the old smuggler, who continued working leisurely and lazily at his boat, the damage done to which had evidently been considerable. A little before 2 o'clock, Beauchamp settled his accounts with his hostess, and all charges being left to his own liberality, and his purse being luckily and miraculously still in his pocket, he presented the worthy dame with a sum so much above either her expectations or the value of her mackerel and pickled pork, as, in the first place, to make her turn red with surprise and satisfaction, and then to run out to tell her husband what the stranger had given them. 2 o'clock, however, passed, and old Billy Small began to regret that he had sent young Billy Small instead of going himself. 3 o'clock passed, and Beauchamp joined most sincerely in the regret, especially when he heard the old man exclaim in the tone of a discovery, "I'll bet a puncheon now that Bill has gone and got drunk at the 'lection. I forgot that this was the first day of the election for the borough, or I would have gone myself to a certainty. He's drunk, no doubt." The father, however, did the son injustice, for toward 3:30 the good youth appeared lumbering over the hill, and entered the cottage, wiping his brow indeed, but with a sober pace. In answer to Beauchamp's inquiries, which were made with more eager haste than he generally indulged in, the young man replied that all the horses in the town, and for many miles round it, were engaged in the 'lection, so that not one was to be got for love or money. Now Beauchamp found himself so strongly inclined to be cross that, instead of either sending all elections to that distinguished personage who has gained more by them and their consequences than anyone else, I mean the devil, or vituperating the post-horses or any of the other things concerned, as some persons would have done when put out of temper by similar mischances, he acted, of course, in a way of his own, and laughed outright, merely exclaiming, "Well, I must buy a shirt of you, Small, if you will sell me one, for at present I certainly do not come within the old beau's definition of a gentleman." As Beauchamp now determined to send no more to a town in which the election of a fit and proper person to represent his Majesty's lieges in Parliament was going on, his next questions related to the boat, or rather to the boats. The smaller of the two, old Small assured him, though it served well enough to catch mackerel in the little sheltered bay before the house, would never do to go any distance, but he promised Beauchamp that the other boat should be ready to carry him to the next coast town by 3 o'clock on the following day. Beauchamp, from what he had seen in the morning, imagined that the old man's promise might very well be fulfilled, but he little knew what mending an old boat is. Father and son set to work upon it at once, and went on as long as they could see, and when the young stranger rose next morning, he found them already occupied in the same manner. His ankle being now greatly better, though not well, he walked out to watch their proceedings, and sitting beside them, and occasionally giving some light assistance, he saw hour after hour of the 4th day since his arrival wear away, in performing what he had imagined would have been completed in half the time, till at length, while several small things still remained to be done, he beheld the purple mingling with the blue in the sky, and telling that the day was going down to the dark pavilion of his rest. "Oh, XXIX, Emperor of Ethiopia," cried Beauchamp, as he returned into the cottage, "I will this night, at all events, resolve upon doing nothing at all to-morrow, in order to see whether fate will for once disappoint me the right way." The morrow, however, dawned bright and clear, the boat was at length ready and launched, and Beauchamp, shaved as usual with the smuggler's one universal razor, and covered with the best specimen of his check shirts, gladly stepped into the yawl, and saw her pushed off from the land by the united efforts of father and son, both of whom accompanied him on his voyage. The boat was clinker-built, somewhat broad over the beam, and in all respects the very reverse of a long, thin, shadowy thing that was lying high and dry a little farther up the beach, looking both in form and colour just like the shell of a razor-fish. Old Willie Small, however, shook his head at mention of that craft, saying, no, the Preventive had knocked up all that stuff, so that Beauchamp, well content to get off at all, was obliged to rest satisfied with the slow and sure means of progression which the yawl afforded, though the wind being light and rather baffling, it appeared very plainly that they were not destined to reach their port much before nightfall. To increase the tediousness of a day's voyage in an open boat, to a man who had the utmost abhorrence of every sort of water carriage, the fine morning waxed more and more dim, and first a drizzle and then a deluge continued to pour from the sky during the whole of the rest of the day. It was 5 o'clock before they reached the small town, whose white houses, ranged along with their large goggling windows directly opposite the sea, like a score or two of unsophisticated girls, with white frocks and large black eyes, ranged along the side of a country ballroom, afforded a most welcome sight to the eyes of the weary voyager. The custom-house officers satisfied themselves with wonderful ease that there was nothing in the boat which they could count as lawful prey, though the appearance of their well-known acquaintance, Willie Small, excited many a shrewd suspicion, and they looked after Beauchamp, as he was borne off to the inn, with the same prying glance with which the merchants in the Arabian Nights might be supposed to have examined the pieces of beef brought up by the eagles from the Valley of Diamonds. At the inn, the dripping traveller, who limped along, leaning on the shoulder of the old smuggler, was examined with scarcely less attention, as soon as it was ascertained that he had no baggage. But somehow there was, to use a most fearful periphrasis, an air of right to respect, and of the habit of being obeyed, which instantly commanded obedience and attention. Old Billy Small was immediately rewarded and dismissed, and with many thanks he hustled rapidly away, like a hunted hippopotamus, to his own element again, perhaps purposing, as he passed by the quay, to have some short conversation concerning various professional matters with some of the sailors of the ship, which was lying in the harbour and about to sail for Cherbourg the next morning. When he was alone, Beauchamp thanked God, not with the empty idleness of tongue with which those words are so often spoken, but truly, sincerely, and from his heart, for his escape from dangers which he had not suffered himself to estimate fully till they were over. He then rang and desired the landlord to be called, feeling heated and weary, and having taken it into his head that the long period which had elapsed since he had enjoyed anything like gentlemanly neatness of person was the cause of the dry and thirsty feeling that he experienced. The landlord appeared and answered his inquiries concerning warm baths and various other matters which would occupy too much room to enumerate, eyeing him curiously to the end, when he added, "Beg pardon, sir, beg pardon, but is not your name Major Beauchamp?" "It was some time ago," replied Mr. Beauchamp, "but I have quitted the service, and am now plain Mr. Beauchamp, if you please. But who are you, my good friend?" "Beg your pardon, sir, for the liberty," replied the landlord, "but I am Frank, the waiter at Blank's Hotel in St. James's Street. That is to say, I was, sir, but this being my native place, and having got together a little money, and having married, and, you see, sir, I came to set up in a small way for myself." "Well, I am glad to see you, Frank, and hope you may prosper," replied Beauchamp. "Have you many people in your house?" "No, sir, no," replied the man with a somewhat grave shake of the head. "Not many. The season's over, indeed. Only an old gentleman and his daughter, and an old lady who seems like the housekeeper, but they are very dismal like, and do not do so much in the way of our business." "They might be rueful enough if they had been kept as I have been for the last 5 days," replied Beauchamp, "at a little cottage on the seashore, with a dislocated ankle, and neither clothes, assistance, nor the means of procuring any. But see about the things I mentioned, Frank, and send the things, and if these warm baths are not far, I will try to walk to them in the meantime." "Next door but one, sir, next door but one," replied the landlord. "Lord, sir, you walk very lame. Stay, sir, I will get my hat and help you there." And accordingly, leaning on the arm of the quondam waiter, Beauchamp made his way to the warm baths, feeling that there was some truth in the old Greek epigram which describes them as among the luxuries without which life were not worth possessing. Returning to the inn, where his family and fortune, by this time fully known, made the whole house ready to perform kowtow, he dined with that sort of moderation which a man feels inclined to practise when he finds himself extremely feverish, and when every sort of wine, from cool claret to hot sherry, seemed like molten lead within 10 minutes after it is swallowed. Immediately after dinner, all the necessary changes of raiment which he had been so long without, and which could never be so rapidly supplied as at a seaport town, were brought in one by the officious care of the landlord, and on discovering that the first coach for London set off on the following morning at 10 o'clock, he made that fact a good excuse to himself for yielding to the lassitude he felt, and going to bed at 9. The night passed in heated tossing to and fro, and short fitful intervals of sleep too dreamful and agitated to be called repose, and from one of those brief snatches of slumber he was awakened early the next morning by someone knocking at the door of the room next to his own, and exclaiming in a loud tone, "7 o'clock, sir. Is the luggage ready?" Beauchamp certainly wished the luggage and the man who demanded it at the bottom of the sea together, and tried to go to sleep again. But after rolling from side to side for half an hour, he found that it was in vain. All the infamous noises which announce that some frightful people in the neighbouring chambers of the same inn are going to set out upon a voyage or journey at an awfully early hour, were complicated around Beauchamp's unfortunate head, and at length, after the trampling of sailors and porters in the passage had ceased, he heard someone again knock at a door on the opposite side of the passage and say, "My love, we must go down to see the luggage passed and put on board, but make haste and be ready, for the ship will sail directly. I will send up and let you know when to come down." Beauchamp started out of bed and hurried on his clothes as fast as possible, for the voice was that of Sir Sidney Delaware. But his lameness still retarded him, and every time he took a quick step his ankle gave way beneath him, and caused him intolerable pain. So that, just as he was tying his cravat, the voice of old Mrs. Williams, the housekeeper, was heard along the passage. Miss Blanche, she cried, "make haste, pray make haste. Your papa says all is ready, and the ship is just going to sail." Beauchamp pulled on his coat as best he might, and threw open his door, nor was he a moment too soon, for Blanche Delaware was already walking along the passage. She was paler far, but as beautiful as ever, and not the less so that the tears were swimming in her eyes at the thought of quitting her own dear fair native land, perhaps for ever. "Good God, Miss Delaware!" cried Beauchamp, "what is the meaning of this?" "Mr. Burrell!" exclaimed Blanche faintly, while the blood mounted quick into her cheek, and then again left it, pale as ashes. "Oh, Mr. Burrell, where have you been? Your presence might perhaps have saved us all." How?" cried Beauchamp. "You sent me from you yourself. Had it not been for your own word, I would never, never have left you." Do not say it," cried Blanche, while the tears streamed over her cheeks. "Do not say it, or I shall never forgive myself. I never have, indeed. You only could have saved us, and oh, Henry Beauchamp, I am sure you would have done so." Beauchamp started to hear his real name from his fair cousin's lips, but Blanche went on as rapidly and eagerly. "But it seems all strange to you. Have you not heard of my poor brother? Have you not heard what has happened?" "I have heard nothing," replied Beauchamp. "I have been detained for several days, ill and wretched, in a spot where I heard nothing." "Oh!" cried Blanche, wringing her hands, "they have accused him of crimes he never committed, and blasted his name, and broken his heart. And if Henry Beauchamp—" "Is not the lady coming?" cried a voice from below. "The ship's getting under way, ma'am. You'll be left behind if you don't mind." "Indeed, Miss Blanche, you must come," cried Mrs. Williams, who had hitherto discreetly remained at the other end of the corridor, when she saw who it was that detained her young mistress. "You must come, indeed." I will," said Blanche, and dropping her voice, she added, while for one moment she raised her beautiful eyes to Beauchamp's face, and the warm blood mounted again to her cheek, "Henry Beauchamp, my dear cousin, it is most likely the last time we shall ever meet. But if ever you loved me, if you would have poor Blanche Delaware bless and pray for you to her last hour, use your whole strength and mind to clear my poor brother's name and character. God bless you, God bless you," and she ran on down the stairs. Beauchamp paused for a moment in utter bewilderment, then darting into his room, seized his hat, and followed with all the speed he could employ. That, however, was but little. The harbour was not far, it is true, but ere he could reach the narrow pier from which the passengers had been embarked, the ship bound to Cherbourg had shot out to sea, and with a strong and favourable wind was making its way toward the coast of France. Beauchamp gazed after her in vain, for nothing but the faint indistinct forms of the many people that crowded the deck could now be discovered, and with feelings as bitter and painful as ever man felt, he turned away and went back to the inn. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. On entering the sitting room which had been appropriated to him, Beauchamp cast himself back in a chair, and for a moment reflected on the extraordinary interview he had just gone through. But a new discomfort now assailed him, and he felt a degree of confusion of thought, and even indistinctness of memory, that pained and alarmed him. Could the blow he had received on the head, he asked himself, the consequences of which he had entirely neglected, could it have injured his brain? Nevertheless, his personal feelings occupied him but for an instant, and were only permitted to cut across his thoughts of Blanche Delaware, and interrupt the ideas which his conversation with her had called up, when the dizzy mustiness of his brain prevented him from pursuing clearly any defined train of thinking. Should he engage a boat, he asked himself, and follow Sir Sidney to Cherbourg, in search of further explanations? Perhaps, I might say, in search of further hopes, for with all the confused and painful feelings that his brief interview with Blanche Delaware had excited, there had also been left behind a sweet, consoling hope, that after all he was beloved, and that time might yet make her his own. He paused upon that idea, which, like a gleam of sunshine upon the dark and struggling waters of the sea, gave one bright spot for the mind's eye to rest upon in the midst of the doubts and anxieties that whirled around him. Should he follow her, he thought, and inquire what was meant by her allusion to her brother, or should he stay and do what he conceived to be his duty, in bringing to justice, as far as he could effect it, the men who had committed the crime at Ribery? "I will see what has been already discovered," he said at length, "and then act as I find necessary." In consequence of this resolution, he rang the bell, and demanded the newspapers of the last 2 or 3 days. But for some minutes after they were brought, he could scarcely read the matter they contained, so fearfully did the letters dance before his sight, when he attempted to fix his eyes upon the page. He succeeded at length in gathering the contents, and it may be unnecessary to say that when he did so, he found sufficient at once to determine his conduct. The whole account of what had taken place at Emberton was now before him, and with feelings that it is impossible to describe, he perceived that the very means he had taken to remove the difficulties of Sir Sidney Delaware and his family had, on the contrary, accumulated upon them a load of evils and distresses which his utmost apprehensions could never have anticipated. Summoning the waiter once more, he ordered breakfast, and a place to be secured for him in the London coach. All was done according to his desire, with prompt activity, and by 10:15 Henry Beauchamp was on his way to London, in the inside of a hot stage-coach, crammed full of humanity, while his own feelings consisted of a compound of intense mental anxiety, and all those horrible corporeal sensations which precede a violent attack of fever. His hands and his head burned like living coals, his feet were as cold as ice, and a faint sort of chilly shiverings thrilled over all his frame, alternating with a degree of heat that became sometimes intolerable. He endured all this with firm determination for 6 mortal hours, but at length he found that nature would bear no more, and that he must stop. At Hertford Bridge, then, where his name and station in society were well known, from his having often spent a night in that most pleasant of all country inns, the White Lion, he desired the coachman to put him down, and entered the house. His appearance was so altered that the old waiter did not recognise him for a moment, but the moment that he did so, he declared upon his word then that Major Beauchamp must be ill, in which assertion Beauchamp found strong reason within his own bosom to coincide. The result, therefore, was that before the 6th day after he had been carried from Emberton was completely over, Henry Beauchamp was in bed, with an apothecary gently compressing his wrist on one side, and a waiter holding the candle on the other. After innumerable questions, to all of which the young gentleman answered like a lamb, which showed how ill he was, the apothecary declared him in a state of fever, and bled him considerably. By this depletion he certainly felt relieved for the time, and the next morning was not at all worse than he had been the day before. Nevertheless, he was troubled with no inclination to rise, and the landlord asked anxiously of the man of medicine whether he conceived his patient to be in any danger, as he was aware that the gentleman had relations of high rank in London, whom he might wish to write to, if he knew himself in precarious circumstances. Such a question, though so frequently put, remains still one of tremendous difficulty to the professors of the healing art, inasmuch as, on the one hand, they never can like, by acknowledging that there is any great danger, to run the risk of other advice being called in, and yet they neither choose to lose the credit which may accrue from curing a bad case, nor to incur the blame that will attach to them if their patient dies, without their having admitted his peril. However, as vanity and covetousness are, generally speaking, stronger passions than apprehension, the followers of Aesculapius usually seem to prefer running all risks rather than have their cases interfered with by another practitioner. In the present instance, it occurred that the apothecary was really in the right when he informed the worthy landlord that, although his guest had certainly a sharp fever upon him, yet he did not see any present danger. Thus passed over the day. No one was written to, and before night, Beauchamp was not in a state to write to anyone himself, having become completely delirious. The apothecary grew a little frightened, but as the landlord did not know the precise address of Beauchamp's friends, and as the patient could not give it himself, there was no remedy but patience and perseverance. The delirium continued, with but little interval, for 2 days, but as the medical man was really a person of skill, his patient's constitution excellent, and the fever not very malignant in its nature, favourable symptoms began to show themselves sooner than they could have been expected, and at the end of 5 days more the young gentleman was pronounced convalescent, though for some time he felt himself very weak and incapable of much mental exertion. Yet from the moment the delirium had left him, Henry Beauchamp found his thoughts much clearer and more exact than they had been since the day of his leaving Emberton, and as he considered the various events which had taken place, a number of circumstances which the reader's mind may easily recall without minute recapitulation, led him to suspect that his uncle's lawyer, if not his uncle himself, had increased, if not created, many of those difficulties which, combined with accidental occurrences, had overwhelmed Sir Sidney Delaware and his family in ruin and in sorrow. He was unwilling, indeed, to admit to his own mind that Lord Ashborough would descend to anything mean or dishonourable, ever to effect the very honourable purpose of revenge, which, when formalised by the rules of monomachia, justifies murder, and therefore may surely equally well justify robbery, or fraud, or petty larceny, or any other peccadillo. But at the same time Beauchamp could not shut out the conviction that the ruin of Sir Sidney Delaware and his family, by whatever means effected, would be in no degree disagreeable to the noble Earl. In fact, he had seen more deeply into his uncle's character and into his uncle's heart than Lord Ashborough knew, and though his discoveries were rendered less harsh by the natural affection of kindred, yet they had certainly not tended to increase that affection in any extraordinary degree. However, all his reflections terminated in an uncertainty as to the past conduct of his uncle and his uncle's lawyer, which made him resolve to investigate the whole matter farther before he acted. For though he was unchangeably resolved that justice to William Delaware should be done, yet he was anxious, of course, that it should be rendered with as little obloquy to his own relation as possible. "Thank God he has made his escape," he thought, "and the Earl, too, must have left London soon after I quitted it myself, so that he cannot be at all acquainted with my share in this unfortunate business at Highbury. I will, therefore, remain quietly where I am till I can proceed to London, and then investigate every circumstance before I fix upon any farther plans. Of course, I shall easily discover the residence of Sir Sidney Delaware in France, and when I have cleared his son's fair name, may meet them all with better hopes and brighter prospects." Such were some of the reflections and resolutions of Henry Beauchamp, as he was recovering from the fever which had detained him at Hertford Bridge; and though he certainly indulged in a great many other reflections, and formed a great many more resolutions, yet they were all conceived in the same strain, and tended to the same effect. As day by day, however, he began to acquire strength, and saw that at the end of 2 or 3 more whirls of the great humming top he would be able to set out for London, a new difficulty pressed upon him of somewhat a novel nature. He had an inn bill to pay, which could not be small; he had an apothecary's bill to pay, which must be still larger; and sick nurses, etc., came at the end to swell the amount. 10 sovereigns was all that remained in his purse, and had Beauchamp been aware that, in the opinion of all his friends and relations, he was actually dead and buried under water, if not under ground, he might have been still more puzzled how to proceed than he was in his state of blessed ignorance regarding all these facts. His resource, in the present instance, was to indite a letter to his worthy friend and agent, Mr. Wilkinson, informing him in a few words that he had been ill at Hertford Bridge, and would thank him to send him down, either by post or coach, a sufficient sum to pay his temporary expenses. This epistle reached Mr. Wilkinson just as he was drawing up a general statement of the money matters of the late Henry Beauchamp, Esquire, formerly of His Majesty's Regiment of Dragoons, and the letter of the living Mr. Beauchamp, of course, put a sudden stop to the affairs of the dead one. The handwriting, however, although certainly bearing a great resemblance to that of his client's, was, as Mr. Wilkinson observed, more like a copy of his hand than his hand itself, and the illness which had produced this difference had also produced a brevity and carelessness of style in which Henry Beauchamp was not accustomed to indulge. The consequence of all this was, that Mr. Wilkinson, calculating that Hertford Bridge was only 30 miles from London, and that 2 or 3 guineas was better lost than 2 or 3 hundreds, put himself at once into the coach which was to have conveyed the money, and in a few hours he was sitting beside the identical Henry Beauchamp, who had left London about 2 months before, and was assisting him most conscientiously to dispatch the first meat meal he had been allowed to taste since his recovery. As may well be supposed, this interview was destined to enlighten Beauchamp greatly as to many events which had taken place, and after having laughed at his own death more heartily than a merrier matter might have occasioned, the invalid entered into explanations with his lawyer, which in turn gave him a new but sad insight into the occurrences of the last 3 weeks. "I am afraid, sir," said Mr. Wilkinson, "I am afraid, sir, there has been very foul play. This Mr. Timms, who between you and me bears so sad a character in the profession, that it is a very general wonder how your noble relative continued to employ him, has, since your death, God bless me, I mean since your supposed decease, has, I say, presented the very note for £10,000 which you say you gave to the murdered man at Ribery, as payment of the sum owed to your account by his client, your uncle. And yet, though this, and the vouchers which he must have found concerning the £15,000 sent before, could not have failed to show him that the money tendered by Captain Delaware was advanced by you, yet he is, I understand, pursuing the business against that unfortunate young gentleman with greater virulence than ever. I heard only yesterday that his name had been struck out of the Navy List." "God forbid!" cried Beauchamp. "God forbid! But does the rascal keep both the £25,000 paid and the 10,000 which my uncle should have transferred to my account?" "Not only that," answered the lawyer, "but contending that, as the money had been stolen, it did not constitute a legal discharge of Lord Ashborough's claim upon Sir Sidney Delaware, he has plunged the whole business into chancery, has at the same time started a point which can only be decided by a common law court, and as he has all the most obsolete and vexatious decisions at his fingers' ends, would undoubtedly have kept the business embroiled for years, had you not suddenly started up to prove that the payment was legal, and therefore the whole difficulty at an end." "And if I had not started up," said Burrell, "and William Delaware had been taken, I suppose one of the most gallant officers in his Majesty's service, and one of the most generous-spirited gentlemen in England, would have been hanged for a crime he never committed." "Why, I am sorry to say that it is very probable he might have been so dealt with," answered Mr. Wilkinson. "Then immortal honour to Robert Peel," said Beauchamp, "for having begun a reformation in laws, which, though far superior to those of any other nation in the world, are yet so imperfect as to risk such a loud-tongued iniquity. And may he have life and power granted to him to correct all the evils without diminishing their efficiency. But you speak, my dear sir, of my starting up. Now, do you know, I have a great mind not to start up for some time yet, and to give this rogue, Timms, time enough to show himself in his true colours. As I am dead, and the mourning bought, and all those whose hearts would break upon my account are broken-hearted already, I do not see why I should announce my resuscitation in the newspapers till I have obtained not only the proofs, which indeed I can furnish myself, of William Delaware's complete innocence, but the proofs also of the guilt of those who really did commit the murder, and which, with a little of your good advice, I doubt not easily to acquire. In the meantime, if I am not mistaken, good Mr. Timms, counting upon my death, will plunge deeper and deeper into the quagmire of deceit and villainy through which he is now struggling, and we shall have an opportunity of at once exposing him and opening my uncle's eyes to his knavery." Mr. Wilkinson shook his head with a dry "Hum" at the last sentence which Beauchamp spoke, but the other part of his young client's proposal he approved very much, saying, "Certainly, certainly, the plan is a good one, and we must never show our adversary our cards, as Mr. Pleydell is made to observe, by the only great romance writer that the world has produced since Cervantes, and Le Sage, and Fielding. But you forget, Mr. Beauchamp, that I do not fully know what information you possess. Your lawyer must be your confessor, my dear sir, if you would have his advice of any avail." Beauchamp in reply recounted all that had happened to him since he left Emberton on the morning before the murder, the fact of his servant Harding overtaking him at Dr. Wilton's rectory, his own return to Ribery, his first and second visit to the miser, his compulsory voyage with the murderers, and his stay at the house of the smuggler, all, in short, that had occurred, with the exception of a brief interview in the corridor of the inn at which he thought proper to leave untold. Mr. Wilkinson rubbed his hands at each pause, and at the end declared that nothing was more plain than the facts and nothing would be more easy than the proof. "The man Harding," he said, "whom you think you recognised in the boat with this Walter Harrison, has never returned to your house in London, and therefore we may conclude from the fact of the powder flask, and from your recognition, that he it really was who committed the murder, with the other two and the maidservant as accessories. Information must be obtained from this man Small in regard to the port at which his cutter landed them in France, and once having gained that, we have nothing to do but to set a Bow Street officer on the track, and he will follow it like a bloodhound. I entertain as strange doubts in regard to this Mr. Peter Timms as you do, and believe from some memoranda on the back of your note of hand that he knows fully at this moment that Captain Delaware never had anything to do with the murder of his uncle. Such a man well deserves to be punished, and if you like to lie incog for a week or so, we will watch his proceedings. But you must not take it ill, my dear sir, if I say that we must be careful not to implicate anyone whom we might not like to inculpate." Beauchamp's cheek flushed a good deal, but he replied calmly, "I understand you, Mr. Wilkinson, and I am sure there is no fear of that. However, my own intention is to go at once to France. I shall certainly endeavour to see my sister first, for if any one on earth grieves for me indeed, it is poor Maria. But, as I said, I shall certainly go to France, and may help in tracing these villains myself." "But, my dear sir," said Mr. Wilkinson, "you must pause a few days. I will write to the local magistrates and gain a clear view of all they have discovered in the neighbourhood. We must have this man Small examined, and I do not well see how we can do that without your presence in England. Suppose, for instance, Captain Delaware should be taken and brought to trial." "Why, of course I will stay a few days," replied Beauchamp, musing, "and before I go I will make a formal deposition on oath before a magistrate, which, I suppose, I must do, in order to induce him to grant me an officer to seek the culprits in France." "There is an officer in Paris already, I believe," replied Mr. Wilkinson; "but, at all events, we must get full information ere we proceed. Believe me, my dear sir, the man that meddles with law, either criminal or civil, without obtaining a clear knowledge of every circumstance before he takes a single step, is very likely indeed to burn his fingers." "It is a dangerous thing to touch, I know full well," replied Beauchamp with a smile, "and God forbid that I should have more to do with it than necessary. I will therefore come to London, where I suppose that there is not a mortal being left by this time but you gentlemen of the law, and I may very well pass my time incog at an hotel." "Nay, indeed, you are mistaken as to the paucity of better people than lawyers in London," replied Mr. Wilkinson. "Your noble uncle is himself in town, and your sister. The latter I have had the honour of seeing, and found her equally in despair about yourself and Captain Delaware." "Indeed," said Beauchamp, smiling at a small twinkling of fun that danced for a moment in Mr. Wilkinson's eyes, as he mentioned Miss Beauchamp's anxiety in regard to William Delaware. "Indeed, and does Maria show herself so greatly distressed about this accusation against her cousin?" "So much so," replied Mr. Wilkinson, "that she would insist upon employing me in gathering evidence for his defence, which, by the way, is the cause of my knowing so much about the case. Not only that, but understanding apparently that there is no such stimulus to a lawyer's exertions as money, she made me take notes for £200 to meet the expenses." "She is very generous indeed," answered Beauchamp; "but pray, did she show any inclination to ascertain my existence?" "Oh yes, most eagerly," replied Mr. Wilkinson. "Come, come, my dear sir, you must not think that interest in the cousin made her forget the brother. On the contrary, although she says that she knows you too well to believe that you would drown yourself, yet—" "What! Did they make it out that I had drowned myself?" cried Beauchamp. "You did not tell me that before, Mr. Wilkinson." "Why, I thought it might hurt your feelings, and only said it now incautiously," replied the lawyer. "But so indeed it is. They made it out that you had drowned yourself in the sea near Emberton." "They made a very great mistake then," said Beauchamp, biting his lip. "You need not tell me the causes assigned for the rash act, as the newspapers term such things. I can divine them all, as it suited each person to put them. The ladies, of course, said it was for love, and the men said debt or gambling. No, I shall never commit suicide. I laughed so heartily once at a philosopher at Geneva who determined to commit suicide in a fit of the spleen, that I am sure I could not do it even if I felt inclined. He went down to drown himself in the lake, and, as it was a rainy day, he carefully took his umbrella. When he came to the side of the water, however, and began to put down the umbrella, the absurdity of the whole affair of a man drowning himself with an umbrella in his hand suddenly tickled his fancy to such a degree that he burst into a fit of laughter and turned upon his heel. Meeting him with the tears in his eyes, I soon joined in his merriment when I heard the story, and the very idea of suicide is connected with such ludicrous ideas in my mind that it makes me laugh even to think of it. But you were saying that my uncle was in town. How does he console himself for my irreparable loss?" "I have not seen his lordship," answered Mr. Wilkinson, "but everyone agrees that he has felt your supposed death more bitterly than any event that ever occurred to him through life. Miss Beauchamp will never give credit to the story of your death, but Lord Ashborough, I understand, believes it firmly, and of course I need not tell you that he is surrounded already by hundreds of sycophants, eager to share in the immense wealth which is now, as they believe, without a direct heir. Under such circumstances, would it not be better to give his lordship intimation of your existence, as he may perhaps alter his will, and life is precarious?" "Not I," answered Beauchamp, "not I. The hereditary estates go with the title, and I shall take no step whatever to secure anything else. In fact, I believe that I have contradicted my uncle more frequently than my sense of respect would have otherwise permitted me to do, simply because he has 200,000 or 300,000 pounds to leave, and I do not choose to be thought a sycophant. I should have been a very dutiful nephew indeed, if it had not been for that money. The more especially as I know that my good uncle values it so highly himself that he cannot help thinking I must value it highly too." "At all events," said Mr. Wilkinson, who saw that his client was becoming rather fatigued, and perhaps the more unmanageable from that circumstance, "at all events, Mr. Beauchamp, before you set out once more, like the Knight of La Mancha, upon a new sally in search of such perilous adventures, you must give me fuller powers to act for you, and fuller instructions too as to how I am to act; for good Mr. Timms has already been hinting at winding up the affairs of the late Henry Beauchamp, Esquire, as he phrases it." "Indeed," said Beauchamp, "indeed. Well, I do believe that if there were an act for hanging rogues, it would ultimately save a vast waste of hemp upon thieves, and leave honester men in the world after all. But I must now let you seek repose, and we will talk more of these matters to-morrow morning, when, if my Galen will suffer me, I will accompany you to London. For the last 10 days I have been like poor Erminia, sibo non prende ghiacce de suoi, male solo si pasce, e sol di pianto ha sete. But I think I have made amends for one evening at least." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Now Mr. Wilkinson, though a very pleasant gentlemanly man, slightly inclined to be facetious, but never yielding to that vein farther than the subdued, one might say internal, smile at the odd things, and the absurd things, and the wicked things of this world, was quite in the wrong in taking it into his head that Maria Beauchamp was in love with Captain William Delaware. In truth, she was not, though certainly never were there circumstances more likely to make her become so. She had only got as far at present as being interested in the young sailor's fate in the highest degree, perfectly convinced that he was innocent and injured, thinking him certainly a very handsome youth, and granting that he was, with all his simplicity, one of the most agreeable men she had ever seen. The reader may ask if all this, then, was not love?
No, 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 it was not. There were bricks and mortar and trowels and hods, but it was not the Tower of Babel. What I mean is that there were all the materials for love, but they wanted putting together. In Lord Ashborough's house, however, with all these prepossessions in William Delaware's favour, she heard nothing coupled with his name but pompous censure, or flat and pointless sneers, and she dared not say a word in his favour. Now this, as it furnished her with a motive for not only thinking of him from morning till night, but furnished her also with a legitimate cause for connecting, in the sweet, unanswering privacy of her own bosom, all those manifold arguments in his favour, which she could have put forth in society, had she not been afraid of their being controverted, caused imagination and zeal and generous enthusiasm to labour hard to build the said bricks and mortar into the firm and regular structure which Mr. Wilkinson, in his over-hasty conclusions, imagined to be already built. However all that may be, it is certain that few people had been more completely wretched, and she was not a person to be so, without seeming so too, than Maria Beauchamp, since the business at Ribery had taken place, and she yielded to a degree of gloom and despondency which Lord Ashborough had never before seen her display under any circumstances. As she never mingled in the conversation regarding William Delaware, the Earl imagined that the anxiety and suspense in regard to the fate of her brother were the causes of her gloom, and with the very natural consideration which people generally display, who, however much grieved they may feel for a time, love to get over the memory of their dead relations as fast as may be, the noble Earl took every means of removing her state of doubt as far as possible, by assuring her on all occasions that unquestionably her brother was dead. Suddenly a change came over Miss Beauchamp's whole demeanour. Though she admitted that it was very possible her brother might be dead, yet she resumed her usual tone of spirits, and instead of being silent in regard to Captain Delaware, she repelled with contempt the idea of his guilt whenever it was mentioned, declaring that she felt as much confidence in his innocence of the murder as she did in her own. All this surprised Lord Ashborough. The first, indeed, he accounted for pleasantly enough to himself, declaring that Maria's mind had now recovered its elasticity, having been relieved from suspense by the firm conviction which he had taken care to impress upon it that her brother was dead. He lauded at the same time, be it remarked, his own wisdom in the course he had pursued, blaming severely those ill-judging friends who, in such cases, suffer hope to linger on till it wears itself out. He even ventured on a simile, saying that it was like torturing a drowning man by holding out straws to him. In regard to Miss Beauchamp's extraordinary perversity in defending the murderer, he declared that he was more puzzled, and one day, after having remonstrated severely, he related the fact to the worthy Mr. Timms. That excellent person, however, only decided that it was a lady's caprice, and with this solution of the enigma his lordship was forced to rest satisfied. In the meanwhile, Henry Beauchamp did the most uninteresting thing in the whole world, namely, he travelled from Calais to Paris, for, with the exception of Sterne, who carried his own world about with him in his post-chaise, and a strange mixed world of beauty and deformity it was, I know no one who has been able to make anything of the journey between those two towns, either one way or the other, except, indeed, the Duke of Guise in 1558, who made Calais a French town of it. Henry Beauchamp's journey was somewhat quixotic, certainly, but the whole details of his sallies serve lamentably to show how the science of knight-errantry has declined since the occultation of the Star of La Mancha. For a squire he had a Bow Street officer, backed by letters missive from the Foreign Secretary, and seated upon the rumble of a dark green armless chariot, beside a fierce-looking mastiff of a courier, whom Beauchamp had engaged upon somewhat surer grounds than those on which Master Harding had been received into his service. Dapple and Rosinante were converted into 4 French stallions of all sorts and sizes, and instead of mistaking inns for castles, one might have concluded that the young Englishman mistook them for prisons, so strenuously did he avoid them by travelling night and day. As Mr. Wilkinson had stated, an officer had been previously sent to Paris in pursuit of Captain Delaware, and although it had not been judged expedient, notwithstanding the information given by Mr. Beauchamp, to recall him from that search, yet he was directed vigorously to cooperate with the person now sent to arrest Harding and his accomplices. Beauchamp, in his inexperience of such matters, had thought it might be better to follow the culprits by the ports at which they had landed in France, and which had been clearly ascertained from Willie Small, the smuggler, and his eldest son, who had acted as master of the cutter that took them over. The officer shook the wise head, however, and said, "No, no, let us go to Paris first, sir, for that's the place which is sure to draw all rogues to it first or last, as a saucer of honey in a shop window catches the flies. We get at all the passports there, too, and, beside, the mayors and folks in the country places wouldn't dare to back us in seizing the men without a government order, and a gendarme, as they call them. When we have searched Paris, let us set off for Cherbourg and meet them in the face." To this reasoning Beauchamp of course yielded, and although some difficulties occurred on the part of the French government, they were speedily removed. The passport office was examined, some of the most active agents of the French police were employed, and such information finally obtained as the Bow Street officer thought likely to lead to the discovery of the whole party, either at Cherbourg or at Caen. Thither then Beauchamp and his attendants of various kinds, now increased in number to 4, turned their steps, making the most minute inquiries at every point which offered the least chance of affording information concerning the culprits. Beauchamp at the same time pursued another search, anticipating with no small eagerness a meeting with Miss Delaware and her father, who, he concluded, must journey with slow stages on account of the baronet's health. Strange, however, to say that he and the Bow Street officer and the French agent of police were all equally disappointed. Beauchamp found nobody that he sought, and his companions, though they laid hands upon the 3 personages whose passports and description had excited suspicion, were surprised and mortified to find that they bore not the slightest resemblance to those who carried Mr. Beauchamp off from Ribery. On minute inquiry among the fishermen of the village, where the culprits were said to have landed, the house was at length discovered in which they had first lodged, and the aubergiste at once declared that, understanding the English language, he had heard them announce their intention of proceeding to Havre, in order to embark on board some American trader. No time was to be lost under such circumstances, as ships were sailing every day for some transatlantic port or another, and the horses having been again put to the 2 carriages which now formed the cortege, away went Beauchamp and his train for Havre. From Cherbourg to Havre, running through one half of the peninsula of Cotentin, is a long, though not uninteresting journey, to one who has nothing else to think of. But Beauchamp was in haste to get on. French postilions are notoriously slow, and Norman postilions notoriously slower. The steamboat was gone when the party arrived at Honfleur, and in short, everything that nature and art could do to stop them on their way was done to perfection. At length, when they did reach Havre, they found that one vessel had sailed for America the preceding day, full of emigrants of all descriptions, and that 2 others had departed about 4 days earlier, each of which, to believe the accounts given to them, must have been a perfect Noah's Ark. Beauchamp and the officers lost heart, and even the courier, whose trade being to run, could not be supposed to object to battre la campagne in this manner, began to look rueful, under the apprehension that, if no farther clue could be gained, his occupation would soon be gone. After every inn had been inspected, every consul consulted, every shipping office examined, Beauchamp determined, once more to return to Paris, and thither he accordingly came by way of Rouen, followed by the posse, who found it not at all disagreeable to eat and drink and sleep at his expense, and be paid for the trouble thereof over and above. New researches were immediately commenced, and never did fat-faced Gibbon bend his rotund cheeks over the pages of infidelity, ancient or modern, from Arius to Hobbes, with more eagerness to filch or find an objection or a fault in the blessed faith, whose beginning and end is glory to God in the highest, and peace and goodwill toward men, than did all parties pursue their object of discovering the guilty, in order, principally, it must be confessed, to exculpate the innocent. But the search seemed perfectly in vain, and the only conclusion which to any one could come was, that the murderers had really effected their escape to America. After nibbling at various surmises and reports for some time, the officer who had accompanied Beauchamp declared himself foiled, and took his leave. He who had been sent in quest of Captain Delaware had abandoned the pursuit for some time, and Beauchamp was thus left alone to proceed with such inquiries as he might still have sufficient perseverance to make. These inquiries, it must be confessed, related principally to Sir Sidney and Miss Delaware. But here, as many difficulties awaited him as he had met with in the other search, and he was just on the point of giving up the matter in despair, and returning to London to surprise his mourning friends, when a circumstance occurred which, without throwing the slightest ray of light upon the course which Blanche and her father had taken, served at all events to induce Beauchamp to remain in Paris for several days longer than he had intended. The hotel in which he lodged, at the corner of the Rue de la Paix, unlike most hotels in Paris, had but one staircase, and Beauchamp, who walked up and down this staircase as seldom as possible, had rarely the misfortune of meeting many people upon it. The last day but one, however, of his intended stay, he encountered a lady walking leisurely up, and as each moved a little on one side, to suffer the other to pass, by a sort of semi-rotation of each upon the axis, their faces came opposite to one another, and Beauchamp recognised Mrs. Darlington, while she paid him the same compliment. "Good gracious, Mr. Burrell!" she exclaimed, much more surprised than was at all proper. "Or Mr. Beauchamp, am I to call you? For the people tell me that the Mr. Burrell I had the pleasure of knowing was known to others under the name of Beauchamp. But under whatever name you choose, I am most happy to see you, for all your good friends in England told me you were dead." "They have done me too much honour in every respect, my dear madam," replied Beauchamp. "Those the gods love, you know, die young, but though I must plead guilty to having deceived you by calling myself names far different from my own, yet believe me when I assure you that I had no hand in my own death. That was entirely arranged by my friends and relations, though I doubt not, when I go back to England, the public prosecutor will think fit to arraign me for felo de se, with as much justice as the coroner's jury returned a verdict of murder against poor William Delaware." "Ah, that was a terrible business," replied Mrs. Darlington. "A terrible business indeed, poor young man, and I should like to talk it over with you, Mr. Beauchamp. But I dare say that was your carriage waiting, and I will not keep you now. But if you will return at 6:30 and dine with me and the Abbé de Blanc, who is as deaf as a pug dog, I will tell you a curious circumstance which has occurred to me since I came here. Not about the Delawares, indeed, poor people, but about something that happened just at the same time." Now everything that happened at that time was more or less a matter of interest to Henry Beauchamp, and therefore he willingly agreed to dine and hear according to invitation. A few minutes after the appointed time he was in the saloon of Madame Darlington's apartments, where he found that lady and a worthy ex-émigré abbé, the sort of man who could dine with a widow lady of any age without scandal. Beauchamp fully understood the bienséance of never being curious about anything, and therefore he listened to all Mrs. Darlington's reasons for being in Paris, how London was of course out of the question in October, how the house she had hired near Emberton had turned out as damp as a fen, and smelled of a wet dog from the garret to the kitchen, how Paris always afforded variety, etc., without showing the slightest inclination to inquire into the occurrence she had mentioned in the morning. Dinner was announced, and was as recherché in France as if it had been at Emberton, but not a word took place concerning the occurrence. Mrs. Darlington spending all the leisure moments in marvelling that Mr. Beauchamp and herself could have remained in the same house for 4 days without discovering their proximity. After dinner, Beauchamp's bienséance began to get tired, and probably would have broken down entirely had he not fortunately happened to take up a very beautiful eyeglass set with emeralds in the French fashion, which lay upon the table in the saloon. "Oh dear, that puts me in mind, Mr. Beauchamp," cried Mrs. Darlington. "It is strange enough. I have twice bought that eyeglass in this very town, once 2 days, and once 18 months ago. That is the very thing I wished to tell you about. You remember when you did me the favour of dining with me at Emberton, my house was burned down." "Va choquant indeed," cried the abbé, who piqued himself on speaking English. "Terrible shock and great." "Well," continued Mrs. Darlington, "that very evening I left that eyeglass upon the table in the drawing-room, and you remember, I dare say, that I lost all my plate and jewels. Indeed, the loss of various things was incalculable. But, however, that glass was among the rest, and as it was a sort of pet, I went into a shop the other day to see if I could find anything like it. Well, the jeweller finding out I was English, though how he did so I'm sure I do not know, for I believe I speak French tolerably." "Ah, va, excellent much," said the abbé, who was listening with his most acute ear bent subserviently to Mrs. Darlington's story. "As one Frenchwoman." Mrs. Darlington smiled, nodded, and went on. "Well, the man found out that I was an Englishwoman, by the carriage, I suppose, and would talk nothing but English all the time, though he spoke it badly enough. On my describing what I wanted, he said that he had got the very thing, fresh arrived from England 3 days before. I told him what I wanted was French. He declared that I must be mistaken, and produced my own eyeglass, with ID, Isabella Darlington." "What pretty name!" cried the abbé. "On the medallion. I bought it, as you see, and the jeweller assured me that he had purchased it 3 days before from an English gentleman with black hair and large whiskers." "Although the description is very exact," answered Beauchamp, smiling, "I can assure you, my dear madam, that I was not the thief. But as it has long struck me that there has been something very mysterious indeed in the whole business of the fire at your house, I should like much to know the name of the jeweller, and if you will favour me with it, will delay my departure for a day or 2 in order to make further inquiries." Mrs. Darlington thanked Beauchamp warmly for the interest he took in the matter, and the address being given and put down, the young Englishman declared he would go that night and take the first steps towards investigating the business fully. Accordingly, taking his leave, he sauntered out into the Place Vendôme, and thence into one of the principal streets in the neighbourhood of the Tuileries, where, entering the shop of the jeweller, he bought some trifling article, as a fair excuse for indulging in that sort of gossip which he thought most likely to elicit some facts. The Frenchman was exactly the sort of person with whom one would desire to gossip. He was even more urbane than the editor of the Gentleman's Magazine, fond of a little conversation on any subject, love, war, or politics, with those who came to buy his knick-knacks, and had his small fund of wit, of sentiment, and of anecdotism, not more of either than would have lain conveniently in a vinaigrette, yet quite sufficient to give piquancy to his vivacious nothings. Beauchamp soon led him to the subject of Mrs. Darlington's eyeglass, but he quitted it in a moment, declaring it was a droll occurrence, but nothing to what had happened since. He always had Galignani's messenger on his counter, he said, to amuse the English gentlemen who dealt with him, and the other night, as he was sitting alone, a beau jeune homme, who had been there once before, came in to offer him some other articles for sale. While I was examining what the stranger brought," continued the jeweller, "the young Englishman took up the newspaper and then suddenly laid it down, but after a moment or two he took it up again, and then I saw that he had just lighted upon the horrible murder that had been lately committed in your country by a captain in the navy. Well, sir, when I looked in his face he had turned as pale as a tablecloth, and was so agitated that I should have thought that he was the assassin himself, had he not been too young to be a captain in your navy. He read it out, every word, however, though I could clearly see that he was very much disturbed, and I am sure that he was some relation either of the man who was killed or of the murderer." "How old was he?" demanded Beauchamp, remembering the extreme youthfulness of Captain Delaware's appearance. "Oh, he could not be 20, answered the jeweller. "He was very fair, too, with fine light hair, tall and well made, too. Do you think it could be the assassin, monsieur?" "Certainly not," replied Beauchamp, who, though morally convinced that it was Captain Delaware whom the jeweller had seen, was still more convinced that he had nothing to do with the murder. "The man who committed this crime is quite a different person. I know the gentleman who has been here, as you describe, and I wish much to see him. Have you any idea of his address?" "None whatever, sir," replied the jeweller, "but I dare say he will be here again soon, for I bought the bijoux he had to sell, and he said that he had more and would return." "Well, it is of no great consequence," replied Beauchamp, assuming as much indifference as possible. "But in case he does come, be so good as to tell him that Mr. Henry Burrell is at the Hôtel de Rue de la Paix, and will be very glad to see him. Tell him also that I shall be at home and alone on every evening during the week, from the hour of 7 till the hour of 10. The jeweller promised to deliver the message punctually, and to guard against all mistakes. Beauchamp put down in writing his assumed name, and the number of his apartments in the hotel. He then, to do full justice to Mrs. Darlington's business, tried to bring the jeweller back to the story of the eyeglass. But it was all in vain. The man was like one of those birds whose correct ornithological name I do not know, but which boys call water-wagtails, and which go hopping from stone to stone, pausing lightly balanced on each for a moment, and then springing on to another, without ever returning to the same. It was in vain Beauchamp tried to elicit any farther information. He skipped on from subject to subject, and nothing farther could be made of him. Tired of the endeavour, the young Englishman at length rose and returned to his hotel, bidding the man send the trinkets he had bought. He there reported his ill success to Mrs. Darlington, and taking measures to guard against intrusion at the hour he had promised to be alone on the following nights, he waited anxiously for Captain Delaware's coming, with that degree of uncertainty as to whether the young officer would ever revisit the jeweller, and whether he would come, even if he did receive the message, which Beauchamp could not endure with that feeling, or rather assumption, of indifference, with which he sometimes cheated himself. From 7 till 10 on the 2 following nights he paced his little saloon with a degree of anxiety which he had hardly ever felt before. Every step upon the stairs caught his ear, every voice in the anteroom, where he had placed his own servant on guard, made him pause and listen. But it was all in vain, and on both nights he heard 10 and even 11 strike before he abandoned the consolatory reflection that clocks might differ, and that the object of his expectation might still appear. As he now felt certain, however, that William Delaware was in the same city with himself, he resolved to wait on in Paris, and if the message he had left proved vain, to endeavour once more to discover his dwelling by other means. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Henry Beauchamp was, beyond all doubt, by nature an impatient man, but for the first 25 years of his life his impatience had found so little in his state or situation whereon to work, that it had gone lame for want of exercise. Nature, notwithstanding Locke, had given him a store of noble feelings, and education had added thereto a store of good principles, and with all this to guard him against evil desires, he had found little in the world to wish for that his fortune or influence had not enabled him to obtain with ease. Thus he was only now beginning to find matters whereon to exercise the virtue of patience. On the 3rd day after his visit to the jeweller's he began to find that his stock was nearly exhausted, and likewise to contemplate paying another visit to the shop where he had first obtained this clue, as he hoped it would prove, for discovering the residence of William Delaware. Indeed, he would have pursued that course at once, had he not feared that his anxiety on the subject might excite suspicion, and cause some annoyance to the object of his search. This reflection, though it did not keep him from going near the jeweller's house more than once in the course of the day, did prevent him from venturing into it. His equanimity, however, was gone, and whether it arose from his late attack of fever, or from the air of Paris in the first days of November, or from disappointment and vexation, I cannot tell, but certain it is he viewed everything on the darkest side, and began to revolve the prospect of losing Blanche Delaware for ever, just at the moment he had found new hope of having her heart in his favour. The consolatory process of dining did nothing for him, and as 7 o'clock chimed on the 3rd day, the whole array of dinner was removed, the courier stationed as before in the anteroom, with strict orders given to admit no one but the person described, and as soon as he was admitted to retire and leave his master and the stranger alone. 8 o'clock came. Beauchamp ordered coffee and took a book, but though he gazed with an involuntary smile upon the grotesque drawings stitched into the Roi de Bohème, no word could he read of the letterpress. He tried the eloquent nonsense of Chateaubriand, but it was as unpalatable as the satirical nonsense of Nodier, and, casting away the books, he gave the matter up in despair, abandoning himself to the contemplation of the pictures in the wood-fire. At length the door of the anteroom was heard to open, and the voice of someone speaking to the courier reached Beauchamp's ear. But the door shut again, the intruder descended the stairs, and all was silent once more. The moment after, however, the same sounds were repeated. The door of the saloon also was thrown wide open by the servant, who uttered at the same time the pleasant words of "Here is the gentleman you expected, sir." Beauchamp started up as the visitor entered, and what was his surprise to see, not the features of Captain Delaware, but those of Walter Harrison, or Sailor Wat, as he had been called at Emberton, and who was certainly too nearly connected with one part at least of his long and hitherto unsuccessful search to be beheld without emotion. Beauchamp and the young sailor gazed at each other for a moment without speaking, and even the courier, doubtful from the astonishment evident in his master's countenance whether he had admitted the right person, stood at the door for a moment and stared at them both in turn. He soon received a sign, however, to depart, and closing the door, he left Beauchamp and the sailor alone. "This is a strange visit, certainly," said Beauchamp, flinging himself into a chair and gazing in some perplexity upon the countenance of Wat Harrison, which was pale, worn, and haggard in a frightful degree. "This is a strange visit enough, certainly." "You have sought me, Mr. Burrell," said the young sailor in a tone of calm determination, "and now you seem surprised to see me. What is the meaning of this?" "I have certainly sought you, sir," said Beauchamp, not yet having caught the right end of the clue, "but most assuredly I little thought you would present yourself uncompelled. Are you aware that this visit is dangerous to you?" "Not a whit," said Wat Harrison boldly, "and I do not care a d—n if it was. But, I say, not a whit. You are not a man, sir, to ask me here in order to betray me. I knew that well enough before I came." Beauchamp now, for the first time, perceived the mistake. The young sailor, well dressed and offering the external appearance of a gentleman, had gained that appellation from the jeweller, the mind of whose hearer, already filled with idea of Captain Delaware, had at once become impressed with the notion that the person described was no other than that officer. The height and the fair complexion had aided the rest of the circumstances, and Beauchamp now found that he had invited the visit of one of the murderers of the unhappy miser of Ribery, in such a manner as to preclude him from taking advantage of his coming to cause his apprehension. He hesitated, indeed, for he felt that perhaps the duty of bringing the culprit to justice should be paramount. But the word of honour, so often falsely construed, was so even with Beauchamp, and he could not bring himself to do that which his conscience told him he ought to do. Although the contest between reason and prejudice was severe, yet he was not long in forming his determination, and rising again after a moment's thought, he said, "Young man, your coming here has originated in a mistake. From the description given by the person who sent you, I thought he spoke of Captain Delaware, when he really alluded to yourself. But as the mistake was mine, not yours, I will not take advantage of it to give you up to justice. Nevertheless, remember that I am not ignorant of your crime, and that, although I suffer you to depart from this house, and will give you time to seek your place of concealment, yet I hold myself bound to give notice to the Parisian police, who have orders from the government to aid in arresting you and your accomplices, that you are within the walls of Paris, and that, therefore, if you escape, it is their fault." "It will not be so easy to arrest me, Mr. Burrell," answered the young man, in the same calm tone in which he had spoken before. "It will not be so easy to arrest me, unless I like it myself. So you sent for me by mistake. Well, I had hoped that there was one man on earth who knew how to work me properly. But no matter, no matter. And you took me for Captain Delaware, did you? God bless him, wherever he is, for a noble gentleman and a gallant officer. So they tell me they have accused him of the murder, and made him fly his country, and that he is to be dismissed his Majesty's service." And as he spoke, the calm tone was lost, and he was evidently working himself up to a pitch of excessive fury. "And if he is taken, he is to be tried," he continued, "and there is already a coroner's verdict against him, and that he will be hanged to a certainty, and that his good name is already blasted for ever, and that poor Miss Blanche will weep her heart out for him, and poor old Sir Sidney will die of grief for his son's fate, and all for a crime that he did not commit. And, in your eyes, do you think I am going to stand all that? No, never, by blank. Weren't they kind to me, and never a soul was kind to me in the world? And didn't they stand by me when every soul abandoned me? And am I going to see them all go to ruin and to misery, because I myself and that black villain have brought damnation upon my own head? No, no, never you think that. Why, it was bad enough before, and every time I thought upon their going and murdering the poor old man, while I kept watch in the passage, I was ready to go and give myself up, and beg them to hang me out of the way, that I might think no more of it. But now that I find all that it has done, besides, din me, if I would not hang 40 such fellows as that, rather than that the captain should come to ill by it." From this confused speech, which Beauchamp listened to with eager attention, though certainly not without some surprise, he learned all that the judicious reader has already discovered of what was passing in the mind of poor Walter Harrison. He saw, in short, that remorse had done its work, and that the fact of the crime in which he had taken part having brought down such misfortunes on the family who had been his benefactors and carried remorse to its natural climax of despair, it was evident, too, that his remorse was of that purer kind which is kindred to repentance, and that, at all events, he contemplated atonement, and Beauchamp felt confident that, by proper management, full and satisfactory evidence might now be procured of the facts necessary to exculpate William Delaware completely. He saw, however, at the same time, that the spirit with which he had to deal, wild, wayward, and violent, would require most skilful treatment to bring it to the point he had in view. "You are heated," he said, "Walter Harrison. But if I understand you right, there is still a hope, through your means, of saving William Delaware from all the evils that you have brought upon him." "Hear me, sir, hear me," replied the young sailor. "Only tell me what is necessary to save him, and if you will bid me hang a slip knot to the yard arm, then put my neck in it, and cast myself off, I'll do it." "I take you at your word," said Beauchamp. "There is but one way to clear him, but one way to restore him to that clear and honourable character which he always maintained in life, notwithstanding poverty." "Ay, there it is, cried the young man, "clear and honourable, and yet poor, as frank for his rank as I was for mine. Ay, and I might have a clear and honourable name too, but never mind, it is all coming to an end soon." And casting himself down in a chair, he pressed his hands over his eyes. "You lose your self-command, Walter," said Beauchamp. "Be calm, and let us speak over this business rationally." "Calm, calm!" cried the young sailor, starting up. "How the devil would you have me be calm, when you are speaking of things that are burning in my heart like coals of fire? How can I be calm?" "You came here," said Beauchamp, somewhat sternly, "with a fixed determination, I suppose, of some kind, either intending to do right or to do wrong, to make the only reparation that you can for the crimes you have committed, by delivering your benefactor from the consequences of your errors, or boldly to deny what you have committed. If you intend to do right, the first noble and general determination that you have formed for long should teach you to execute your purpose with the calmness and fortitude of a man." "You say true, sir, you say true," replied the youth, in a tone of deep melancholy. "You always say true, and if I had attended to what you told me when you brought me home from the fire that night, I should not have felt as I do now. But there is no use of talking of that. I did come here with the intention of doing right, and I will do right if you will tell me how. What I want to do is to clear the captain of everything, and make it so plain that he never had any hand in the bad business, that even those old devils at Emberton shall have nothing to say. You were going to tell me the way when I stopped you. Now I will stick at nothing, either on my own account or that of others, for as to that accursed ruffian who entrapped me into the business, I have had many a black thought, when he sneers at me because I am sorry, to finish him myself." "Your only way, then, to make the reparation you propose," replied Beauchamp, "is to give such information as may lead to the apprehension and conviction of the men who actually committed the murder. For, from what you have said, I am led to believe that you had no absolute share in the deed itself." "No, none," cried the young man rapidly. "I did not know they were going to do it. They had promised me, with the most solemn oaths, not to hurt a hair of his head, and I knew nothing of it till it was all over." "Well, then," answered Beauchamp, "if that be the case, you will not only be enabled to make, as I said before, the only reparation in your power for the ill you have done, but you will entirely clear Captain Delaware, and yet run no danger yourself, for in his Majesty's proclamation on the subject, I find that a free pardon is promised to any one of the parties, with the exception of the actual murderers, who will bring his accomplices to justice, so that your life is safe." "I care nothing about my life," cried the young man, relapsing into impetuosity. "What the devil do you think I am going to turn a pitiful king's evidence, and make a bargain for my own neck, while I am hanging my fellows? No, I will tell all that I know. I will go along with them, and be tried with them, and hanged with them too, for that matter. I care not, if I am alive on the execution day. But I will make no bargains about my life. None. My days are numbered, Mr. Burrell," he added more calmly. "My days are numbered, and the last may come when it will. I will shake hands with it when it does. There is only one bargain I will make, and that I know you will grant me, for you were one of the few that were kind. It is about my poor mother I am talking. She has had sorrows enough, sir, and she shall have one more for me. So, when I am dead, I hope you'll promise to take care of her, and let her have enough if the job do not kill her, which likely it may, too, and that is the worst of it all. But, however, I have made up my mind, do you see, and so you must promise me that she shall have the old cottage and £40 a year to live on, and if nobody else gives it, you must." "Most willingly will I do it, upon my honour," replied Beauchamp. "That is enough, sir, quite enough," continued the young sailor. "You and I, Mr. Burrell, are quits on some things. You saved my life once, and I can tell you that if it had not been for me on that horrible night, you would either have been left with your throat cut at the door of the house, or have gone overboard and to the bottom as we sailed along." "I imagined that such was the case," answered Beauchamp, "and all these things tell so much in your favour that I cannot understand how you would suffer yourself to be led into such a crime as that which you have committed." "I tell you, sir, I had nothing to do with it," cried the young man. "If I had been present, they should not have hurt a hair on his head. They knew that well enough, and therefore they left me below to keep watch. As to the robbery, that I did consent to, and that was bad enough too. But then that Harding had the tongue of the devil himself to persuade one. He got round me when I was ill. He taught me to believe that all riches ought to be in common, and that no man should be wealthy while another man was poor. And then he told me that to take the money which the old miser made no use of and left rotting in his chests could be no harm. And then he harped upon my mother's poverty and misery, and made things 10 times worse than they were. So at length I consented, on condition that he would promise not to hurt the old man. Well, even then, when he came down all bloody and I saw too well that they had killed him, I do think that I should have either shot him for deceiving me, or should have gone and given him up, as he deserved. But I saw that he felt what he had done himself, and there was something so awful about him just at that moment, that I do not well know why or how, but he got the mastery of me, and I did what he liked, till it came to killing you, which the woman wanted us to do, as you lay stunned at the door. Then my spirit got up again, and I was master of them all till we came over here. But now he has forgotten all that he seemed to feel then, that Harding, I mean, and he talks about it quietly, and sneers and laughs and looks coolly at me, while he is speaking of things that would make one's blood run cold, and he persuades himself that it is all right." The strong excitement under which the young sailor laboured afforded Beauchamp every means of drawing from him the whole details of the murder and the events that followed, and he found that the crime, at least as far as the robbery went, had been concerted long before it was perpetrated. The moment for executing their plan had always been postponed by Harding himself, who had assured his accomplices that a large sum of money, which he knew was to be paid into the miser's hands, had not yet been received. And Beauchamp easily divined that the murderer had alluded to the sum he himself had drawn for through the instrumentality of the unhappy moneylender. So completely organised had been the whole design, that a French cutter, engaged by young Harrison, had actually lain upon the coast for several days, in order to carry the 3 culprits to Havre, whence they were instantly to embark for America. The master of the vessel, however, tired of waiting, had at length left the coast on the very night that the murder was committed, and the only means of escape that the 4 accomplices found when they reached the beach was the boat which the young sailor had provided, with money furnished by Harding, for the purpose of conveying them from the shore to the ship, without the necessity of making signals, which might have betrayed them. The woman had, indeed, nearly brought the coastguard upon them, by accidentally falling into the sea as they embarked, and screaming for help, but nevertheless they got her into the boat and pushed off before anyone came up. On their arrival in France, the young man added, they had taken, under Harding's directions, those measures of precaution which had baffled Beauchamp and the officers in their pursuit, and had at length arrived in Paris, where he, who might be considered as their leader, had boasted that he could lie concealed if all the police of France and England were set upon his track. Here he proposed to sell a variety of different articles of jewellery and plate, which he and his companion had contrived to bring with them, and then to take ship for the land of Columbus, as they originally had proposed. Harding, the young sailor said, had soon lost all appearance of that remorse which he had felt at first, but he described him at the same time as living in a state of reckless debauchery and excitement, from which Beauchamp argued that the never-dying worm was still tremendously alive within his bosom. He drank deep, Walter Harrison added, without getting drunk. The woman whom he had brought with him, and had before seduced, he treated with contempt and cruelty. He gamed also continually in the lower and more brutal resorts of Parisian backlegs and madmen, and gratifying every passion to excess, it was evident that he was striving to drown the voice of remorse in a tide of gross and eager licentiousness. "It is a fearful picture," said Beauchamp, "but now tell me how and when we can bring this atrocious villain to punishment. You, my poor young man, he has misled and betrayed, and I do not even know that his crime towards you is not of a deeper dye than that which he committed on the person of the wretched old man at Ribery. He could but kill the body of the one." "Ay, and of the other," interrupted the young sailor. "He has condemned the immortal soul." I hope not," said Beauchamp. "Life is still before you if you choose to live, and I know of no circumstances in which life is so inestimably valuable to man as when he has been greatly criminal. For every year that he remains here may, if he will, be filled with the golden moments of repentance. But once more, how can we apprehend this villain?" "Ay, he is a villain," answered the young sailor. "If ever there lived one, he is the man." And he was proceeding again to stray from the subject when Beauchamp recalled him to it, and mentioned the necessity there would be of applying to the French police. But at the very idea the other started wild away. "No, no, no," he cried, "that will not do. He's a brave man, though he be a ruffian, and he shall never say that I took odds against him, because I was afraid of him 1-to-1. "Then how do you propose to act?" demanded Beauchamp in some astonishment. "This man must be taken and brought to punishment, if you would keep your word with me and clear the character of William Delaware." The young man mused sullenly for several minutes, merely muttering, He shall be taken. Hark you, Mr. Burrell," he said at length, looking up boldly and steadfastly. "You are a brave man. I have seen you do brave things. Now, there is this Harding and another, and here are you and I. That is 2-to-2, and fair play. If you choose to go with me tomorrow night, I will take you to where those two are alone, and if we do not take them and tie them hand and foot, it is our fault, but deem me if I take odds against them." The proposal was certainly as strange a one as ever was made, and as unpleasant a one as could have been addressed to Henry Beauchamp. I have said before that he was naturally fearless, and consequently he did not see one half of the dangers in anything proposed that most other people would have done. But at the same time he had not the slightest inclination to run himself into scrapes of any kind without necessity, and he could not help perceiving that the business was at once a perilous one, and one which might be much better performed without his interference. In the next place, he did not think the occupation particularly dignified or becoming, and thirdly, he did not at all like the éclat it would produce, and felt most exquisitely annoyed at the very idea of the romantic interest of the story, as it would figure in all the newspapers and be told in all the coteries. It was quite enough, he thought, to have been made to drown himself for the amusement of the public, and certainly something too much to be obliged to apprehend two murderers, vi et armis, without any cause or necessity whatever. "Well, sir, will you do it?" demanded the young sailor, seeing that he paused upon his proposal. "Why, I think not," answered Beauchamp. "Dear me, then," cried the other, but Beauchamp interrupted him in that commanding tone which no one knew better how to assume. "Hush, sir, hush," he said. "You forget yourself and who you are speaking to. Call not down in words those curses which I trust that your present and your future actions may avert, however much the past may have merited them. In regard to your proposal, In the first place, I am not a thief-taker, and consequently the task does not become me. In the next place, by the plan you suggest, the great object I have in view is likely to be defeated. I mean, the bringing these men to justice in order to clear Captain Delaware. Suppose, for instance, that by any accident we should be overpowered by them, we lose his only hope, and if we overpower them, having no legal authority to do so, anyone who happens to be near may give them such aid and assistance as will enable them to escape and foil us entirely. I will tell you what, sir, said the young man sullenly, I'll go some length, but I will not go all, to prevent them getting away anyhow. You may put the police round the house if you like, but only you and I shall go in upon them, for I will not take odds against them anyhow. And if you are afraid to go, why, I'm not afraid of anything, sir, replied Beauchamp, and though it is not at all necessary, and though perhaps it may be foolish of me to do it, yet rather than lose any evidence in favour of Captain Delaware, I will do what you propose. That is to say, I will go in with you alone, in order to master those two men if we can. But it shall be on condition that the agents of the police be stationed around the house in such a manner as to prevent their escape, whether we succeed or fail. That is what I say, replied the young sailor. Let us have a bout with them, 2 to 2 fairly, and then if they kill us, why, there will still be men around the house to take them. I have forgot, answered Beauchamp, that, as you say, we may be both killed in this business, and if you should be killed, pray, what evidence is there to convict either of these men? If you really intend to do what you have promised, it will behove you to make a full and complete declaration of the whole facts, and sign it before 2 or 3 persons, previous to entering upon this undertaking. Walter Harrison paused and thought, and Beauchamp urged him strongly to take the precaution he proposed, but he did not succeed. No, said the young sailor at length, no, I will put it all down in my own handwriting, which can be well enough proved by the ship's books, and I will sign it with my name, and I'll give it to you tomorrow night, but I'll not do it all over again before anyone else, till I tell it all for the last time. There, don't say any more, for I won't do it. I don't like this police business either, but I suppose it must be done, so now I will go. You will find me tomorrow night at 10 o'clock opposite that jeweller's shop. I will not fail you upon my honour. And so saying, he walked toward the door. Ere he had reached it, however, he turned, and coming nearer, he said, Mr. Burrell, I trust to your honour that when you have got me there with the police, you will not let them go into the house with us. Mind, 2 to 2 is fair play. He shall never say that I brought odds against him. I have given you my word, said Beauchamp, and I will certainly keep it. Well then, good night, sir, replied the young man, and opening the door, he passed out into the ante-room. But ere he had taken 2 steps beyond the threshold, he again returned to bid Beauchamp bring his pistols with him. He always has his in his pockets, he said, so it would be unfair that you should be without. I will take care to come prepared, replied Beauchamp, and his visitor once more left the room. He paused a moment in the ante-room and hesitated, as if he had something more to say, but the instant after he quitted the apartments, and he was heard descending the stairs with a rapid step. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of 30 Years Since by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Well, thought Beauchamp, when the young sailor was gone, well, this is a stupid business enough, and I certainly shall not particularly like being shot for this young rascal's whim, but it cannot be helped, and my will being made, it is not so troublesome as it might otherwise have proved. At all events, dear Blanche, I am perilling somewhat to fulfil your request, and clear your brother's name and character. It is wonderful how much this last thought reconciled Henry Beauchamp to an undertaking which he had before looked upon as absurd, and in some sort degrading. Such little collateral associations are strange conjurers, and as Beauchamp thought over the whole matter, and mingled up the idea of Blanche Delaware with every particular which he had before considered in the abstract only, his expedition became bright and chivalrous, and he lay down to sleep, anxious for the coming morning. The first 8 hours after Beauchamp rose on the following day were devoted to securing the assistance of the French police in the undertaking in which he was about to engage, and although this time may appear long, yet every moment of it was employed in removing the many difficulties which, with wise precaution, the French government throw in the way of the arrest of aliens for crimes committed in a different country. The previous proceedings, although they had smoothed the way, had not entirely removed all obstacles, and the young Englishman, though backed by the influence of the whole of the English diplomatic agents at Paris, found the time barely sufficient to accomplish the necessary arrangements. The dull official forms must, of course, have no place here, and it is only necessary to say that, after the necessary orders were given, the French officers of police shrugged up their shoulders at the plan which Beauchamp was obliged to propose in conformity with his engagement to Walter Harrison, declared that Monsieur was perfectly welcome to take the first brunt of the business upon himself, and promised to meet him at the rendezvous a little before the time which the young sailor had named. All this being at length settled, Beauchamp returned to his hotel, dined, loaded his pistols, took 1 glass of wine less than usual, for fear of embarrassing his hand, and then sat waiting impatiently for the appointed hour. By the time it arrived the sky had got out of humour, and it was raining furiously, but still there were a great many Parisians afoot, all pattering along under their pink umbrellas, as merry as crickets, and many a tender salutation did Beauchamp receive on his way to the house of the jeweller. He reached the street a few minutes before the time, but the police were at their post, and he found that 6 powerful men were in readiness to back his exertions. Walter Harrison had not appeared, and a quarter of an hour elapsed without any sign of his keeping the appointment he had made. The chief of the French police hinted broadly that beyond doubt he had deceived the English gentleman, and Beauchamp himself began to suspect that the young culprit had repented of his promise. Before another minute had elapsed, however, the tall athletic form of the widow's son was seen coming quickly along on the other side of the street, and Beauchamp instantly crossed over and spoke to him. "All is right, sir," said the sailor. "They are both at home, and even now are engaged in pigeoning a young greenhorn, whom they have inveigled to play with them. If they do not get his money that way, I should not wonder if they cut his throat, so come along and let us make haste." "I am ready," said Beauchamp, "but you promised to write down—" "Ay, there it is," said the young man, putting a paper into his hand. "Give it to one of those fellows who are of the police, I suppose, but make haste and come along, for if they do not get the poor lad's money by fair means, they will by foul. I heard them talking about throwing something into the Seine, and getting a sack ready, and I do not like such words from such folks." "Nor I," replied Beauchamp, "nor I. You walk on, and we will follow." And crossing over to the other party, he gave the paper he had received to the commissary who headed them, and then followed as fast as possible upon the steps of the young sailor. Walter Harrison advanced rapidly, and passing one of the short streets that led from the Rue de Rivoli into the Rue Saint-Honoré, he turned to the right in the latter, and then made his way to one of the smaller streets in the neighbourhood of the Rue Sainte-Anne. At length he stopped, and pointed forward to a house of respectable size and appearance. "That is the house," he said. "If these fellows halt in the passage, they are sure not to lose their game, for there is no back entrance." Beauchamp explained to the leader of the party the words of the young sailor, and they now drew near the house in a body, keeping profound silence. The men were then carefully stationed round the door, and Beauchamp, with one pistol in his hand and the other thrust into his bosom, between his coat and waistcoat, followed his guide into the house, the door of which, as is frequent in Paris, stood open as a common entrance to all the different floors. It were in vain to say that Beauchamp felt no sort of anxiety. The very excitement of the whole business made his heart beat with a quicker pulse than usual, and he listened eagerly as they ascended the stairs for any sound that might announce their proximity to the chamber of the murderers. He was not long kept in expectation. As the first floor they reached, after passing the entresol, the young sailor paused and rang the bell twice. As soon as ever he had done so, he whispered to Beauchamp, "I will take this one, whoever it is, that opens the door. You run on and secure the other in the room beyond. I will follow in a minute." Almost as he spoke, the door was thrown open, and the coarse face of Tony Smithson, the man who had gone down with him in the stage-coach to Emberton, was exposed to Beauchamp's sight. He had a light in his hand, and the moment he saw that there were two men on the stairs, he would have started back and retreated, but the young sailor sprang upon him at once, grappled with him tight, and in an instant both rolled together on the floor of the little ante-room. Beauchamp rushed forward to a door which was standing ajar on the other side of the chamber, and whence there issued forth an intolerable smell of brandy punch, together with the sounds of laughter. He reached it in a moment, but not before the noise of the struggle without had caught the ears of the tenants of the room, for when Beauchamp flung the door wide open, he found the murderer Harding already, with a pistol in each hand, retreating into one corner of the room, from a table covered with bottles, glasses, and bowls, cards, dice, and markers, while the unfortunate wretch, whom we have already seen as the dirty maid of the old miser of Ribery, now tricked out in all the gay smartness of Parisian costume, stood by the table with sudden terror and agony in her countenance. The moment her eyes rested on Beauchamp's face, she saw that her fate was sealed, and with a loud scream she fell, fainting, by the table. Harding, however, with scowling determination in his brow, placed his back in the corner, and pointed the pistol he held directly towards his former master. Beauchamp paused and levelled his own weapon at the villain's head, exclaiming sternly but coolly, "Throw down your arms, sir. You know I never miss my aim." Harding paused for a moment, slightly dropping the point of his pistol, and Beauchamp, as they stood face to face at the distance of half a dozen yards, could see the corners of his mouth draw gradually down into a sort of sneering smile. The next instant he replied, "I know you never miss your aim. I do, and therefore this is the best use I can make of my bullet," and he rapidly turned the pistol towards his own head. Beauchamp heard the lock click as the murderer raised the weapon, and seeing that the clear exculpation of William Delaware, which would be gained by the trial of the real culprit, might be lost by the act about to be committed, he brought the muzzle of his own pistol slightly round and pulled the trigger. The report rang through the room, and the arm that Harding was raising against his own life fell powerless by his side. A slight cry of pain escaped from his lips at the same moment, but the fury that the wound stirred up flashed forth from his eyes, and with the other pistol in his left hand, he rushed forward upon Beauchamp, coolly calculating, even at that terrible moment, that from the unsteadiness of his left hand he could not revenge himself as he wished, unless he brought the mouth of the weapon close to his adversary. Beauchamp, eager to take him alive, closed with him instantly. The young sailor, hearing the report of firearms, left the other ruffian, but half-tied, and rushed into the room, endeavoured to wrench the pistol from Harding's hand as he strove with the strength of despair and hatred to bring the muzzle close to Beauchamp's head. At the very moment that he seized it, the murderer had in a degree succeeded in taking his aim, and was in the act of pulling the trigger. The flash and report instantly followed, and the ball, cutting along Beauchamp's cheek, laid the cheek-bone bare, but passed through the hair on the temple without doing him farther injury. Walter Harrison, however, at the same moment relaxed his hold, started back, and catching at one of the chairs with a reeling stagger, sank down into it, while a torrent of blood spouted forth from his right breast, a little below the collar. Beauchamp, too, heated by the struggle, seized the murderer by the neck, and with a full exertion of his strength, which was not inconsiderable, dashed him prostrate on the floor, then set his foot upon his chest, and drawing the pistol from his bosom, commanded him to be still, if he would escape without another wound. Such was the situation of all parties when 3 of the French police, warned by the report of firearms that a severe contest was going on above, and thinking they had waited quite long enough, rushed up the stairs and entered the apartments. The first that they found was the man whom Walter Harrison had left, and who was now calmly untying himself and about to decamp. He, however, was soon better secured and committed to the charge of the officers below, while the others advanced into the room beyond and found the young sailor bleeding profusely, while Beauchamp with some difficulty kept his prisoner to the ground, as Harding, aware of the fate that ultimately awaited him, strove by means of struggles and imprecations to make his former master shoot him on the spot. The moment, however, that he beheld the officers of justice he became perfectly quiet, and it surprised even Beauchamp to see how easily he relapsed into that calm, cold taciturnity which he had formerly displayed. The first care of everyone was the young sailor, for whom a surgeon was immediately procured, and after some difficulty the bleeding was stopped. The unhappy woman who had fainted was then recalled to life, and the wound in the chief culprit's arm was dressed. A process verbal of all the events was then taken and attested, for the purpose of being transmitted to England, and the 3 prisoners were removed, though not without a warning from Beauchamp that it would be necessary to withhold everything from Harding which might enable him to commit suicide. "Diantre, monsieur," cried the commissary, who was a small wit in his way. "You are going to hang him when he gets to England. Why should you care if he saves you the trouble by hanging himself here?" "Simply, sir," replied Beauchamp, who, though he could treat great events with indifference, had a sovereign aversion to jesting upon serious matters, "simply because it may be necessary to exculpate the innocent as well as punish the guilty." There now only remained Beauchamp, 2 police officers who kept possession of the apartments, the surgeon, and the young sailor. The latter was immediately removed to the bedroom he had occupied since his arrival in Paris, and there, by Beauchamp's directions, the surgeon agreed to sit up with him all night. The lad had never uttered a word since he had received his wound, although Smithson had poured forth a torrent of abuse upon him, which the murderer's situation rendered at least excusable. When he saw Beauchamp's anxiety for his comfort and welfare, however, he said in a faint voice, "You are very kind, sir. You always were kind, and I am glad I got the shot. That I am. For do you see, if I had not turned the pistol my way, it would have gone through your head. So that is some comfort, though it would need a good many actions to make up for all the bad ones I have done. But, however, don't trouble yourself about me, for I shan't die just yet, I am sure of that. All my work is not done yet. I shan't live long when it is done, even if they do not hang me when I get to England." "As I assured you before," replied Beauchamp, "there is no chance whatever of such a thing, and I trust you are beginning to think too properly of your own situation to dream of attempting your life." "Oh no, I was not thinking of that," replied the young man. "I one time thought that I should be glad almost that they did hang me, just to show those d rascals that I had not turned king's evidence against them with any thought of myself. But I think differently now I've got this shot. But mind, I do not make any bargain. I will go over as a prisoner, and they shall do with me as they like. I'll not flinch. No, I'll not flinch." Here the surgeon, who did not understand a word that was said, and of course did not like the conversation, laid his hand upon Beauchamp's arm and gently hinted that perfect quiet was absolutely necessary to any hope of the wounded man's recovery, and that gentleman accordingly left him, with a few kind and consolatory words. He then called the surgeon into one of the other rooms, and making him dress the wound on his cheek, which had been hitherto neglected, he gave him a substantial earnest of after reward, explaining to him that the life of the young man under his care was of the most immense importance as a witness, and begging him at the same time to watch every turn which the injury he had received might take, in order that his dying declaration might be drawn up if recovery were to be found impossible. He then left his address and returned home, but although extremely fatigued both by exertion and excitement, he did not lie down to rest till he had seen a courier dispatched to London, bearing the news of the capture of Harding and his accomplices, and begging that, without a moment's delay, officers properly authorised might be sent over to convey the prisoners to England. The messenger was ordered to spare no expense and to lose no time, and he certainly performed his task with very great rapidity. In the meanwhile the news of Beauchamp's adventure spread through Paris, as if it had been a country town, and as it may well be supposed that the hotel in which he lodged was one of the first places in which the story developed itself, Mrs. Darlington received it at her toilet the next morning, and instantly wrote a billet to Mr. Beauchamp, beseeching him to let her see him as soon as he was up. This, folded in the newest fashion and sealed with the newest seal, reached Beauchamp as he was concluding his breakfast, and in order to quench the worthy lady's thirst, he at once walked down to her apartments. Mrs. Darlington was as delighted as bienséance would permit her to be at the sight of Henry Beauchamp, with a black patch on his cheek which confirmed all the pretty stories she had heard before he came, and her questions, though excessively small and quiet, were, like the little hairy savages that scaled Sinbad's ship, innumerable, and attacking him on all sides. Beauchamp detailed the whole events, and, if he had been a little bored by the lady's interrogatories, the joy and satisfaction which Mrs. Darlington expressed on hearing that the exculpation of Captain Delaware could now be fully made out, the sincere personal gratification she seemed to feel, made up for all, and placed her high in his good graces. The assurance that among the culprits one at least of the personages who had set fire to her house was more than probably included, did not seem to interest her half so much as the proofs obtained of William Delaware's innocence, and she returned again and again to the subject, declaring that nothing would be so delightful as to write to dear Blanche and give her the whole details. "Pray, are you in possession of her address?" demanded Beauchamp, assuming as indifferent a tone as it was possible for a man in his situation to affect. "No, indeed," replied Mrs. Darlington, "but she will write to me soon, of course." Beauchamp was mortified, for he had caught at Mrs. Darlington's words at once, as if they gave the full assurance of discovering the abode of her he loved, without farther search or uncertainty. After musing for a moment, however, he said, "I hope, my dear madam, when you do write, you will offer my best compliments to Miss Delaware, who, I dare say you know, is my cousin, and tell her that I have endeavoured, as far as was in my power, to obey the commands with which she favoured me. As I doubt not that you will give her the details of all this story, you may assure her in the most positive manner from me that her brother's character will at once be cleared of every imputation, and that all who know him will hail his return to England with the utmost joy." Now Mrs. Darlington perceived, as plainly as woman could perceive, that Henry Beauchamp was in love with Blanche Delaware. She had long ago seen it would be so, and now she saw it was so. But yet, for one half of Europe, she would not have let Beauchamp understand that she saw anything of the kind. She had known so many excellent arrangements of the sort spoiled outright by some impolitic, good-natured, stupid friend, jesting upon the subject, or insinuating his mighty discoveries, before Cupid was bound hand and foot, which is never the case ere the matter has come to a declaration, that she answered in the most commonplace as it was possible to imagine, assured Beauchamp that she would give his message correctly, declared that she doubted not Blanche and her father would travel for a year or two, and then began to speak of the beautiful bonnet brought out by Madame of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Beauchamp, though he would have seen through every turning of the good lady's tact, had anybody else been concerned, was completely blinded in his own case, like all the rest of the world, and after having given a scientific opinion upon the Bride de Blonde and the Bourdieu, he rose and took his leave, fully persuaded that Mrs. Darlington was as ignorant of his love for Blanche Delaware as he himself was of millinery. End of chapter 34.